Welcome to CNBC's Your Money, Your Vote on this election night in America. We are live from the heart of capitalism, the New York Stock Exchange. I'm Carl Quintanilla. Tonight we will take you from Wall Street to Washington to Silicon Valley as we break down what the election results mean for your money and the economy. Riding shotgun with us tonight, the voice of the American investor, Jim Cramer. Scott Wapner is going to break down the market implications of tonight's results along with the investment committee. Plus, we'll talk to some of the biggest names in business, including former NEC Director Gary Cohn, former SEC Chair Jay Clayton, hedge fund titan Mark Lazary, Altimeter Capital's Brad Gerstner, and former Commerce Secretary Carlos Gutierrez. Let's get to it. Right now, polls are closing in Indiana, Kentucky, Vermont, Virginia, and South Carolina. And in the first of the battleground states, Georgia. Here are some of the calls being made this hour. NBC News projects former President Donald Trump as the winner in Kentucky, while Vice President Kamala Harris is projected to win Vermont. Meantime, the battleground state of Georgia, too early to call, as well as Indiana, South Carolina, and Virginia. Also, four of those states too early to call. So let's get a check on where the candidates stand in the race to 270 electoral votes. Harris, at this point, has 3. Former President Trump has 8. Of the key issues influencing voters, perhaps none as important as the economy. NBC exit polling showing 31% of voters rank the economy as the most important issue, second only to the state of democracy. Could the economy be the deciding factor in swing states? Vice President Harris, of course, has focused on creating tax credits, addressing price gouging, while former President Trump has touted tariffs as a way to create a more level playing field. Let's get to our first guest. Gary Cohn was the former National Economic Council Director in the Trump administration, former President of Goldman Sachs, currently Vice Chair of IBM, and he joins us here at Post 9 with our coverage on a night like this.
Especially here at the New York Stock Exchange. Gary, we're thrilled to have you here as a former policymaker in the White House, executive, trader. You can bring a good perspective. Thank you for being here.
Sarah and Carl, thanks for having me.
So what's at stake for investors in this election?
There's a lot at stake. But on the other hand, there could be very little at stake because we've got a lot going on tonight. We're all concentrating right now on the presidential election, but we also have a House and a Senate election. And remember, policy has to go through the House and the Senate. The White House is a dominant factor. Ultimately, we need legislation to change a lot of the policies that are going to affect the markets and are going to affect the way people think of investing their money.
What comes to mind when you think about the different policies at stake, either from the presidency or from Congress, as far as investors are concerned? Because we have seen this nice run-up in stocks, mostly attributed to the Trump trade, that his chances are good.
We have. So first of all, I think the biggest topic that people talked about, and it's one of the key differences between the two candidates, has been their view on tax policy. And I think the reason we talk about tax policy so much is because the tax reform that was done in 2017...
Which you had a little hand in.
Yeah, the personal side of it. And I think people don't understand this enough. Just the personal side of it has a cliff that ends at the end of next year. So the corporate side will not change. The personal side will revert back to where it was in 2017. But as we all know, if we're going to open a tax discussion, probably everything will be on the table. But on the other hand, if nothing is done whatsoever, and Congress cannot agree on it changes to what the law is today, there is a mechanism for just to revert back to where we are. Now, reverting back to where we are is a complicated tax system. We simplified the tax system quite dramatically. We cut down the amount of brackets. We got rid of a lot of the complexity.
The Trump administration. So reversion back would be a problem.
Reversion back would be a two-sided, full-page 1040 form. Now we're a half a page 1040 form. You'd have itemized deductions. You'd have standard deductions. Yes, you'd bring back SALT. You'd have more tax brackets. You'd have much higher tax brackets. And then you'd have the alternative minimum tax. So the way that we all think about investing, the way we think about deductions would change and change quite dramatically.
Can you tell viewers why it was structured that way, to revert?
So it was structured that way because when the policy went through, it was done through something called reconciliation.
We all remember that.
Okay. Reconciliation is a way that you can get something through the Senate with a simple majority, a 51-vote majority. You can do that for budgetary matters only. But when you go through reconciliation, you have a very stringent set of rules that you have to abide by. And when you score your legislation, it has to score to the penny or underneath what Congress has allowed you to spend in the piece of legislation. To allow that tax reform to score, the way we got it to score, all of us involved, there was a huge group of people involved, was to end the personal tax reform at the end of 2025. That allowed it to score. We all thought, everyone involved thought it was more important to keep the corporate tax unchanged because corporations make 10 and 20 and 30-year capital investments. They need to understand the tax code that they're dealing with. On the flip side, individuals tend not to make long-term capital investments, and we thought that individuals could deal with a changing tax code. And when we got to it in 25, if that's the year they got to it, that Congress would understand what was going on. And if the tax changes had been as effective as we thought they would be, and I think they have been, that Congress may choose, and we hope that they would choose, to extend the tax policy.
So it only changes if we don't have a divided government, though, right?
Well, I don't know about that. I think it could change with a divided government. I think there are probably some places where a divided government could agree. It seems like both candidates were talking about bringing back SALT deduction. Now, if you bring back the SALT deduction, it's a very large deduction. I might call it a loophole. It's a very large loophole in the tax code where people that live...
A lot of people in New York would be happy.
A lot of people in New York, I personally would be very happy. But it's a large loophole with people that pay a lot of real estate taxes and pay a lot of state and local taxes get to deduct that from their federal taxes. It seems like both candidates were in favor of that. It seems like both candidates wanted to potentially lower tax burdens on certain types of income. Now, those things are interesting, but at the end of the day, they will cut down on the amount of the revenue that the government takes in. I don't know if there's an appetite on both sides of the aisle to decrease revenue, especially as we talk about debt and deficit, because that's another major factor that I think investors are starting to worry about.
Gary, while you're talking, NBC News has now projected Donald Trump to win Indiana. That is 11 more electoral votes, and that will bring his total now to 19, sir.
I mean, no surprises there, Gary. So, look, you mentioned debt and deficits. By the way, neither candidate are talking about it, but the market is thinking about it. We've seen this back up in yield, specifically at the long end, in the 30-year yield. And the worry is that both candidates will increase the deficit by trillions of dollars at a time where our deficit is already a problem. How do you expect the Treasury market to handle this election?
So, remember, both candidates are out trying to get elected right now. And so what they've said during campaigning and what policy is going to be probably will not be the same thing. You know, to get tax policy to change, to increase the deficit, both the House and the Senate have to go along with those spending bills. Spending goes through a legislative process. So I think there will be some rational behavior in the House and Senate thinking about debt and deficit. I do think there are quite a few members in the Congress that are starting to think more and more about the problem of the deficit that we have. And that's before we talk about the Social Security Trust Fund, that we're getting closer and closer to the cliff of the Social Security problem. Because the Social Security problem is a real problem. You know, we are not going to cut back payments or benefits to retired individuals in this country. So ultimately, we're going to have to pay those payments out. And you put that payment deficit on top of the deficit that we're spending in natural operation of the government, we just start compounding a bigger and bigger problem. And every day, we're getting a day closer to that issue.
So you're not worried about the election? You don't think that bonds are a sell if President Trump prevails?
So you and I have had this discussion at this table for the last 3 years, where I've been talking about a normalized yield curve and what a normalized yield curve looks like, and we forgot what a normalized yield curve looks like. I think we're back into this discussion that we historically have a positively shaped yield curve. Right now, we have a yield curve that is starting to become a positively shaped yield curve. So yes, since the Fed started cutting, we've seen 10-year rates back up about 65, 70 basis points. But we still do not have that much steepness in the yield curve. If you think that the terminal rate for Fed funds is 3.5%, and I think it's moving up as we see more and more strength in the economy, and you've now got 10 years at 4.25%, you've got pretty much normal steepness in the curve. You could say, look, that's not even steep enough. That's 75 basis points of steepness. That could be 125 basis points of steepness. You could see the 10-year rates continue to go higher if you don't think Fed funds is going dramatically lower. Yes, the Fed's going to cut rates, I believe, 25 basis points this week, but there's a long way between here and 3.5% in Fed funds.
I wonder how you're thinking about how CEOs have weighed in on this whole cycle. And some have been more active than others, Elon Musk and Howard Lutnick versus Mark Cuban and Vinod Khosla, vocal on both sides. Have either of those things shown us a good picture of how corporates are thinking about either scenario?
Look, I think every CEO and every corporate has been weighing the outcomes of the election. I mean, you have to. If you're making 10 and 20-year capital commitments and you're running your business for a long-term shareholder value creation, you have to think about the regulatory environment you're dealing with. You have to think about the tax environment you're dealing with. You have to think about what you can and should do and the environment you operate in and what your global business looks like, where you need to manufacture, where you can import raw materials from, where you can't import raw materials from. All of those inputs have to go into your thinking as a CEO. I don't think there's a CEO in this country that hasn't been thinking about what potential outcomes of the election could have on their business.
Gary, you mentioned regulation. Stay with us because we want to turn to that key issue right now. Of course, President Trump has vowed to swiftly overhaul the country's regulators, while Harris is likely to continue Biden's crackdown across a number of sectors. For more on what to expect, let's bring in someone you know very well. Jay Clayton, he ran the SEC under former President Trump from 2017 to 2020, also a CNBC contributor and independent chair of Apollo Global Management. Good evening. Welcome, Jay. It's good to have you.
Nice to be here. Thank you.
How big of a gulf do you see, a gap between Harris and Trump on the regulatory agenda?
Well, Gary did a great job explaining that a lot of changes would have to go through Congress. The regulatory agenda is not one of them. The regulatory agenda is probably where there is the biggest difference.
Because of executive orders?
There's two channels for the regulatory agenda. One is executive orders. The other is the regulatory agencies themselves. In both of those, I think you will see a stark contrast, or you would see a stark contrast between the second Trump administration and what I will call a second Biden-Harris administration. You're going to see, I do not expect a Harris administration to depart very significantly from the regulation and the regulatory approach that we have seen during the Biden administration.
Which you would characterize as?
Hyperactive.
Right.
And actually, as the courts have found in many cases, beyond the law.
But has it hurt the economy? I mean, we're looking at an economy that has been pretty good, at 4.1% unemployment rate, a stock market at record high.
I think if you ask CEOs, as you were just talking about, do they think that it has impeded what I would say is growth-enhancing measures, whether they're mergers, which is the thing we talk about the most, or other measures? They would say yes. They would say yes, that they're hampered. There are industries, let's take the banking industry. Everyone agrees the banking industry needs consolidation. Now, we love our small and medium banks. We don't need 4,000 of them. We probably need 2,000 of them. We need them to service those communities, but there's a lot of efficiencies to be had from banks consolidating.
How much of an impact do you think it has on the economy, the regulatory agenda?
I think I agree completely with Jay. I think it's enormous. This is one place where personnel is policy. And one of the jobs of the president is to appoint personnel in the regulatory world. And those regulators, and we see it. We see it right now in the Biden-Harris agenda. We see what some of those individual regulators are doing or trying to do. I think Jay characterized it as trying to do because I think they've lost almost every court challenge they've had. But they are trying to put their personal views on very stringent, very tight regulatory.
The FTC, you mean?
FTC.
They would argue with that. They've won some.
Okay. Well, they've lost most.
What does an FTC look like, Jay, under Harris versus Trump? Is there really that much of a difference? We've heard J.D. Vance, his running mate before, praise Lina Khan, the head of the FTC.
Look, I think that both a Harris and a Trump administration do agree that you should have an eye on jobs in America as part of regulatory policy. I think that there's a narrow slice where that overlaps.
One thing she has said that Biden never said was raising this notion of appointing a Republican to her cabinet, for example. Directionally, do you think there'd be no move to the center on regulation than what Biden has given us so far?
Look, in my lifetime, no second-term president has moved to the middle.
second-term president.
I consider Harris to be a second-term president. I do. I mean, she's been there the whole time. She has said, I'm not going to change anything. I do not expect significant change, including because the regulators that get approved, get confirmed by the Senate, would have to hew to the progressive side of the Democratic Party. And I agree with Gary. On a lot of other economic issues, you can find common ground. Regulatory approach is not one of them.
Well, besides regulatory oversight, which is something the president can do by themselves, trade is another when it comes to tariffs. So I do wonder, Gary, if some of the good effect on the economy that he would implement via deregulation would be wiped out via higher tariffs, something that he has consistently promised.
Look, tariffs are an important tool. I mean, we've had this conversation before. Tariffs used effectively are very important to protect jobs and industries in this country. We've used the example of Chinese EVs being imported in the United States, where the Chinese manufacturer does not have a cost of capital, they do not have to pay a living wage, and they can pollute the environment to manufacture that car, where we here in the United States have the complete opposite. We have cost of capital, we pay living wages, we're environmentally
but
sound and safe.
That's strategic and targeted. What about blanket, what he's talking about, 20% tariffs?
I think at the end of the day, when you sit down in the White House and look at some of these tariffs, especially tariffs on potentially input materials, when you're importing raw materials that get input into manufacturing, you're compounding a problem. So I think, again, it's easy to say blanket tariffs. I think when either one gets elected and they sit down and they look at the tariff policy, because their tariff policy for the last 8 years has not differed very much. When they sit there and look at tariffs, I think they will have to evaluate products by product, tariff by tariff, and decide what makes sense for our economy. How are we protecting jobs in the United States?
They wouldn't want to raise the price of Nikes here
look,
for
Sarah,
American consumers,
I think you're right to raise the two together, because I ascribe good motives to both. I think that tariffs are about protecting high-quality jobs in America. That's the motivation. It's not about increasing prices. And on regulation, I don't question whether the regulators think whether the Harris-Biden regulators think they're doing a good job. I don't think it's as effective as they do, but I do think they have the American worker in mind.
We've been watching a lot of so-called Trump trades in the market last few weeks, and it's going to be an interesting experiment. If he doesn't win tonight or this week, how much of the movement in yields was about him versus the macro? And I'm curious what you think about Bitcoin, too. How much was a bid in Bitcoin because of maybe a lighter regulatory touch versus what people are calling a crisis bid on just disruption in general?
Look,
I'll take the yield curve. You take the yield curve. How's that?
Hey, thanks a lot.
Yeah, no problem.
Well, you did regulate.
Thanks for coming in today, Jay. So I think in the yield curve, I don't think it's a Trump trade. I think we are renormalizing the yield curve. We're going to have more and more demand for longer dated maturities. The U.S. has a big maturity wall in some respects. We've been financing our debt relatively short term. We're going to need to roll out our debt maturities. We've got an awful lot of corporate debt and real estate debt maturing in the next year or two. There is going to be demand on the yield curve, and we are going to go back to what I consider a normal, positively shaped yield curve, which we have been pricing in for the last 4 months, 5, 6 months almost. So I think that is not as much of a Trump trade as is a real renormalization trade.
What about strong dollar, strong stocks? Was that part of the Trump trade?
I think that I think it is not part of the Trump trade. I think it's part of the overall economy. You started the whole segment talking about we have 4.1% unemployment. Corporate earnings have been, they've been okay. When companies are doing well, the stocks are soaring. When companies are missing, the market is punishing those companies that miss. I think the market is being very rational. And I think the overall market is going to continue to thrive because this is a great place to do business. And we've got an economy that is doing fairly well right now.
Bitcoin, you're up.
I'll tie the yield curve to Bitcoin. Either candidate is going to have to deal with the fact that we have financed this government on a very short-term basis. If a corporation financed its balance sheet like we have financed our balance sheet, we'd all be saying, what the heck is going on here? 60% of the debt coming due. So to the extent that Bitcoin is an inflation hedge, and you look at that and say, inflation is coming, you can see a Bitcoin rally. The other component of a Bitcoin rally, if you believe the Trump connection, is that regulation will be a lighter touch. But
well,
I think
he has said, I'm going to be the Bitcoin president.
Well, let's be clear. Bitcoin is not highly regulated at the moment. Bitcoin is classified as a commodity. It trades globally. The trading of Bitcoin is regulated essentially by the market. It's actually a remarkable story. Bitcoin and what I would say is the stable coins are two of the most remarkable stories of global transactions I've ever seen.
What would it take for you to go back to Washington, Gary?
Look, I don't know. I mean, look, at this point, let's wait and see who wins the election. As you know, I just got one of the greatest jobs in America, becoming a grandfather, and I'm really enjoying it.
Yes, congratulations. What about you, Jay?
Look, I love my service. I really like what we all delivered for the American people. American people have the best access to financial assets in the world. There's more room to do more, but pretty happy about that.
We're grateful to you guys.
I think both of us enjoyed serving our country, and we're proud of what we've done, and we're proud to have done it. And I think if there's a way we can ever help our country, I think both of us want to always be helpful.
Absolutely.
Jay, Gary, thank you guys. Thanks for being here tonight. Important night. Gary Cohn,
Thank
Jay
you.
Clayton. Thank you, Sarah. We'll see you soon.
Pleasure.
We're a few moments away from 3 more polls closing tonight, including one in a key battleground. That is North Carolina. We'll have a check on where the candidates stand on this road to 270. And Trump vowing to stay tough on tariffs to boost manufacturing, but the Harris campaign does say his trade policies will threaten economic growth. We'll hear from both sides of the aisle when we come back. Welcome back to CNBC's Your Money, Your Vote. We are a few minutes away from polls closing in 3 more states, including battleground North Carolina. Let's turn to Eamon Javers tonight for a look at the road to that 270 number and what it will take for each candidate to get there. It's great to have you on set, Eamon.
It's great to be here, Carl. This is an amazing night because truly nobody has any idea what's going to happen tonight. And it's a fascinating thing to watch unfold after this year of campaigning. Look, this election is a race to 270 electoral college votes. And the difference makers this year are likely going to be just 7 core swing states where we truly don't have any idea what's going to happen. Those states are Arizona with 11 electoral college votes, Georgia with 16 electoral college votes, Michigan with 15 electoral college votes, Nevada with 6 electoral college votes, North Carolina with 16, Wisconsin with 10, and the biggest prize of all tonight, my home state, Pennsylvania with 19 electoral college votes. That's just 93 out of a total of 538 electoral college votes that we think are truly up for grabs tonight. And in the run-up to Election Day, these battleground states couldn't be closer, with the economy and specifically inflation the top issue on the minds of a lot of voters as they cast their ballots. So how can each side break the logjam tonight? Well, for Vice President Harris, the easiest path to 270 is through the Great Lakes. Winning Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin would put her over the top. That's not much of a stretch. Remember, Joe Biden won his home state of Pennsylvania in 2020, and he also carried Michigan and Wisconsin by very slim margins. But this is not 2020, and Kamala Harris is not Joe Biden. For former President Donald Trump, the easiest path to victory is probably through the Sun Belt, keeping a Great Lakes state, say Michigan, and then winning Georgia, which he lost in 2020, and Arizona, which he lost narrowly last time, while holding North Carolina, which was a very slim victory for him in 20. North Carolina, remember, is the only one of the 7 battleground states tonight that Trump carried in 2020. So anything can happen, including an inconclusive 269 to 269 electoral college tie. That's a scenario that would throw the election to the House of Representatives, and all of that uncertainty, Carl, is why we watch and why we wait tonight.
We were talking earlier tonight about how fun it is to dive into some of the economic trends in these 7 states since 2020. Michigan's a great example where unemployment and inflation maybe didn't move the way you would have expected. And then you got to tie in the union influence and the Infrastructure and Inflation Reduction Act influence.
One of the things I'm going to be watching throughout the night tonight, we've got graphics pre-prepared of how the economy has performed in each of these battleground states. So we can look at where unemployment is and where inflation is in each state relative to the national norm and see whether these states are underperforming or overperforming against the country and see if that has any bearing on what happens during the course of the evening. And then you talk about unions. That is such a key to this campaign. You've seen the Republican Party really transform itself over the past year and become a working class pro-union party, reaching out for those union voters, achieving a lot of that in terms of getting the union vote, we think, today. We'll see how they do with union leadership. But this is a Republican Party that wants those union votes, and it's reaching out to them in ways that it hasn't done before. That's going to be important in those states, particularly in the Great Lakes area. A lot of big union states up there.
Sure. And of course, the examples of unions' power is evident every day in our dayside coverage. Boeing's just been one just this week with the machinists.
Absolutely.
As Eamon mentioned, this election may be one of the tightest in history, and it's come down to the wire in many of the swings. And remember, 7 states were won by less than 3 percentage points in 2020. Let's get some perspective from both sides of the aisle here tonight. Joining us, former North Dakota Senator Heidi Heitkamp, director of the University of Chicago's Institute of Politics and a CNBC contributor, along with Mark Short, former chief of staff to Vice President Mike Pence and a Meet the Press and CNBC contributor. It's great to see you both. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Thanks, Carl.
You know, we were talking just a moment ago about ground game, and I've always been curious, as a candidate on election night, how you process returns, how they meet your benchmarks from your team and in your own head, even.
Well, you always have those counties or those precincts that you're watching very closely because they indicate to you whether you're going to be turning out your vote the way you need to turn out your vote, and you're counting every one of these votes. I know people think that this is just, you know, polls and then people vote, but this is very detailed, very data-driven. And so for me, I knew that if I did well in Fargo, for instance, that I could win an election. If I could carry some rural counties in the eastern part, which is how I won in 2012. I lost pretty handily in the western part of the state, so you know where you have to win and where you have the best chance of making up those deficits.
Is it obvious pretty early in the night, oh, we should have done X in an X part of the state, or we should have poured more resources into this bucket and not the other?
No, but what is obvious is, oh, I'm doing really well there. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Or, oh, they're turning out in bigger numbers than what we thought. If you talk to like Claire McCaskill and Joe Donnelly and me, and we all had a vote, you always have this number. If I get to this number, I'll get elected. In 2018, we all met our vote to win number, but the turnout was so high, and the turnout went way more conservative than what we thought. And so you can get fooled by those numbers because you can meet your objective and still not win an election.
You know, you talk about the Republican Party, Mark, and you and I have had this conversation during the course of the year, really off camera, about the Republican Party's shift toward economic populism. And you see that in these proposals from John. We've got some.
We do have a few more. Yeah, polls closing in 3 more states, battleground North Carolina, as well as in Ohio and West Virginia. Right now, NBC is calling West Virginia for former President Trump. North Carolina, though, still too early to call, as is Ohio. There are 33 electoral votes up for grabs between those two. Trump now has 23 electoral votes. Harris has 3. We want to mention some key down-ballot races as well. Republican Jim Justice projected to win the Senate race in West Virginia, and that does flip a key seat for the GOP, as we well know.
You know, no surprises so far tonight, Carl, but I do want to say at the outset how wonderful it's been to just be on social media throughout the afternoon and just see all these images of people around the country voting, and really no major disruptions. I mean, as we sit here, 7:30 p.m., polls are closing in states across the country. We have not seen any major disruptive incidents, and that was so much the fear going into tonight. It's really refreshing that we've gotten to this point. We see that as these polls are closing. Everybody's had the opportunity to vote. Everybody's had the opportunity to weigh in, and now we'll see what they said.
And you were about to ask a question about...
Yeah, I was about to ask about economic populism, Mark. You've watched the Republican Party really shift, and you see that in these proposals by Donald Trump, including on things like no tax on tips, right, for workers. This is no tax on Social Security benefits. These are Republican Party proposals that are aimed at working-class Americans. Do you think that kind of thinking is going to be enough in a state like Michigan today to put Donald Trump over the top?
I don't think so, Eamon. I think that some of the early numbers that you're seeing so far, I think is a little bit of a troubling trend. No doubt he won Indiana, but you see a county like Hamilton that he won by 17, 18 points in 2016, by 7 points in 2020, that Harris is winning tonight by a point or 2. You look at Boone County, he won by 18 points, that Trump is now winning by 10 points. he is doing better in some of the really rural areas, but there's not as much of a population there. And I think the concern is how he would do in suburban America, and I think that's what you're seeing. To the populist policies, I do think it's worth going back to the conversation y'all had in your last segment. That's important because I just want to amend something Gary said. He's right that the tax law has the corporate rate permanent and the individual rate expires next year. But there is no reason that Congress couldn't trade off and instead raise corporate rate on corporate America. And I think to your question, Eamon, what you've seen is the populist appeal in Republicans is more Republicans now adopting an anti-corporate America attitude, whether or not it's because of woke policies in taking on, whether it's Target or Bud Light or others, Disney in Florida, and they want to have now a different posture toward corporate America, which I think is very troubling for the economy, and I think is a bigger potential threat if Republicans partner with Democrats and actually raise that corporate rate.
You've actually seen some Republicans come out and say, why would we give these corporates a big tax break? This is the woke, coastal elite.
And I think that the track record has been remarkable. The 5 million jobs that came back before COVID, enormous revenue that came back, repatriated revenue. I think it grew the economy significantly. And so I think seeing Republicans backtrack on that is a big warning sign.
And a critical part of this economic populism is trade policy.
Absolutely.
It's protectionist. And I'm not saying that the Democrats haven't been protectionist. That's kind of what Buy America is, right?
Yep.
Policies. But if you look at it, there is no longer a party in this country that is a free trade party. There's no longer a party that is really advocating a lot of kind of immigration and increasing the workforce kind of policies. And so this economic, everybody was shocked when people who were supporting Donald Trump said, if he's not in it, then I'm going to support Bernie Sanders. Guess what? They just represent two different sides of the populist coin. One's left-wing populism and the other one's right-wing populism.
Senator, do you think Joe Biden was pro-union enough? He's one of the most pro-union presidents we've had. In fact, his whole split with Elon Musk started because he invited car makers to the White House and didn't bring Tesla in because Tesla's not a union shop, right? I mean, Joe Biden, as pro-union as he was he pro-union enough to hold that vote today?
You know what? We started losing this vote with Reagan Republicans or Reagan Democrats. We say, what is a Reagan Democrat? It's called a Republican.
Yeah.
And a lot of that moved from kind of establishing a collective bargaining right to Second Amendment and more cultural issues. It certainly was true in North Dakota. And you saw this kind of backlash against what they saw was elitist Democratic policy. And so I'm not sure that being pro-union or anti-union is really the question. I don't think they see that their bargaining rights are jeopardized and then they vote secondary issues.
I think that's really important. I want to echo what the senator said, is that I think there's some Republicans who are misreading that appeal and believing they need to adopt the legislation for minimum wage or adopt, protectionist trade policies. But I agree 100%. I think that the appeal for Union America coming over to Trump is more cultural. It's more the left going so woke that it's driven them over more than it is the economic policy.
I wouldn't say the left went so woke.
I think it's clear the left has gone pretty woke. I think it's
I mean, and so I think that it's kind of like abortion. Okay,
yep.
Think about abortion. Why was it that now we're just seeing women come out, massive amounts of women and men come out and voting on that issue? Because you took the right away. And so when people feel comfortable that my collective bargaining rights are going to be established, that no one's going to threaten them, you're going to vote other issues.
I heard Republicans in Washington for years, decades, talk about abortion and saying, what we don't want to do is actually win on this issue, right? We want to have the issue. It's a very cynical political way to look at it. We want to have the issue, but if you win, you're kind of like the dog that catches the fire truck, right? Yeah. Because of the political backlash that a lot of Republicans knew might be coming around abortion. And we might be seeing that playing out tonight, Carl.
It's going to be a huge. Mark and I have a huge disagreement on this.
On abortion?
Yeah, for sure.
But do you think corporates have corrected for that? You mentioned Disney in DeSantis.
My sense is there's a lot of corporate America that feel like they went too far in a lot of the efforts they took on for woke America, and I think they're backing up and trying to say we shouldn't be getting involved in this. But I do think that as far as the labor union vote, I think that change, the Reagan Democrat vote, the Trump vote, is more cultural than it is because of trade policy or because Republicans think we should now be embracing, federal legislation on a minimum wage.
Second Amendment.
I wonder, this is such an interesting topic, this split between the messaging on, say, democracy, which was a big part of, say, the vice president's push in earned media and in her rallies, versus the economy, where she, on paid media, hit price gouging and inflation and support on housing. Were you impressed on either side of the economic messaging?
Absolutely not. I think the reality is I think Republicans missed a huge opportunity, Carl. I think you look at the polling shows that 70% of America feels we're on a wrong track. They say the top two issues are the economy and the border. This election should be a layup for Republicans, and obviously it's not. And so I don't think we messaged on that. I think the closing message appeared to be was fluoride in your water, or how we're going to eliminate vaccines.
Did not see that coming.
Yeah,
Didn't
so
see it coming.
I think it was. I think it was a terrible missed opportunity for Republicans not to prosecute that case better.
But I will tell you, and I've said that before on this network, all of what she's saying is poll tested. I mean, she's not just going out there randomly picking these things out of the air. And so no one was talking about housing and housing costs. No one was talking about insurance until she started talking about insurance. And let's face it, when Trump says, I'm going to lower the price in the grocery store, how the hell does he do that? I mean, and so she's saying...
certainly not by price gouging, not by having price controls on groceries. They have the tightest margins in the world, and that's what Harris' proposal is.
No one wants to talk about the effect of deflation, right? And so we go back to all of these issues. And think about, as an economic issue, deporting millions of undocumented workers that are doing jobs that other people won't do. That will decimate the agricultural industry. But yet no one is making the argument that we have to have a path forward to try and figure out what we're going to do with people who are undocumented in this country, and we've got to secure the border. And so I think there's some missed opportunities, but can we give her a break? She only had 100 days to give her message.
100 days helped her enormously. If you go back to her 2020 campaign, every day went further, she did worse. I think having only a 100-day campaign was an enormous benefit for Kamala Harris.
Senator, Mark, good to have you guys. Thanks for tonight, coming in and helping us understand. Eamon's going to be with us all night. We do want to check futures. Interesting session today, and I'm sure you saw it. Futures moving up here a bit as we continue to get incremental data on returns. And then watch shares of DJT also moving up 27%, 21% in extended trade, widely seen as a sentiment gauge for former President Trump's chances of winning. Of course, comes off of a late-day sell-off in the latter part of the regular session today. We also saw a bit of a Treasury bid at the end of the day, which people took it as another indication of sentiment.
I got to tell you, I'm wondering what these guys unraveling these Trump trades or entering these Trump trades are thinking today, because they don't have any more information than we do sitting at this desk right now. So I would not be comfortable putting on or taking off a Trump trade right now at 7:39 p.m. Eastern, given the information that we have now about how this has gone today. But somebody's out there gambling.
Indeed. Meantime, let's turn from domestic issues to the global impact of the election. Both candidates with very different views and strategies when it comes to trade and foreign policy, including our relationships with both allies and adversaries. For more on what's at stake in the world stage tonight, let's welcome Carlos Gutierrez, co-founder and CEO at Empath and former Commerce Secretary under President George W. Bush, and Dewardrick McNeil, Managing Director, Senior Policy Analyst at Longview Global. Both are CNBC contributors. Great to have you both, gentlemen. Thanks for being with us tonight. Mr. Secretary, what do you think the conversation sounds like around the world tonight as other countries are either waking up, going to bed, or just waiting for our results?
Well, I think there's concern. I think there's, there's a lack of clarity, and no one is really sure what will happen after the elections. Trade, obviously, is one of the important factors. So if you take Europe, I'm sure Europe is thinking about our position on Ukraine, Russia. And if we support Russia, that's going to be an issue of friction with the European Union, with NATO. If you look at Latin America, Mexico, they're thinking about the USMCA review. So, everyone is looking at it from a different lens, but I think trade is a big part of it. There are some aspects of President Trump's economic policy that have really big ideas. And I'm sure that's recognized around the world. I'm sure business people recognize that. One is the extension of the tax cuts in 2017. That may not be a boost because it's a status quo, but it provides confidence to foreign investors. The other one, which could be a massive, big idea, is deregulation. So when we talk about how do you reduce inflation, how does the government reduce inflation? Recall Jerry Ford when we were wearing some badges that said, "Win the war on inflation." The war on, it's wow. Yeah, we can all wear some stickers, but that's not going to bring inflation down. Deregulation, bringing down the price of oil, of gas, that will bring down inflation. So that is a massive idea. It's hard to understand why we would try to limit oil and gas production in the U.S. When at the end of the day, it's global climate change. And the carbon that is over our air today was perhaps in the Middle East 2 days ago. So, whether we produce it here or not is not the big deal. The thing is whether it impacts our economy and whether it can help the American consumer. So for me, those two things are very strong. The big question mark that the world is looking at is tariffs. And, the rhetoric has been we're going to do 60% tariffs on China, 10 to 20% across the board. It's hard to do across the board on anything. So, that may be just campaign talk. At the end of the day, it may be lower. But tariffs have gone beyond a trade issue. They're linked to geopolitical issues. If you're going to help our country support Israel, we may not slap tariffs on you. So that's something that I think
Let me jump in if I could, because I want to switch to Dewardrick McNeil for a second. Dewardrick, you are an expert on China. You've been watching this country for a long time. How do you think the Chinese will react if President Trump is reelected tonight and we see this imposition of these huge across-the-board tariffs? Do the Chinese have a reaction plan already in place to counter the American move there? What do you think?
Hi, Eamon. Listen, I think the Chinese are very much prepared this time around. You'll recall, Eamon, no one thought that this was going to happen in 2018. I think it shocked the world, certainly shocked China. I think this time around, China is certainly prepared. They have spent quite a lot of time building their own set of tools that they could use to retaliate. We saw some retaliation in 2018. But look, I think they are absolutely taking Trump at his word. They've seen this before. They think that this is not a bluff, that if he is elected, there will be some sort of tariffs on China. So I think that they're prepared.
So what would be your biggest worry, Dewardrick, in terms of a retaliatory measure from the Chinese? It takes two to have a trade war, right? If the Trump campaign wins today, they come into office, and early in 25, they're imposing massive new tariffs on China. Give me your top two, maybe three things you worry about in terms of Chinese retaliation.
Well, look, I think we've seen them really focus on the agricultural sector. And so when we look across the U.S. tonight, the Chinese understand very well where constituencies lie, and they hit the agricultural belt. Soybeans got a big hit, if you'll remember, in 2018, and that's because they figured out this was the Trump underbelly, so they could target where it may hurt him the most. So I think when you look at those Midwest states, that agricultural belt, I think we really have to be concerned that the Chinese will do something like that again. However, we know, Eamon, that they are now able to look at critical minerals and other advanced sectors of our economy and really target there. And so that is one of the real concerns that I have now, is that we're already behind the 8 ball in some of these new climate tech and other critical mineral dependent sectors. And the Chinese could really, really turn the screws in these particular areas.
That's a good focus on China and Mexico, of course, given the news of the week. Mr. Secretary Carlos Gutierrez, thank you very much. And Dewardrick McNeil, maybe talk to you later in the evening. We spent a lot of time breaking down this race for the White House, but the race for Congress could lead to a more shocking result. Our Emily Wilkins is tracking that balance of power tonight. Hey, Emily.
Hey, Carl. Well, we could witness something we have never seen before in American history. Both chambers of Congress flipping the opposite way. Republicans have a great shot tonight to take control of the Senate, and the House right now is really anyone's game. So let's take a quick look at the Senate first. As you can see, Democrats have a 51-seat majority, but we can already project that Republicans have gained a seat in West Virginia. Not a surprise with Joe Manchin retiring. So we essentially start the night at 50-50. And Democrats, they've got a really tough night. tonight. There are 7 very competitive seats that they have to defend. 5 of them are in swing states, but 2, Ohio and Montana, are seats that Trump easily won in 2020 and 2016. Let's just look at Montana here for a moment, because Trump had a huge lead there in 2020, about 16 percentage points. Tester, on the other hand, was reelected with less than 4 percentage points in 2018. And that, of course, was a year when Trump wasn't on the ballot. So both Jon Tester in Montana and Senator Sherrod Brown in Ohio, they're going to need a good chunk of Trump voters to split their ticket and to back them as well. Now, in the Senate, Republicans have a much easier night. Really, the only places their incumbents are even a little in danger are Texas, where Senator Ted Cruz is facing a strong challenge from Colin Allred, and Nebraska, where independent Dan Osborne has come close to beating Republican Senator Deb Fischer. And we're looking at the polls there. It's definitely one to keep an eye on. If at the end of the night it's still 50-50, then the winner of the White House is ultimately going to decide who controls the Senate. Now, moving to the House, Republicans only have a 4-seat majority, something Democrats could easily take away. There are only about 24 truly competitive seats. Right now, I'm going to keep a very close eye on Virginia's 7th district. That's right near the center of the state. Democratic Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger is leaving the seat to run for governor. That opens up a race between Democrat Eugene Vindman and Republican Derek Anderson. Also going to keep an eye on Virginia's 2nd district, where Republican Jen Kiggins is looking to hold on to her seat. And then down in North Carolina, another early reporting state, Democrat Don Davis is running his first re-election in a district that is rated as a toss-up. Remember, both Harris and Trump, they have put a lot forward on proposals, on taxes, on housing, on energy, but much of what they're actually going to be able to accomplish will come down to control of Congress. Guys?
Emily, 2 questions. One is what you make of the call just now, Jim Justice in West Virginia. And then what do we think Senate leadership looks like? Are we talking about potentially Barrasso and Thune, these sort of very rural single district state senators running leadership in the Senate, if they do in fact take control?
It's both really good questions, Carl. I mean, just starting with West Virginia, this was not a surprise. The second we all heard that Joe Manchin was going to retire, everyone kind of started assuming that that state was going to be flipping red. Certainly Justice there, former Democrat, switched to a Republican, someone who had a bunch of popularity in the state. So really no surprise there with West Virginia. But in terms of Senate leadership, it's going to be incredibly interesting. Of course, Mitch McConnell is now stepping down, setting up a race. We know that we could keeping an eye, of course, on John Barrasso, John Thune, again, from these more rural states. But also, you got to remember, John Cornyn has thrown his hat in the ring from the state of Texas. And these are all folks who they've already been in leadership to some capacity. Their colleagues already know them pretty well. I think one of the interesting things to watch is how closely they align themselves with Trump versus sort of more Reagan Republicans or sort of Mitch McConnell, because he acted as a counterweight to Trump a lot. And I think there's a big question right now in D.C. whether the next leader of the Republicans in the Senate is going to do the same.
That'll all depend heavily on what the results for the White House look like tonight and tomorrow. Emily, thank you. Emily Wilkins will talk in a little while. If there is a split Congress, we all know that can lead to gridlock, and that's where our Jim Cramer comes in, the voice of the American investor, who's joining us here at Post 9 on a historic night, Jim.
Well, first, it is a privilege to be here. Thank you, Carl, for letting me play, so to speak, as we say. And the guests have been incredible, and I like the fact that it's calm. I'm not getting anyone saying, you know what, tomorrow it could be just a rip-snorting bull or it could be a depression. None of that should play. People should just recognize it's going to be pretty much the same for a while.
Right. What do you make of futures here and the intraday action today?
Well, look, I felt that there's a relief that this thing is going to be over. I think there are a lot of people who feel already what matters is our interest rates. We just went through 70% of the companies just reported, and the earnings were great. And I know it sounds pedestrian and boring as the voice of the American investor, so to speak, but profits are what control what we do. And I know that there's a prism, which is that we have a bond market that's much bigger than the stock market. But at the same time, unless there's an agency that just says, I want to shut down Amazon, I want to crush Google, I think that Apple shouldn't be able to bring in product from China, it's going to be somewhat business as usual for us, as pedestrian as that is.
Right. We can all point to, as you just did, regulatory touches, support for capital markets. How does that collide or conflict with the threat of spending and a higher deficit and higher yields? Does that suppress any upward action that equities might otherwise get?
I think Larry Fink had a great piece today. where he was talking about how we better start talking about growth. I'm not hearing enough people talking about growth. We have to. The only way you can solve this deficit, we can't cram it down. We can't say everybody who has a bond, a treasury that yields 7%, you're only going to get 3%. We can only grow. And Larry Fink, being the CEO of BlackRock, was the largest depositor of all money in the world. But I do worry about something that happened in the 90s when I traded for a living, which was that we got interest rates at 7%, 8%, or even when I traded in 81, 82, interest rates were 14, 15. No one wanted to hear about a stock, because you could make so much money in the stock market. I put people in 30-year bonds back then, and there are people still thanking me. How did I know to put them in a 14% bond? I mean, they're treasuries. And that's the big risk is that they're so appetizing at 7 and 6% if it gets there. And there are a lot of people who are still thinking that 5's a big level. It's not a big level.
Right. Still, I imagine you would rather have our hand, although you've been relatively bullish on Europe lately.
Well, lately I have to be bullish on Europe. Their central bank is cut. Their rates are more than 100 basis points lower than us. Look, when Apple's bullish on Europe, when Amazon's incredibly bullish on Europe, when Banco Santander and David Faber, who's now making fun of me, but Banco Santander is the largest bank in Europe, when they're really bullish, when you do get a Spanish PMI, people were joking with me. I said, no, you got to pay attention to these countries. They're doing better than a lot of other countries around the world. I just think you want to put your money in Europe. There's so much talk about China and what China's going to do. I got an idea. Stop talking about how China's going to come back, because we don't care anymore. You're not going to get that stimulus that's going to make your numbers. Write it off. Give it an asterisk. Move on.
Right. You've been pretty consistent.
Don't Estee Lauder me.
On the list of concerns in either outcome for the president, where does Fed independence rank for you?
It matters tremendously, because we have to have a Fed that has some gravitas. The Fed is, when I think about all the things that have to go right in order to have a stock market go higher, if you have a sane Fed, and Jay Powell is a remarkably sane person. I think Jay's great. Look, I talk him up all the time. Why? Because he's good. If his record were bad, if he was, if he were 2-6, I would throw him under the bus in a nanosecond. But he's 6-2, and he's playoff bound.
If Trump wins, is he endangered?
Yeah, I think so.
You do?
Even though Powell was picked by Trump, I think that Powell is too independent for Trump. From what I saw when he was running, when president, he didn't like a lot of independents, and he could easily say that Powell's done a great job and he's terrific and it's time for a new person. I don't think anyone would say, well, that's not true. It would be terrible, because Powell is linchpin about why the market's been so good.
Would it bother you if certain policies got unraveled? CHIPS Act, Inflation Reduction Act,
they want to
infrastructure.
try to unravel the CHIPS Act. Forget it. It's done. You can't. When you unravel, you've spent a fortune. You're supposed to get money. I mean, theoretically, spend a fortune on different foundries, but we want what's already spent to be acknowledged, and don't want to repeal or roll back CHIPS Act. CHIPS Act was a good idea. I still think that we need, your previous guests were talking about China, and my biggest worry about China is always going to be Taiwan. And we have to be independent. We have to make Taiwan, we have to protect Taiwan, and we have to keep it independent. And if we don't, then holy cow, we're going to need every single foundry in the world.
You've been managing money and watching markets for so many cycles.
42 years.
Yes. Does this one prod you to be more active as a trader than prior cycles?
No, and I really think that trading is a sucker's bet more than ever. I'm not an index guy. I think you can have some index money. But look at, this is a market that is dominated by great American companies that have made you a fortune, that you've been told to sell because you're supposed to be an index fund or you're supposed to be in bonds. And those people are charlatans who kept you out of these stocks. And there's been millions of people coming in. They've kept you out of the greatest stocks in the world. And it's time that people realize, you know what, the American people understood NVIDIA, and they understood Apple, and they understood Amazon, they understood Microsoft, they understood Meta. Let them own it. Why do they have to own the mid-cap 600?
So your advice is
mid-cap 600.
You are
Give
still, no matter what happens tonight, you're steady as she goes.
You betcha.
A lot more from Jim tonight. Jim, thanks. We'll see you in a little bit. Still ahead, polls in 17 states closing at the top of the hour, including the battleground state of Pennsylvania. We'll get you some numbers and analysis. Plus the judge, Scott Wapner, and the investment committee here at the New York Stock Exchange. We'll get the names they're buying as the results roll in. Stay with us. CNBC special election coverage, Your Money, Your Vote, continues after a break.
Anyway, I ended my
Welcome back to CNBC's Your Money, Your Vote. I'm Carl Quintanilla at the New York Stock Exchange on this election night in America as the road to 270 electoral votes continues. Ahead, former Fed President Richard Fisher with a look at how each candidate's economic and tax policies could affect inflation. Scott Wapner and the Investment Committee on how tonight's results will impact your portfolio. And the voice of the American CEO. What issues matter most to the C-suite as they plan for the future? In just the last hour, we've gotten decisions in a number of states with the race to 270. Now you can see former President Trump with 23, Vice President Harris with 3. We're going to continue to watch the futures as well. Nice little rebound here after some late day action in the regular session. Of course, we'll be paying close attention to that tomorrow at the open. It is 8 p.m. on the East Coast, and polls in 17 states are closing right now, including battleground state Pennsylvania. At this hour, NBC News is projecting former President Trump as the winner in 5 more states: Alabama, Florida, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Tennessee. While Vice President Kamala Harris projected to win Washington, D.C., Maryland, and Massachusetts. The other 9 states include Pennsylvania, currently too early to call. This is where that puts us on that number you just saw. Former President Trump with 90, Vice President Harris with 27. We will continue to do that math as we work our way through a very long night. Eamon Javers, Jim Cramer, still with us. Eamon, your thoughts on these 8 p.m. closings?
Well, first of all, no surprises and no big battleground state called yet tonight. So this is falling in line just as everybody had predicted. We're going to go later into the night before we see those battlegrounds. The networks are not going to call them very early. I think they're going to want to see a lot of vote in a lot of those key counties before they make a projection. So I think we could be going late into the evening tonight. No battlegrounds, no surprises, but also no unusual behavior at the polling places. And we said this in the 7 o'clock hour, and I think it's important to note. There's been a lot of concern about something going bad today in the election. And so far, we're now at 8 p.m. Everything's going smoothly. Everyone's getting the opportunity to vote. I think that's an encouraging sign for American democracy as we sit here tonight.
Yeah, getting a pretty healthy diet of exit poll data this evening. Let's get to some of the latest on that with our senior economics reporter, Steve Leisman, here with a breakdown of some economic takeaways, Steve.
Yeah, there are a few in there that are real interesting, Carl. Exit poll data shows democracy is actually the top issue for voters in this election. The economy was in second place, kind of a surprise there, and the public largely has a downbeat view on the economy. Nationwide, the condition of the U.S. economy being excellent, just 5%, good 28%, not so good 35%, and poor 32%. So do a little addition there, that's 67% saying not so good or poor. Of course, inflation, a major issue in this entire campaign, and 21% of voters in the exit poll say it's been a severe hardship for their families, 53% a moderate hardship, and 24% somehow have escaped it and said it's no hardship at all. In general, you can imagine how voters lean when they think the economy is more or less trouble. They tend to lean towards the other side when they think it's bad, and worse when it's good. They tend to side with the GOP. That's the way it's been the whole election polling process. Trump has said that he would drive down oil prices to reduce inflation. The U.S. is already the world's leading producer, so it's unclear how much more could be produced and whether lower prices would hurt high-cost U.S. production. He's also talked about cutting back or slashing government waste and spending. Harris, for her part, has talked about combating price gouging and bringing down housing prices by boosting construction and providing subsidies for new home buyers. Some are skeptical her plan can deliver the supply of houses while she boosts demand with subsidies, which would lead to perhaps higher home prices.
Yeah, see, that drives me crazy. I mean, look, $25,000 for a D.R. Horton is the big home builder that makes them for $400,000. So she wants to give you $25,000. How about trying to find ways to be able to make more homes? Toll is maxed, Lennar is maxed. Horton is maxed, Pulte Home is maxed. They're not going to put up more homes, especially if they think rates are going to go back up. And it drives me crazy to think the politicians are sitting there saying, you know what, 25 G's is going to make a difference. What's going to make a difference if they either need to build more homes or, and I know this is going to be sacrilege, change the regulatory setup so that you can build more homes. And that's not going to happen, particularly in a state-by-state situation.
I think the regulatory setup is a big part of it, Jim. I also think the idea is she wants to give subsidies to local governments to approve more housing.
Oh, great.
It's got to be, I mean, that might be something
you have to go and you have to buy wood and you have to buy glass and you have to get the labor, you have to get the land. It's not like it was when these politicians were younger.
I would stop there on the labor. That's a big thing that's been in.
They're out of touch
and anything
with how
you can do to bring down.
House.
Look, we have a big housing problem in this country. It's been since at least 2008. We have a mismatch. Kids can't find homes. It's good for futon.
You know,
because that's where the kids are living. I mean, not too much about it.
Our Diana Olick was on the air today talking about this. I think housing is one of the big sleeper issues of this election because it's one of the main ways that people are feeling inflation in their daily lives, the housing costs. And you look at any of our battleground state economic data sets tonight, the cost of housing in every one of these battleground states is much more than it was just 4 years ago. That is a huge impact to people's wallets, the way they live their life. You know, the old saying in politics is it's a recession when your brother-in-law is laid off. It's a depression when you're laid off. Same thing with housing. When you can't get into this housing market, you can't buy a house, that is something that just leaves a searing impact in people's lives and their lived experience.
And the supermarket.
That's bad for Harris.
Supermarket's awful. And
she'll get the blame.
Look, I'm not the one who goes to the supermarket. I'm not going to pretend that I go to the supermarket every week. I go to the supermarket just enough to be able to say, holy cow, how did that happen? That's right. I go to McDonald's just enough to be able to say, you got to be kidding me. And that's America.
What's happened, as you know, is the inflation rate has come down, but the price level has not. And I think there's a thing, it's the 2 beers and a burger metric.
Yep.
Which used to be like, well, you have a restaurant, right? Well, it used to be $22, and now it's $30.
I sold it. The guy jacked up the food prices. People still buy it. Must be good food. What do I know? But, you know, I had Texas Roadhouse one tonight. They got an $11 special, but you got to get there 5 of 6. And you crush them if you get there 5 of 6. And then Brinker Eat. They've got some good specials. They're trying to do 10, but it is too much to get a $12 burger. And that's why McDonald's stock started going up and went with the $5. Burger King, they got to lower the price. Those
I just like
were
that
bad.
you're doing your part to fight inflation.
You bet. Well, I got to tell you, I'm doing my part by realizing that somebody else who's tougher you can make more money if you're tougher than if you're nice in the restaurant business. That nice guy didn't pay off thing.
I have seen some prices come down, though. At some of the supermarkets, you are seeing price come down. What Jim's talking about is, in clinical terms, consumers have reached a certain price sensitivity where they've started to balk, and the only way to get them into the door is to provide lower prices. And just one more thing, guys in the back, I had that chart of Trump's chances in the 10-year. This is an interesting chart that's been out there. I don't know if they can bring it up in the whole potpourri there of graphics that
I like that potpourri. I'm going to use that tomorrow morning.
You can use that, Jimmy.
Okay, thank you.
That's fair game. There's just something done by Wells Fargo. A lot of shops have done this. This is showing Trump's chances of winning and the rise of the 10-year, and this gets at this whole deficit issue. What I'm doing, Carl, is I'm doing your job and helping you set up Rich Fisher, who's coming up in a minute. And this is an issue out there. It's also an issue for the stock market, right?
I know it's a big issue for the stock market.
If all of this means higher deficits, which we don't know for sure, because the whole plan might end up being deficit neutral if former President Trump wins, and you're certainly not going to look to Harris for relief on the deficit. And the other thing I wanted to say, the deficit's not here. It's not here. It's down here. Yeah. It is not on the minds of voters, and therefore it's not on the minds of politicians. It might be when these numbers keep coming in high.
I thought it's democracy. That's good. That's people can sit thinking about democracy. You know, election day.
They use their vote any way they want.
One of the most fascinating exit polls we've seen tonight is how high democracy is rating with people who voted today. It was the economy all year long. Now we're seeing democracy top that list. Knee-jerk reaction, you think that's got to be good news for the Harris campaign because their campaign has been about Trump as a threat to democracy. But you also got to say there are a lot of Trump voters out there who say on freedom of speech grounds and other grounds, their vote was a vote to protect democracy, too. So how does that shake out? I don't know.
We showed it even during the our pre-election polling on the #1 issue. But if you ask top issues, inflation runs away with it. It's inflation in the economy and kind of everything else.
But how about the fact that you can get a job? Would there be a time when we would say, wait a second, I can't get a job? I mean, the fact is there are people who can't get jobs in certain regions. But we were all taught that as long as you get a job, you get a car, you get a house, the ladder didn't follow anymore. You get a job, you can't even afford the house anymore. You're not making
I've been
money.
doing this polling for 17 years, and I have to rethink everything I thought about the importance of inflation to people's economic moods. We thought just what you thought. Employment would be at least equal to the issue of inflation,
Yes.
but it has not shown that people have a very sour attitude about the economy, and it is linked directly to prices.
And what about wages? Because wages have been going up too, and you would think that's a wash with inflation.
We never talk about real wages. It gets completely lost.
Well, I do
wages,
report it for the record, Carl. I want you to know. But here's the thing.
I listen to Steve all the time. But wages have been going up, right? So that should mean that inflation is a wash.
Over
but people
the course
feel
of
the inflation. They don't feel the wage gains, or they take credit for the wage gains because of their own hard work, and that's why their boss gave them a raise.
You know what hasn't meant anything? The stock market.
Yeah.
In the greatest stock market in history, no one feels like they've gotten wealthier from it. It's rather extraordinary. We have all these devices to save. No one feels like they put any money away. And it's been one hell of a run.
We got to talk to Jim more about this, because what's been fascinating is no one has believed in the expansion from day one.
No, not at all.
And no one has believed in the stock market. However, it strikes me that the lack of believing in the stock market has been a component of why it's gone up.
Well, yes,
Right?
it's a wall of worry.
that wall of
But,
worry.
you have to do silly things. Like, for instance, I couldn't get anyone to buy NVIDIA in 2016, 2017. 2018, I said, I'm going to name my damn dog NVIDIA. I'm going to go there, and I'm going there, I'm going to say, you're going to buy NVIDIA. And I got more NVIDIA millionaires in the world. And Jen's was saying, thank heaven you named the dog NVIDIA.
As Steve mentioned, let's bring another voice into this conversation. Richard Fisher, former Dallas Federal Reserve President and CNBC contributor. Richard, I'm sure you've been listening to this entire chat. And,
I don't think Jim has
comment it is about the destructive mindset of inflation, yes?
Yeah, but look, here's the real issue. And I'll just throw out some numbers here. So the U.S. government's revenue in fiscal year 2024, which just ended, is $4.92 trillion. Out of that, they spent $950 billion on interest on government debt.
Right.
And they spent $826 billion on defense. 2 points. One is no major power in history. You can go all the way back to the Roman Empire, the Ottoman Empire, Spain, Habsburgs, England. When they start paying more on interest on debt, then they become a declining power. That's historically proven. Second point, and I'd love to get Jim's view on this. Imagine a company that is a percentage of total sales or revenue spent 19.3% of their revenue on interest on their bonds. What company would survive that? None. So we're in this predicament. I haven't heard either candidate, Trump or Harris, discuss this. And I don't know, how does that make us safe for democracy or make America great again when we're shoving out all that money to pay interest on government debt? And very importantly, we're rolling over 2% plus debt and now having to refinance it at 4.5 or 4 plus. So our interest bill is going to go up. We're in a world which is seriously troubled and threatened. We're paying more in interest again than we are in defense. And both of these candidates have proposed programs which ramp up the deficits and therefore are going to increase the interest burden even further. I'm very worried about it. And as Steve pointed out, the polls don't show much concern about this. But trust me, when the 10-year, which I thought was a great graph, if it were to be subject to bond vigilantes and go through 5%, 6%, 7%, we'll pay attention because it's going to hurt everybody. And it's going to hurt employment. It'll roll over into inflation. But my golly, we haven't heard either Trump or Harris talk about this issue except for proposing deeper deficits, more spending, higher interest costs.
Yeah, Richard, I got to just ask a question. Which election have you been watching? This is the election of tax cuts for everybody.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Spending for everyone. This is not that election, Richard. I think you're watching the wrong election. Nobody's talking about that. It's just you go to Philadelphia and promise tax cuts in Philadelphia. You go to Arizona, promise some tax cut there. Jim has you wanted Jim to respond. I don't want to take that away from him, but that's...
No, look, I think that it is amazing, Richard, that we could talk about how climate change in 2050 could really start hurting the ozone, when it really kind of hurt our skies. When we have this thing, which you're absolutely right, is 2030. I remember in the 90s, as you do, that we used to have these auctions and we would sell stocks aggressively, short stocks ahead of almost every bond auction, because you never knew where the incremental dollar was going to come. And I do worry. I think that's happening again, just not there yet, but it's going to happen. And you're right.
You know who is talking about this today? Larry
Jim,
Fink had an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal today saying that the way out of this problem is growth, right? That's the only way out of it. And I think that's right, because my experience in Washington is politicians are just not going to take the political pain that it's going to take to make those kinds of serious cuts. You're going to have to grow your way out of it.
While I have your
time, and we did that during the Clinton
really quick here, Richard.
We grew our way out of it.
Some breaking news from NBC News calling South Carolina now for President Trump. That gives him another 9 electoral votes. We continue to watch some of these projections come in along the East Coast. Go ahead, Richard, go ahead.
No. I think Jim's absolutely right. This isn't the issue right now. And we have a benefit, which is we are the reserve currency of the world. There's no competition. China is faded. Japan is stagnant. The Europeans are in a worse budget situation than we are, and they're being threatened by Putin, so they have to ramp up their defense spending. So, Steve will remember I said this some time ago, we are the best-looking horse in a glue factory right now, but I don't take comfort in
Richard,
it.
what's also true, and this is the good news, you compared the debt service of the United States to the total income. If you compare it to assets, we're not doing too badly. We're a very wealthy country. We have the means to pay if we want. And by the way, to assuage those bond vigilantes you spoke about, the key here is to show a plan over even a long period of time, which brings up an interesting question. Does we really want divided government? Or if there's stuff to do you want unified government so that one party can fix the problems that are out there, or at least
we want civil government
for them?
We want civil government.
That's a good
We don't
point.
want 1859. 1859, we had people who genuinely were hoping to wreck the country.
Right.
And then they proceeded to do so. We want people who are talking, people from both sides of the party say, listen, this is a real issue. Let's figure out how we can grow. Let's figure out how we can cut it. And right now, I think everybody who is civil just seems like a fuddy-duddy. Anybody who's civil doesn't get on the mic. And I'm watching some of these names, and I'm thinking, who's that person? Oh, I don't know. They've never thrown a bomb. I have no idea they were.
This goes back to what Paul Ryan said a couple of years ago, and that is you used to make your career in legislating by compromising.
And
now you make it by getting 1 million followers on social.
Yeah, I mean, I have to tell you that the people on TikTok are more civil than some of these people in Washington, and TikTok's a nightmare.
Can I just get a quick question to Richard here? Richard, it strikes me that what we're going to need to do is, no matter what these spending or tax plans are, the Fed can't change them, but has to address them. And it strikes me that if we get this unbridled spending, these unbridled, unpaid for tax cuts that are out there, if it all ends up being very stimulative and causing the government to issue more and more bonds and debt, that the Fed has to respond. Can you talk to me about how you might expect the Fed to respond if all of these plans end up being turned into law?
Well, I think the worst way to respond would be to monetize that debt. And we struggle with this historically. When we've done it, we have done an enormous amount of damage to the U.S. economy historically. So I've heard President Trump say that he wants to influence the Fed. I understand that. It could be Harris. I have no idea. That would be a disaster as far as I'm concerned. You've got to have an agency that has discipline. So the best thing that can happen here, I hate to say this, but is for rates to go up significantly so that people pay attention and they realize they have to do something. Remember, only 27% of U.S. federal budget spending can be affected. The rest of it is locked in. So I'm hoping, if, say, Trump is elected, that he's going to actually tackle the tough decisions of cutting back on spending and dealing with the #1 cost factor, which is welfare and all the social programs that we have, as unpleasant as that would be. I would hope that Harris would do the same thing, although I haven't heard that from her campaign. Neither of them have talked about it. And
is that likely to happen?
One thing I think we have to remember, Carl, and I was tutored and I had as my mentor George Shultz. He used to say that when it comes to Congress, which is where the purse strings are, and it comes to spending money, George Shultz, one of our greatest public servant in history, used to say, there's no difference between Democrats and Republicans. With one exception, Democrats enjoy it more. That was it. And if you look at that infrastructure bill, all the protests that took place by Republicans, but they all voted for it because it benefits their district, it benefits the state.
Right. And when it came time to cut the ribbons, they were all there for the ribbon cuttings.
Exactly.
Do you think that that kind of discipline? Do you think that that kind of fiscal discipline can only come from a president who will not run again? And would that be Trump?
Well, he will have 4 years if he gets elected, and yes, then he can make unpopular decisions, not worry about what's going to happen next. Let's pray that if he is elected, that that's the case. But I'm worried because I think only if we have a bond market strike, we have a bunch of failed Treasury auctions. This happened in Canada many, many moons ago. They had to change their whole structure. Only then will we pay attention, our politicians pay attention.
What's troubled me, Richard,
I'm
about
not holding
this?
this out for soon, and we're so lucky, Jim pointed out, again, because we are the best looking horse in this horrible glue factory right now, deficit glue factory, everybody comes here.
Right.
Yep.
What's
holding
me,
rates
Richard,
down,
is that
and I hope that
these are
continues
good
for a very long
times.
time.
Richard,
What's
these are good times.
I agree,
GDP
Steve.
has been strong, unemployment is low, stock market's booming. These are times we should not be running these sorts of deficits, which
Agreed.
raises the issue, maybe it's for Jim Cramer here, which is
up.
what happens when we have a downturn, if we have a downturn? What's the capacity of the government to respond and do what governments could do and should do, which is to help people out when times get tough? And I think it might be limited next time.
Well, look, we all admit that we all agree it's a strong country. I don't want China's hand. Europe's hand depends on the country. Not bad. I want Latin America hand. I don't want Africa hand. What I see about us is that we do have great natural resources. We can grow. We don't have a plan to grow, and we don't have a plan to save. We don't have a plan to be able to change the deficit because no one is actually talking about it, as you said. I think Richard's right. If we do suddenly get a spike up in interest rates, someone is going to be blamed, but it's just going to be the other party. No one is going to sit back and say, wow, we got to get in a room and figure out how to get this down, particularly because we don't even know how to crunch debt. We can't do it. We can't take, okay, we have a 10-year, say a 10-year auction coming up, right? Well, I mean, if that went to 6 this week, well, that would impact people, but it's just going to be incremental.
Where is the edge of the cliff, Jim? I mean, you're raising this point.
Well, wasn't it 7? It wasn't at 9? It wasn't at 14?
Right.
It was,
and no one in Washington knows where the edge of the cliff is.
It's an invisible fence.
And therefore, they're not going to stop borrowing because so far markets have said that's fine. The bond market doesn't blink at American borrowing right now, and Washington is not going to stop borrowing until it does. When it does, as you point out, it could be a very bad thing. But until those politicians see somebody flashing a number at them and saying, this is the number, this is the limit,
Rick
they're going to keep
Santelli and I have an interesting debate going on.
You guys tend to talk in the morning.
Well, we have.
You do that back and forth.
So Rick grades the 10-year auctions and the auctions by how many indirects and directs and the interest rate. I grade it on the idea that they actually did it. I'm amazed when they come to. I give them a pass.
I was too. I saw you get the B today. I said, wow, how did you get a B from that guy?
If they're out there, they're able to sell $70 billion and it went off without a hitch. I'm happy with it.
No, but I'm worried. I just wish
get it out the door.
Look, you ask young people what they say. Jim, that is why I'm in Bitcoin. Oh, okay, that ought to solve the problem. I mean, it doesn't really address the problem. It's circular reasoning. But Richard, look, I think that if it's incremental and goes up over time, they'll come at auction where we'll say it's too much. But you remember in the 90s when we thought it was too much, it went to 7, 8. Then people got a little more serious. But 7 and 8 didn't deter people. It took Paul Volcker to make things really tough in the previous generation. You and I both know that period.
Yeah, and we were around back then, Jim. But there are rays of sunshine, by the way, and I hope you'll forgive me for pointing this out. I live in Dallas. I'm a Texan.
You're like awful.
Texas's GDP grew 6%, actually a little less than that, 5.8% in 2023. I'm now beginning to see Detroit, for example, embrace capital formation and becoming pro-business. If you're anti-business, like some of these New York, California, et cetera, people leave.
No, you're
if you're
right.
pro-business, people immigrate into them.
No, we
see
like
massively
business people are the highest rated people in terms of honor and integrity in this country right now. We have I saw Jeff Seinfeld walking around back here.
People are moving into New York City. New York City is not losing population. I'll take it when we deserve it, but we don't deserve it. New York City is doing well.
We got to grow out of
this.
We got to grow out.
Some corporate migration.
There's been some corporate migration. I'm just saying the kids love it here.
Yeah,
Richard, we got to
California
run.
is not. We're seeing massive.
No, that's true.
My point is there are examples in the country, whether it's Texas or whether it's Utah or whether it's Michigan.
Huge swath of the country is good. Huge swath.
Yeah.
Richard,
and that's a good
Jim,
example, and I do think we'll find other people copying Florida, et cetera. And this will right itself, Jim, but it'll take a lot of time.
I agree with you.
We need to have responsible government.
Richard, Jim, Steve, great
love that guy.
Really good to have you guys. We'll see you throughout the night. When we come back, we'll look at how tonight's election results might impact your portfolio. Scott Wapner and the Investment Committee standing by at the trader desk with that. Our live coverage from the New York Stock Exchange continues after this. Welcome back. I want to get to a down ballot race here. It's an important one. North Carolina governor goes to Democrat Josh Stein. We're going to be watching this one, of course, a widely watched race between him and Mark Robinson. Eamon, your reaction on that?
Yeah, this is a fascinating one. Donald Trump needs North Carolina. This is a state, it's the one battleground state that he won last time around. We don't have it, we're nowhere near close to a presidential level projection here, but you wonder the Mark Robinson scandal in North Carolina, how much of an anvil that is on Republicans in that state. Mark Robinson, people may remember, got in some political hot water for inappropriate comments he made on a porn forum that surfaced and roiled that race. Donald Trump sort of tried to distance himself from Robinson, but Robinson going down to defeat in North Carolina tonight, that might have an impact on the top of the ticket, so you're going to have to watch for that when we ever do get to a North Carolina call. And take a look at the economy in North Carolina, too, because this is another differentiator. We've got these graphics all night of the battleground states and how the economy is performing there. Look at the right-hand side of your graphic. Inflation there, January 2020, 2.6%. September of 24, 1.9%. In North Carolina. That is directionally a good number. It's also lower than the national average of 2.4%. So inflation, the big economic worry for the Harris campaign, a little bit better in North Carolina than it is in some of these other battleground states. So those two things together, you would say maybe that adds up to a bullish night in North Carolina for the Harris campaign. They've got to be looking at those tea leaves tonight. But again, way too early to say what direction that state's going to go.
The other thing that we have not mentioned, and one of the things about election night this week has been the lack of, say, natural disasters. But North Carolina went through Helene, and the ability to vote, FEMA response became a loaded topic.
Yeah, and it was really impressive to see all the efforts that people made to make sure that the people in the impacted areas could vote. They had pop-up voting stations there where they're literally voting in things that look like tents, and people showing up in the wake of this incredible devastation in their area to go and vote and participate in the democratic process that we're all participating in tonight. That was kind of inspiring to see. How does that shake out in terms of political parties? Maybe there's some anger on the ground if you think that the Harris administration, Biden-Harris, didn't do enough in terms of FEMA. There were all these rumors that were untrue about FEMA not having money, not being on the ground. Maybe that had an impact as well. But if you're in the Harris camp tonight and you're looking at that governor's situation, you think, that might be good for us.
It's certainly, and this is one of the games, certainly the political press likes to watch, where you place your assets in the final days of the race. And former President Trump did do quite a number of appearances in North Carolina.
We saw former President Trump in Raleigh, North Carolina yesterday, Carl. I mean, that was something that raised a lot of people's eyebrows also, was the idea that if this is one of the battleground states that you have actually won previously, this should be your safest battleground state. The fact that former President Trump was there yesterday shoring it up with that rally in Raleigh might give you a sense of what they think as well.
Some polls closing here at the half hour in Arkansas. NBC News projects Donald Trump as the winner there, picking up another 6 electoral votes, and that does bring former President Trump's vote count to 105 and Harris to 27. Polls in 15 more states, including swing states Michigan and Wisconsin, close in about half an hour at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. That is going to be hugely important to this race. Throughout the evening, we are breaking down how tonight's election results could impact your portfolio. We've assembled a team of some of the sharpest minds on the street to help navigate it all. Let's get over to Scott Wapner right here at the NYSE. Hey, Scott.
Hey, Carl. Thanks so much. We do have a great group with us. Joining me throughout the evening, CNBC contributors Josh Brown. He, of course, the co-founder and CEO of Ritholtz Wealth Management. Adam Parker, the founder and CEO of Trivariate Research. Courtney Garcia, senior wealth advisor, Payne Capital Management. And Tom Lee, head of research at Fundstrat, also the CIO of Fundstrat Capital. It's great to have everybody with us. Josh, I should note the futures are up at this moment, thinly traded, obviously, light volume. We do enter the evening with stocks only about 1.5% from record highs. So how are you thinking about the fate of this rally, no matter what happens tonight?
I think what the public wants is some level of certainty. We don't even have to have a result tonight for people to just say, okay, I have a sense of now what the fight is. I think it's been so huge. And one of the most interesting things about this particular election day, prior to 1984, they used to close the markets. We've only had 11 of these. I don't think a lot of people know that. In this particular case, we have just had the third best ever during the day. And if you look back over the last month, we just went 30 straight trading days without a single back-to-back down day. That's like the best version of this we could have possibly asked for heading in. I think some part of that, a lot of people, consensus over the summer was, I'm going to wait it out. I think there's going to be a lot of volatility in September, October, and then maybe I'll do something. We didn't get anything like that, and I think that's why over the last couple of weeks, we went out with like a VIX 20. Historically, on Election Day, you're more like 24, 25.
Court, I feel like most of the notes today center around the idea that equities are attractive regardless of what the outcome is tonight. What do you think?
That's absolutely true, because I think realistically what you're doing is you're investing in companies, and these are going to be priced based on earnings and profitability. And when you look at how the economy is doing, you're seeing GDP is growing, unemployment's low, profitability and earnings are actually coming in very strong, and all of that is actually setting up for a good end of the year. And I think what markets want to see, and Josh, I think you made a great point about this, is they just want an outcome. I don't think it matters what the outcome is, but I think you can see this relief rally just once we know who's going to be in the office the next 4 years.
Get this clearing event out of the way, and then, Adam, you focus on the fundamentals, which you suggest are really strong, that the bull case is intact unless you get some sort of outlier policy decisions.
Yeah, I think the two things that matter for investing are changes to perception about rates or changes in perception about growth. And I don't know if this election will impact that at all as I look out 2-3 years. I think the risk reward skewed to the positive, and the only thing that could change that path would be a meaningful growth scare. If we somehow have austerity or we reduce the balance sheet or something that changes the rate profile. But I don't think that's the base case you should be positioned for at all, at least for the time being.
Tom, generally bullish. I mean, you have been. Do you remain so?
Yeah, I think the only difference, and I agree with what Courtney said, that markets are going to rally into year-end because you get the uncertainty out of the way. I think there are significant sectoral differences depending on who wins the White House. And I think, of course, we're all watching the same thing. Is really it's going to be things like crypto and small caps and even currencies. But I guess maybe the only thing I'd interject is there is a small outlier chance that it's a contested outcome, but it's hard to find how to price that into equities.
Sure, but once you get that, Adam, out of the way, you focus on what the backdrop is. As I suggest, you focus on the fundamentals. Economy strong. You had the latest ISM services read today. Was the best in a couple of years. The best back-to-back reads that we've gotten in a couple of years. The Fed is cutting. There's pent-up demand for M&A. That backdrop exists, other than M&A necessarily, no matter who wins.
I think so. Look, the number one I think I focus on for stocks is gross margins. We've talked about it a lot. I think most companies can have gross margin expansion. And one thing I've learned in the last 25 years is you don't want to short stocks where margins are going up.
Let me just interrupt you for a moment. Head back to Carl Quintanilla, who has breaking news for us. Carl.
Scott, we got Delaware. NBC News calling it for Vice President Harris, and that does get her another 3 electoral votes. That's going to bring her total, Scott, 2:30 as we, again, wait some more potential decisions at the top of the hour.
And we'll come back to you as necessary. Of course, back to Adam Parker. You've made the argument that margins are going to hold up, that earnings are going to remain strong enough to justify where the stock market's been trading, which is north of 22 times earnings.
Yeah, I look out. I mean, the most bullish thing I can say is earnings grow 9% a year. I don't see why that won't be the case for the next several years. So I think by the end of this decade, 2030, you'll be at a 10,000 or so S&P, and maybe higher, because I think you'll start seeing more productivity in the earnings front. So I think you get rid of this, get the certainty event whenever it is, if it's tonight, tomorrow, the end of the week, and you just look out at a group of companies that can have strong earnings growth. So I want people to stay invested and own good names.
I want to go back to what Tom said about a contested election, because I think right now what's interesting is that's the base case. I don't think anyone is looking for a concession anytime soon, even regardless of which way things seem to be leaning. What's interesting is when you go back and look at the two most contested elections in recent history, you go back to 2000, George W. Bush, Al Gore, they went down to the wire. Basically, you got the Dow closed down 25 points the next day. It was about 10,000, so I guess that was kind of meaningless. And you had about a 5% drop in the Dow for the 5-week period during which they were all in court in Florida. You look back at 2020, you actually had a 12% positive total return from election night through inauguration. In fact, even on January 6th, the S&P 500 was up 0.5%. So even if we don't get that closure, that certainty that we all crave, it may not matter given the trend and the strength that we've seen going
on
into
that note, Courtney, if you look back at the average annual S&P 500 return by how Congress is set up since 1936, Democratic president split Congress up 16%. Democratic president, Republican Congress up 16%. Republican president with a split up 15. Democrat with a Democratic Congress up 12. And on and on. You go a couple more examples. You're still up low to mid double-digit percentage points almost no matter what happens.
Absolutely, because, I mean, these businesses are going to figure out how to do business and become profitable regardless of who's in office. And I think, we can talk about this till we're blue in the face, but when you look at regardless of which party's in office, like when you look at Trump versus Obama, the S&P from inauguration date to inauguration date was almost exactly the same. I mean, markets are going to do well regardless, which is why you want to have an investment strategy in place. Don't base these decisions based on the president, though certain sectors might do differently, absolutely, but you absolutely want to stay long here.
And Tom, we haven't even talked about a Fed decision that's coming this Thursday.
Oh, is that
once
this week?
you get past the election, of course, and maybe we still have some undecided parts of that election, but yields have been backing up. It's made the market a little bit nervous. For the most part, though, it's been as resilient as ever. But how much of an issue is that?
We learned over the last couple of years that rising interest rates don't hurt stocks, and rising rates can actually help PE because companies are essentially protected from higher rates anyways. And I think as soon as this election is behind us, investors are going to focus on the Fed, and the Fed is dovish, and I think that the Fed is not too comfortable with rising rates. So I think there's almost going to be a chance of communication towards talking down long-term rates.
Yeah, Adam, I've got 6,100 as a price target from Piper Sandler today. That pretty much matches the top estimates on the street. We're at just shy of 5,800 as we speak. Yeah, year end. Does that sound reasonable to you? 61?
Yeah, it seems easy.
If not higher than that.
Could be there tomorrow at the open. I mean, who knows? I mean, 3%. I think the implied vol was 1.8 coming in the election. So that seems like people are always too low and have to raise them, as the market rallies. Look, I think the election almost doesn't matter. I mean, Josh has pointed out, January 21. Well, what happened in November 20? A Pfizer vaccine announcement and every reopening stop ripped, right? So this is a 19-variable problem. We're all trying to isolate to one thing around the election. I think when you get past that, there's plenty of good.
I have a sample size of 1.
Yeah, sample size
no
of
good?
1. No, I mean, I don't want to Trump, a little statistical Trump, but no, 1's no good. You need a little bit more data.
Although maybe I just point out, I had some meetings today, and clients, though, when they think 3% upside for S&P, then they start thinking annualized rates for return on cash or bonds. And so it is a little tougher for them to necessarily embrace stocks if the upside's only 3%.
Well, we've had some calls over the last couple of weeks relative to where stocks are trading in terms of the price you're willing to pay for them, that because of that rich valuation, you may have muted returns in the years ahead, not even factoring in who wins the White House, just by magnitude of if the economy slows at all, if earnings don't live up to the hype, and where the valuation of the market is, you could get low single-digit returns, some say, for the next few years.
I think there's a tax component to that particular discussion that's worth bringing up here. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is set to expire at the end of next year. And when you look at the S&P 500 and the rates at which corporations are taxed, not all sectors are equal. One of the things that my team is looking at is just this idea, when you think about the highest effective tax rate being in the materials and in the industrials, there's something at play here where your calculus might change in terms of what you want to be over or underweight. The total market effective tax rate right now is about 19.3%. In a Kamala victory scenario, even with a split Congress, you have to believe that people are going to look at that and say, well, what do I want to do here that's different than what I might have wanted to do yesterday?
It's a perfect place to leave it. We'll be back in a little while with more of our conversation. Carl, we'll talk positioning within this market in the next appearance with the crew here. But back to you.
What a fabulous discussion, Scott. We'll see in a few minutes. Scott Wapner and the Investment Committee. Meantime, take a look at some live pictures of the candidates' watch parties tonight. For Vice President Harris, it's taking place at Howard University, her alma mater in D.C., and former President Trump's in West Palm Beach. As we get more pictures from those sites, of course, we'll bring them to you live. Meantime, some major donors and billionaires have made public pushes for candidates this election cycle, but the CEOs of public companies still have remained largely silent ahead of today's decision. Our D.C. correspondent Megan Cassell is in Washington with a closer look at that. Evening, Megan.
Hey, Carl, good evening. So when it comes to following the money, there is a whole lot of it to keep track of in this race. This election cycle cost just about $16 billion in total. That's the Open Secrets final tally of the money spent in both the presidential and congressional races. Puts it behind 2020, but ahead of all other contests in recent history. So who is supplying all of that money? We'll take a look at some of the biggest names here. For Trump, most prominently, Elon Musk has given at least $119 million just since July. Even more to the down-ballot races. But other Republicans have actually gone even further. Timothy Mellon, he's an heir to the Mellon banking and railroad fortune. He's given at least $165 million this cycle. Dick and Elizabeth Uihlein, Miriam Adelson, Ken Griffin, all right up there as well. And then on the Harris side, Michael Bloomberg gave $19 million initially, reportedly another $50 million just recently. Then we also have Dustin Moskovitz, Reid Hoffman at the top of the list for her as well. But far smaller totals here than for each of Trump's biggest donors, far more reliant on the grassroots donors. But notice something about all of those people, and this is a trend that holds true for most of the support from business leaders for both candidates. These are all people who are former leaders of major companies, or they run their own firms or hedge funds. Some of the top Harris backers in business all fit this bill. Mark Cuban, Bill Gates, Ken Chenault. And the same is true for Trump, the Bill Ackmans, the Mark Andreessens of the world. So the understanding here, Carl, is that the level of political division in this country means that so many public company CEOs are worried about retaliation, either from their shareholders, from their own employees, or from Trump himself, who has at times promised retribution against political enemies. So people and business leaders simply haven't wanted to wade into this race at all. But that doesn't mean that they aren't working behind the scenes. We have learned in recent weeks that some CEOs, mostly in the big tech space, have been reaching out to Trump. That includes the leaders of Alphabet, Amazon, Apple, Meta. So while this isn't open support for Trump, this is an indication that at least some CEOs are taking steps to get closer to the former president, especially as the chances of his winning have risen. They're trying to position themselves and their companies in the event that he might win tonight. Guys?
There's been a lot of reporting in recent days, Megan. Amazon's a great example, and some of the reporting the Washington Post has done about at least Andy Jassy's attempts to begin a better fostering of a relationship with a prospective President Trump.
Absolutely. They're positioning that way, especially as those chances of him winning have risen. It's not something that we're at least hearing about as much on the Democratic side. We don't know if it's happening there, but I think that says something about President Trump, about the former president, who he is as a candidate, and what he was like when he was in the White House. All of us remember the sort of the tweets that would go out about companies that would cause stock prices to fall, the Oval Office meetings and the phone calls to try to get in his good graces, to try to get exemptions for things like tariffs on a one-off basis that he was willing to give out when he had a good relationship with a CEO. CEOs aren't playing that game, at least not yet, with Kamala Harris, because she doesn't tend to do business that way. They're not expecting her to. But like you said, Andy Jassy and other folks like him are trying to get a head start here.
Right. Hyper-transactional is the phrase that gets tossed around a lot. Even calls for boycotts. I remember Harley and Apple sometimes in Macy's in the crosshairs of former President Trump. Megan, we'll talk in a bit.
John Deere now, yeah.
Yeah, and
exactly.
Deere. Megan Casella. For more on where the American CEO stands on the issues at stake, let's welcome Steve Odland here at the Post-9 Conference Board CEO and Jeff Sonnenfeld, Senior Associate Dean of Leadership Studies at the Yale University School of Management. Gentlemen, thanks for coming in. What a night. Thanks, it's great to have you both. Do you think there is some asymmetry of CEOs because they think of Trump as being more transactional?
If you're asking me to jump in first, I would say Megan's report was very good, but the headline wasn't there. The headline is, we've studied the support for GOP presidential candidates going back a century, since the creation of the party, and overwhelmingly that half of the major business leaders in the country supported the GOP presidential candidate. Whether or not we're looking at Abraham Lincoln, you know, the Union League clubs of Philadelphia and New Haven and New York and other places were business leaders to support that emergent party. Whether or not it was Taft or Nixon or the campaigns of McCain or Romney, Bush, the business community, half the business community came out vocally and financially until 2016. Then what happened? Like 500 miles an hour hitting a wall. It stopped. It went to zero. 2020, only 2 major CEOs. And now, again, it's just one, Elon Musk. Steve Schwarzman, you could throw that name in, but it's not a Fortune 100, 200, 300, 400, or just barely a Fortune 500 firm, Blackstone, believe it or not. Right. So that's the big news is the CEOs don't want anything to do with Trump. But if he gets in, they know they have to do business with him, so they don't want to be hostile. But the support has completely dropped away.
We remember dust-ups with the Chamber of Commerce, with the National Retail Federation, with the Business Roundtable. Would you expect that again in a Trump 2.0?
Well, look, this is an unusual election in the sense that you have 2 incumbents running. I mean, in some ways you have no incumbent, neither, but they both are incumbents, so you know what's going to come here. CEOs just want to know the rules of the road. They can adapt to any set of rules, but you have to know what they are. You know, they're trying to plan capital expenditures, investments, but they need to know their cost of capital. They need to know what the regulatory scheme's going to be, what the tax scheme's going to be. And so, you know, the differences here are stark. They're talking about different things. Then you have the whole trade issue and what's going to happen, because the supply chains now are around the world. They're global, and if you start overlaying tariffs and then start skewing that, it changes their whole cost of.
But the consensus is lower corporate taxes, lighter M&A regulation, just a lighter government touch. Why is there this friction?
Well, you know, it becomes personal at some point. But I think most CEOs have backed away. You know, they've been burned by making comments, involving themselves too deeply. They have to think about customers, employees, owners, the community. It's this multi-stakeholder world where they have to be balanced, and they have to make sure, you know, in a divided, you know, world where you've got half of all those constituents on one side or the other, why antagonize them? So I think CEOs have backed off and said, look, we'll adapt. You know, we'll talk about the issues that are important to our industry, but we'll adapt to whatever rules come down.
Except for this letter, Jeff, that you co-authored with Ken Frazier, Ken Chenault, Doug Parker, and a bunch of others just in the past couple of weeks.
Yes, that was just on Friday, and thanks for flagging it. It was 20 CEOs. We sent it to 40 CEOs who recently served. And 20 responded like within 90 minutes. And then we heard from the other 20 saying, couldn't you have waited? And it is a dazzling list. But you could say they're formers, except, you know what, they're still the chair or lead directors or on the boards of directors of Amgen, Emerson Electric, ExxonMobil, Morgan Stanley, Microsoft, Merck, Regeneron, Uber. They're on the leading corporations still, so they're very active players. The only thing also I would add to Megan's piece is also current CEOs have spoken out in favor of Harris. They don't get the same amount of attention for some reason, but as you know, it's Lazard, Box,
Aaron Levy.
Yeah, exactly. Aaron Levy, Box. As you could think, Snap on Yelp. It's quite a number are out there. And about 90 current CEOs have spoken out in favor. But why are CEOs upset about a Trump administration return? They're not xenophobic. half of the current Fortune 500 are either led by immigrants or first generation. They know that. They're not xenophobic, and they're also concerned about, great skilled tech jobs, and that a third of tech startups that are over $1 billion in valuation are created by immigrants. So, and that's millions and millions of jobs they're creating. They're also not protectionists. They believe in global trade, and they're not isolationists. They believe that we are in an interdependent society. So, and more than anything else, they believe in the rule of law and not the law of rulers. And that was actually an expression Steve Schwarzman, of all people, used at one of our programs. The rule of law and not the law of rulers. They don't like this mercurial one-off. He starts fights of Boeing versus Lockheed publicly, fights between General Motors versus Ford, fights between Pfizer and Merck and Johnson & Johnson. And that's his modus operandi, is divide and conquer. He doesn't like collective action, and they don't like that.
Do you think corporate leaders are still looking at examples of Disney, Bud Light, Target, and saying, I don't want to touch that hot stove?
Oh, absolutely. But, we talk about CEOs that they're not a monolith. We're talking about large public company CEOs, but the vast majority of CEOs are small company CEOs. Let's talk about that for a minute, because the whole taxation issue is really important. All of those small business leaders are using pass-through. And so, if you look at the 1%, which people think about as the rich, they're really majority small businesses. That's going to seriously impact their businesses, their employment, their ability to grow and invest. So that's a huge issue out there for them. Set personalities and the individuals aside, they need to know what's going to happen to taxes. And, it's unclear here. If you have one or other in the White House, it can only do so much if they've got a divided Congress, which is, the prediction that's going to come out of this thing. And so you've got tax cuts expiring next year. Then you have the USMCA coming in that has to be renegotiated. And if you're moving supply chain from Asia to near shore, and you're using Mexico, and you're trying to get that trade going, and then you hear about tariffs in Mexico. So it's just shifting sands. Nobody knows how to plan at this point.
Jeff, I imagine you go along with that. And this recent escalation about Mexico, just in the past 72 hours, got a lot of attention because of that, right?
Well, and that was more back to the divide and conquer. I worked with the Trump administration very closely with Jared on the Abraham Accords, and that was collective action. That was almost despite President Trump. He didn't get in the way of it, but it was something the administration backed, which was fantastic. When you look at the MCA and take a look at him playing Mexico off against Canada then and now, or with the EU and NAFTA and NATO trying to divide Germany and France, it's still that same schoolyard mentality of a divide and conquer scheme that is very destructive and very harmful. They don't like that. They hate wedge issues, too. They don't want to be having, calling people vermin or this or that. The divide and conquer is not the way CEOs want. They want, if somebody's tearing apart the fabric of society, they will speak out. Now, Steve is right. They're worried about individual victimization. But as we saw when Delta was singled out, who provided a Delta air cover when Delta spoke out on an election law issue? It was American Airlines, and United Airlines gave him literal air cover. And we saw that across the board, whether or not it's from pharma companies to finance companies, is that they now recognize the way you beat a bully is through collective action. If there's a decisive win and it's for President Trump, it's tonight, tomorrow, someday, the CEOs will stay silent. If it's a decisive decision that favors Harris and President Trump accepts that, they'll stay silent. If this is up in the air and President Trump declares himself the winner before the ballots are counted, Steve, they will speak out. I know this factually. I have a few of them upstairs who just reminded me they're ready. They did this in 2020. That 90 of them came together, 93 of them, when President Trump declared himself the winner when he wasn't. Just like the Wall Street Journal itself, called him out just on Friday for, of course, the rancor and what he did by denying the reality of the election and spurning on that insurrection effort. But also his policies on trade and regulation are not what many people, many pundits think, that, in fact, the Biden administration has been far more favorable. It's, as you were pointing out in the last block, that J.D. Vance is far more pro-regulation in a lot of ways.
There is some circularity to his views on the FTC, at least. Finally, you mentioned small business, and one of Mark Cuban's big points has been, how would deportations work? If you're a small business owner, how would that process come about where you're asked to provide information about your small business workforce And then how would you say goodbye to some of those employees? Does that concern business?
It does. It's illegal to employ illegal immigrants. I mean, you have to be undocumented workers, but it happens, and you see it in agriculture, see it in restaurants, and some of the
construction.
And there is a labor shortage right now.
4% unemployment. Nobody's being displaced by immigrants.
So this whole immigration issue is real, and the question is, are people going to get serious about it and address it comprehensively, or are you going to just start throwing people out? Another thing in the last block we talked about was the debt, and I think that's another thing that CEOs are concerned about. At some point, you have to deal with this spending, and CEOs completely understand this because they run their own companies. They can't run it with 19-20% of your revenue paying for the interest.
And that's where it pains me to say that Wharton did a really good study, Brand X Wharton, by just taking a look. Basically, it's 3 times the increase in debt under the proposed Trump economic policies than whatever we know of Harris. So, and the Biden administration actually, the deficits, they cut it by 2/3, where they tripled under Trump.
Yeah, businesses have been through a period of bigger debt costs, financing costs. It's painful. Steve, Jeff, thank you guys.
Oh, thank you.
Appreciate it very much. Steve Odland and Jeff Sonnenfeld. Still ahead, polls in 15 states close in just a few minutes. 3 battleground states among them: Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin. We're going to get you those results. Plus, Avenue Capital CEO and Chairman Mark Lasry is going to join us at the New York Stock Exchange when tonight's coverage of this American election continues. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of election night across America. Your money, your vote. We are live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, the financial capital of the world. Right now, the battle for the White House and the race to 270 stands at 105 for former President Trump and Vice President Harris at 30. Moments from now, polls will close in 15 states, 163 electoral votes up for grabs, and 3 key swing states will be front and center: Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin. I'm Carl Quintanilla. Big hour ahead. Avenue Capital's Mark Lasry will be with us. Real estate titan Richard Lafrac as well. We'll hear from Jim Cramer. And, of course, we'll keep you on top of all the decisions as soon as they roll in. Speaking of which, we'll get to all of that shortly. Right now, some fresh calls are coming from Decision Desk at NBC News. Donald Trump is the projected winner in the following states: North Dakota with 3 electoral votes. He's also the projected winner of South Dakota. That would give you another 3 electoral votes. Former President Trump will also capture the state of Wyoming, another 3 EVs. And, of course, the big prize of the hour is the state of Texas, and it's 40 electoral votes. NBC projecting Trump is the winner there. Texas has gone red since 1980. Eamon's going to take you back to Ann Richards' time.
That's right.
The key battleground states. At this point, still too early to call. Michigan and Wisconsin, too early. Arizona, also too close to call. This is a live look right now at one of the ballot processing rooms in Maricopa County, home to Phoenix and more than half of Arizona's population. 2020 was the first year Arizona went blue since '96, back when Bill Clinton won his 2nd term. Eamon's point all evening has been process has run smoothly.
Yep. So far, so good. I mean, you look at that, that's exactly what you want to see in Arizona, people doing the work of democracy tonight. And take a look at the economic stats in each of these 3 key states that we're looking at in this hour. You know, you've got Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Let's see if we can start with Arizona and look at the economic performance of that state over the past 4 years. I know we do have a graphic out there, if the control room can bring it up. The 2 numbers to watch for here are 4.1%. That's the national unemployment rate and the inflation rate at 2.4%. And we can compare each of these states as we go through the evening to what the national averages are. In Arizona, you've got an unemployment rate at 3.5% right now. So that's, not bad. Inflation at 1.2%. In the state of Arizona. That's pretty good performance, right? So you're beating the national average in both of those key metrics for employment. What does that mean in terms of the vote count today? How did people in Arizona feel about the economy and the way it hits them? That's something to watch for. Take a look at Michigan also, and we'll take a look at that state because that's another one where we think that could be maybe the swingiest of the swing states tonight. And you look there, unemployment 4.5% above the national average there. Inflation 2.7% above the national average there. People are feeling the downside of this economy in the state of Michigan as we watch those 15 electoral college votes in play tonight. So as you look through all of these states, I think that's what you want to look at, is how the economy is playing out in real people's real lives.
There has been some delta between some of these states relative to the national average. Yep. By the way, take a look at two of the campaign headquarters tonight. Right now on the left, Howard University, where supporters of the Vice President Kamala Harris are gathered. And on the right, it is West Palm Beach Convention Center. That's where supporters of former President Donald Trump are at this hour. Let's bring in our team tonight to break down the results we've seen so far. Here at the Exchange with me, of course, CNBC senior Washington correspondent Eamon Javers. Also with us, Echelon Insight's founding partner Patrick Ruffini is here, Republican pollster and strategist. He also worked for the George W. Bush re-election campaign. It's great to have you in, P. Down in D.C., our Washington correspondent Megan Casella. Early thoughts here, Patrick, ahead of what we expect will be a long night.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen things moving in different directions. And I want to focus real quick on Georgia because that is the state where we have the most of the vote in. So a number of people are pretty bullish on Trump in Georgia because the vote that came in from the rural areas came in early and it came in very red. But Georgia is obviously more than the rural areas, and it's more than the city of Atlanta. You've seen exploding growth in the suburbs and that outer ring of suburbs where actually Vice President Harris is making gains. And watch for Gwinnett County in particular. I think that's only 16% in, and that's a county where Democrats have been on the move in.
Yeah, it's early to start to look at which counties are in because it depends on the pocket of vote that you're counting at any given night or at any given point in the night. What are you seeing in Georgia tonight that makes you think, this could be Donald Trump's night?
Well, certainly, he has gotten. It seems like he has, moved Fulton and DeKalb counties. He has shrunk the margin there. Those are urban areas that aren't as fast growing. There's also been some questions about urban turnout in Georgia, in particular. So remember, Harris could, move the needle in a lot of these suburban counties, but if she doesn't get the raw votes out of those counties, it's still a problem for her.
Megan, your thoughts tonight as some of the results coming in. What are you watching?
Absolutely. Well, just since we were just talking about Georgia and Gwinnett County, we were actually just down there just last week to talk to voters in Gwinnett County. Like was just mentioned, it's a really fast-growing, very diverse county. And when we spent 30 minutes on the street talking to 5 or 6 voters, we got a little bit of everything. Some Harris, some Trump, some proud Harris, some quiet, some proud Trump, some quiet, and some people staying at home. So underscoring just how close it can be in places like that. But I'm looking at a county tracker, and while a lot of Georgia is coming in slightly more red than 2020, the Atlanta suburbs are coming in bluer. Those were the areas that had swung big towards Biden, that helped him win that state back in 2020. For them to swing even bluer, that's what's going to help her win tonight. So I do think that while the state overall might look like it's leaning red right now, there is still a lot to watch. And a similar story in North Carolina. I spent a big part of my life down in North Carolina, so I'm watching this one very closely. And similarly, looking at the county tracker here, we're seeing western North Carolina, parts of the state that are traditionally pretty Republican, coming in shifting blue. Same with some central parts of the state, Catawba County, that's Morganton, not a particularly Democratic area, that are shifting blue by 6 points or so. So there are a lot of things out there so far tonight that are looking a little bit tricky for Democrats. The New York Times needle is even pointing in the red territory right now. There's some reason to be concerned. Everything looking a lot closer. Florida swinging really big Republican and that sort of thing. But I do think, since we don't have anything yet from the blue wall, and we do have some indications that parts of Georgia and North Carolina could be leaning Harris's way, that, like we've been saying the whole time, it's still going to be a really long night.
Megan, appreciate that. Good opening discussion. Of course, we'll be talking about it all hour long and all night. Meantime, let's get to the judge, Scott Wapner, who joins us here at Post 9 with a very special guest. Hey, Scott.
Hey, Carl. Thanks so much. Here with Mark Lazary, of course, of Avenue Capital. It's great to have you on tonight. A Harris supporter, a Harris donor as well. How are things feeling to you thus far?
I think it's going the way we thought it was going to go. I mean, it's going to be close. I think the campaign is cautiously optimistic. They are sort of viewing that people are breaking, the undecideds are breaking their way. So at least, but it's still really too early.
I know you marvel, like everybody who's already spoken this evening and people that you talk to, just how tight this election is and these election cycles have become, and how divided and polarized we are as a country.
Yeah, when you think about it, it's kind of shocking because you're going to have literally 150 million votes. And I think this election is going to get decided probably by less than 100,000 in all these swing states. So when you think about that, next president of the United States is going to be the president who wins by 1/10 of 1%. So it really is. Your vote really does count, and we're sort of seeing that.
As we game this out, and it's all about hypotheticals, obviously, and it may be for days to come, what would a Harris administration mean for these markets, do you think, which, as I suggested earlier, are only about 1.5% from all-time highs?
I think you're going to see the market continuing to go up. I think a Harris presidency is going to be positive. You've had positive GDP growth. And I think she's going to continue and do some new things in her presidency that'll be positive for the economy. So I'm looking forward to it.
I mean, whoever does win really does inherit a strong economy. The subject of the Greg Ip article in the Wall Street Journal the other day really underscored that, the fact that you have a strong economy, the consumer's hanging in there. The quality of growth has been good as well in terms of an increase in productivity that we only expect because of AI to continue.
It is, but also you've got low unemployment, right? I mean, things are going very well. Explain to me why this should be close. The economy is doing well. The stock market's at an all-time high. Unemployment is low. So what that means is over the course of the last 4 years, things have gone very well. And so I don't understand why people would want to change. I look at it and go, I think President Harris, or Vice President Harris, hopefully President Harris, will end up doing a great job in continuing growing on this economy.
You didn't mention inflation. That's not been going great. Even though it's down a lot, people aren't feeling it. Inflation's come down a ton. Prices have not.
You're right, but it's gone down, right? It went up, and we ended up raising interest rates to end up lowering inflation. Look, in every administration or any time, you're always going to have issues, but you've got to look at it, has this been more positive or negative? It's absolutely been more positive, and I think that's what's going to happen going forward.
What do you make of what's happened recently with interest rates and where yields have gone? You know, you make your living in the credit markets, which obviously have a big deal to do based on what happens with interest rates. Are you surprised that they've moved the way they have since the Fed did their jumbo 50 basis point rate cut?
I am. I thought they'd come down more. They haven't. I think part of that is everybody's still worried as to whether inflation is going to come back. But I think what you're going to see is as the economy keeps doing well, the Fed is going to keep lowering rates. I think next year we'll end up going down probably by another 50 basis points. I don't think it'll be 100 basis points. But the economy is doing well, and that's what you want. It's exactly what you said. The consumer is doing better. So all in all, it's been pretty positive.
But have you reset your own expectations on where you think the Fed is going to go from here?
I thought the Fed was going to lower rates more drastically.
You did?
Yeah, they haven't. And I think they're just going about it very slowly. And I think part of that is they're extremely worried about inflation, so they're going to take their time.
How do you view what a Harris administration would mean for business? It's no secret that, you know, the Biden administration is not held in the highest regard for the way that they've sort of kept business, I think, at minimum an arm's length and maybe 2 arms. Could that change?
I think it's definitely going to change. I think Vice President Harris is different. I think she understands that business plays a big part. I think she wants to be president for the whole United States, for everybody, and try to make everybody's life better. But you need business to do that. And I think she recognizes that.
Why has it been so hard? Why has it been so difficult for the Democrats to at least, extend an olive branch to business, appear more welcoming? I'm not suggesting a bear hug, but at least maybe an arm around the shoulder of business.
I think we're going to get a hug. It may not be a bear hug, but we'll get a hug. I think you're going to see it's going to be different. I think Vice President Harris understands the value of what small businesses are, what they've done to this country. So I think you're going to start seeing that.
How do you think about deal making, which has been almost impossible under the current administration? How would a Harris administration look in that regard? Think about Lena Khan, for example, whether she'd stay or go. Just how do you think of that in total?
I think you're going to find that they're going to be more in the middle. And I think the party had gone a little bit too far left. I think you're going to find that, at least for the Harris administration, that they're going to try to keep on spurring growth. You're going to have a little bit of lower interest rates. But you've got to be partners with business, and they're going to do that.
You feel more optimistic about the idea of doing deals yourself based on whichever administration is going, whether it's a Harris or a Trump administration?
Yeah, but what do businesses really want? What businesses want and what people really want is consistency. They want stability. I think you're going to have more of that under Vice President Harris.
Carl has some breaking news for us.
We have a little bit of a news update here from NBC News, projecting that Donald Trump has now won the state of Mississippi. That's going to give him 6 electoral votes and bring his total to 160 EVs. Vice President Harris currently with 30. Scott will continue to watch some of these names. Again, the battlegrounds, we continue to just monitor incrementally. No calls on those yet.
All right, we'll come back to you certainly when we have more details there. Carl, back with Mark Lasry. What about taxes? What about the corporate rate, which, former President Trump's talking about reducing even further to as low as 15%? What do you think is reasonable?
Look, I think at the end of the day, the biggest problem we all have is we have a high deficit, right? And it's close to $30 trillion. Lowering taxes isn't solving that. Yes, is it better? Are you going to pay less? Everybody's happy short term, but long term, what we've got to do is have a balanced budget.
I mean, how focused are you on the deficit, which the market has been focused on periodically, but not obsessed with yet, because the bond market hasn't forced the market to really face the music. Is that going to change?
It should. It really should, because sooner or later, you can't keep spending more money, and you can't lower taxes and have higher rates, and in essence, that you're spending more on interest. So if your deficit keeps going up, that's going to be a problem. Now, it may not be a problem for you and I in the next year or 2 years or 5 years, but it is a problem. And sooner or later, the bond market, when it focuses on it, it's going to change drastically.
All right, stick with us. Let's keep the conversation going and bring in our next guest. He's one of this country's biggest real estate developers who oversees a portfolio of more than 400 buildings. He's also a longtime friend and ally of former President Trump. Joining us now, LeFrak Chairman and CEO Richard LeFrak. Richard, welcome. It's great to have you with us this evening.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, and say hi to my dear friend Mark.
How you doing?
He's here to say hi back, and he'll participate in our conversation.
You can be a Republican and a Democrat and still talk to each other.
How are you feeling about this evening as you watch the returns come in?
Well, I'm not a political expert, but it seems to me like it's a jump ball, and we'll find out later in the evening whether or not these swing states are going to go in one direction or another. But it's clear that the country is pretty evenly divided about these two candidates.
You do have a good view, obviously, given what you do for a living, into this economy, which almost everybody suggests is in a pretty good spot. You feel like the backdrop is positive no matter who wins tonight?
Well, we're in a wonderful economy right this minute because everybody's working. As a matter of fact, we need more employees, not less. What frightens me is in my area is this huge shortage of housing that's not being addressed particularly well by the current administration, and affordability of that housing for millions of families and people who want a decent home with in a good neighborhood.
It's interesting you say that, because we've been speaking this evening of comparisons of whether it's more affordable to own or rent today. Overwhelmingly more affordable to rent today versus, let's say,
especially if you live in a red state, because the regulation in the blue states has been, too difficult to get housing built. And in the red states, rents are going down right now, not up. Where New York, which is highly regulated, has had a housing shortage for over 70 years now.
You raise a good point about regulation in general. I'll turn to Mark Lasry, who's to my left here, to participate in that part of the conversation, because we really didn't get there yet on the idea of lower regulation. How do you just see that issue in general as business people, like whether it's Richard or yourself, have to navigate?
Look, I agree with Richard. I think you want less regulation because less regulation is better for business. But the problem is if you're the consumer, you may want more regulation. So it's a bit of a tension, and you've got to work with that. But I would say from a business standpoint, I'd like less regulation. I'd like the markets to regulate what we do.
Yeah. Richard, one of the issues, obviously, with the affordability or, frankly, lack thereof is where interest rates have gone. What's your outlook on that regard? Mortgage rates still remain obviously very, very high.
I'm old enough to remember the 1980s, so interest rates by that standard aren't that high. But there's no question that it's really creating a terrible problem of affordability because home mortgages are still, I guess, about 7%, and the average person cannot afford to buy a home at this point.
Richard, back to you in a moment. Carl has some breaking news.
Yeah, a little breaking news here. We continue to watch projections. This time, NBC News projecting Trump has won the state of Louisiana. That's 8 electoral votes and will bring his total to 168. Scott?
Carl, thank you. Richard, the idea of tariffs. Obviously, former President Trump is talking about re-upping those, if not increasing them across the board. How do you feel about that issue? Are you supportive of that or not?
Well, my thought about President Trump and some of the things that he says is that President Trump is very transactional, and sometimes he says things for purposes of negotiation. I think he has a point that we have some unfair trade balances with many countries, including Europe, where we have negative balances of trade. He's trying to bring some jobs home. But, the fact that he threw out a number, I'm not so sure that that's actually where would end up.
I should also note that as we watch the futures, and certainly they're thinly traded, things could obviously change as we open the markets in many hours from now, but they are at the highs of the session. We'll show them to you here. Dow Jones futures up by better than 400 points. NASDAQ by more than 100 points. We said earlier that we come into tonight only about 1.5% away from those record highs on the S&P 500. Mark, how do you view the issue of tariffs?
Look, I think if you want to lower taxes to zero and you want to have tariffs, I don't think you're going to be able to make up the difference. It's almost impossible. So I think Richard is right when he says it may be a point of negotiation, but there's no way that you can end up running this country. I think you have the amount of money you're collecting on sort of taxes is about 3 times what you could absolutely collect on tariffs. So I don't think it's real, but Richard has a really good point. It may be a negotiation to try to bring some jobs home, but ultimately at the end of the day, this country, you've got to pay your taxes and you got to pay your fair share.
Richard, lastly to you on that same issue of tariffs. I'm just curious how we've gotten to the point where many within the Republican Party, certainly at the senior-most levels, President Trump obviously, and then some of his supporters, have gone from the third rail, really, of tariffs being a tax on the American people. The National Retail Federation was on our network today and suggesting that it would be a substantial hit to the spending power of the American consumer. But yet somehow we've moved to almost embrace the issue as the only way of better bargaining with countries like China.
Well, I think, we believe in fair play and they don't believe in fair play. So I think, Trump always likes to shake things up. And I think that's kind of what this is all about. The tariffs is just, for him to kind of shake things up, throw a hand grenade in the room and see what happens. But really, I think in the end, it's a negotiating tactic, and he's going to use it to try to, bully their own unfair trade practices to helping them a little more equitable to what they should be.
See how it all unfolds. Richard, thanks so much for your time. Mark Lazary here. Thank you so much for being here as well.
Great to see you guys.
Appreciate you being with us. Enjoy the rest of the evening, both of you. Carl?
Scott, we'll see you in a bit with the investment committee. Scott Wapner. Meantime, some breaking news. NBC News projecting Kamala Harris has won the state of Rhode Island. That's 4 electoral votes. Eamon, as we continue to watch some of these East Coast returns.
Yeah, no surprises still. We're waiting for the big kahunas in terms of the battleground states as we go through the evening, and we just don't have any indication yet, Carl, of where that is. One of the things that's fascinating to watch as you're looking at some of these exit polls, as we're starting to see some of that data trickle out. We're preparing some information here that we're going to have in a couple of minutes on just exactly where Donald Trump is with white women, suburban women, with black voters in the state of Wisconsin. You start to tease out some of those numbers. Maybe there are some indicators there of the way the evening is going to go. We'll have that data for you shortly. But as of right now, not enough information to begin to get a sense of whether they're going to be happier in Washington, D.C. or in Mar-a-Lago, Florida.
Any thematics leaping out to you, Patrick?
Yeah, I mean, I think that right now things are leaning towards Donald Trump in Georgia, North Carolina, but he has to get through those states before he can get to Pennsylvania. So he definitively has to clear, win both of those states if he is on track to be the president. Now, Pennsylvania is going to be, I think, very frustrating, for people who want a quick result because they're pretty slow to count their votes. The votes that are being counted right now are pretty unrepresentative. But what I'm looking for in Pennsylvania, specifically in the Philly suburbs, is whether or not, Kamala Harris has succeeded in bringing over Republicans, particularly with this mail vote. I'm seeing indications in the data that she has not maybe done that yet, but it's still very early.
Right. I mean, the thinking for a long time, at least the mission would be to capture some of what eventually got called the Haley vote, right? Where people were voting for Haley even after she had suspended her campaign.
Yeah, and that's but let's just remember, that's a pretty small slice of the electorate. But, in a very tight race, very small slices of the electorate matter. And so it looks like Donald Trump has done better, especially in Florida with Hispanic voters, right? So that is a place where Trump is looking to make gains to offset maybe the appeal that Haley has tried to make with these Republicans. But the question is, how many new people, right, is Harris getting out of that? Or is it just simply a matter of trying to keep as much of the Biden 2020 coalition together?
Right.
So much emphasis from Barack Obama in the final stages of this campaign, out there speaking directly to African-American young men, saying, you've got to be with Harris, you've got to be with Harris. That's an indication that the Harris camp thought that they might have a problem with young African-American men. I wonder what we're seeing in the data as the night goes on, whether that problem was solved by those appeals or whether that problem continued to worsen for them.
I think it may have been solved in terms of the vote share that Kamala Harris is getting, particularly out of some of these Georgia counties, but it's too soon to tell. The big question is turnout, because you've seen throughout the early voting period a reduction in the share of the African-American vote in both Georgia and North Carolina, and to the extent that, Harris might be fine, right, on the vote shares she's getting. But if she's not driving, again, those raw numbers to overcome the rural advantage that Trump has, that's a problem.
Patrick, appreciate the insights. You should stay with us this hour. When we come back, the state of manufacturing in America. Can Trump or Harris truly revive jobs in America's heartland? Mad Money's Jim Cramer and former Bridgewater chief investment strategist Rebecca Patterson will join us with that. Plus, we'll get their take on how the next administration could impact the economy in the new year. As we go to break, a quick look at where we stand right now in this race for the White House. We'll be right back. Welcome back to CNBC's coverage of Election Night in America. Our Washington team has some new exit polling data. We're going to start with that with Eamon Javers here at Post 9.
Yeah, Carl, we're watching some of this exit polling and getting a sense of where the different demographic groups are going as we watch the vote rolling out. And take a look at Pennsylvania. This is a fascinating one because there's been so much focus on Latino voters and where they're trending right now with Donald Trump. The NBC News exit polling out of Pennsylvania suggests that Trump is improving his performance among Latino voters compared with 4 years ago. According to the results, about 4 in in 10 now are supporting Trump. That's up from 3 in 10 back in 2020. That's not a number that you would want to see if you're the Harris campaign tonight, particularly in that all-important battleground state of Pennsylvania. And I know Megan Casella and Emily Wilkins are down in Washington. Megan, you've got some more information on Wisconsin, right?
Absolutely, Amy. And as we're talking about demographics specifically in these battleground states, the exit polling on Wisconsin has some really good news for the Trump campaign. Trump roughly doubled, or actually more than doubled, his black support in Wisconsin. He had taken about 8% in 2020 and now about 20%. So a 12 percentage point increase in that all-important demographic of black voters in Wisconsin specifically. This is something that has been playing out nationwide. We were reporting this down in Georgia last week, but these are, huge swing voters that have been shifting more towards Donald Trump. The Harris campaign thought they had kind of quieted some of that, but at least in Wisconsin, we're seeing that the shift really was real.
And Emily, you've got more in Pennsylvania.
Yes, Eamon, it's very interesting to see. We had heard so much reporting about the Latino vote being shifting more towards Donald Trump, and now we're actually seeing some of that results from an exit poll in Pennsylvania showing that about 42% of the Latino vote is currently backing Donald Trump. That is very much up for 27%, which we were looking at the last time that Trump ran. And this, of course, could have giant implications down ballot as well. There's a very key Senate race there, as well as a number of really key House races in that state of Pennsylvania, and some of them have Latino-heavy districts. And so this could really have a bigger impact on instead of just the presidential. And of course, will be interesting to see how this plays out when you get to states like Nevada that also have an incredibly high Latino population.
Certainly, given the attention paid to especially late deciding Latino votes, Emily. Appreciate that, Emily, down in D.C. Meantime, some breaking news. NBC News now projects that Kamala Harris has won the state of New York. That's 28 electoral votes, and we'll see what that does to her total, now 62 versus former President Trump at 168. So we'll keep our eye on that. One of the major pillars of the economic plans for both Vice President Harris and former President Trump involve reviving manufacturing in America. Former President Trump has talked extensively about imposing tariffs on companies to get them to move jobs back to America, while the Vice President has proposed subsidies from the government to get new factories built here. Here to break that down, talk more broadly about the state of the economy, our very own Jim Cramer and former Bridgewater CIO Rebecca Patterson. Welcome, Jim. What are you thinking?
I've got to tell you, Rebecca did a breathtaking piece. Those jobs are not coming back. And it was one of the most, it was a tough piece, because what it basically said is what a lot of people don't want to talk about, which is that we keep thinking that we put tariffs, they'll come back here. We offer incentives, they'll come back here. It's not happening. And I think we have to move on. The people in, I have a place here, Quakertown, Pennsylvania, which is a town I grew up near. And there hasn't been a new factory job there in 50 years. What are we pining over? It's a very unfortunate thing, but you have said point blank, it's not going to change.
Well, I think we will get some jobs back, but the National Association of Manufacturing says in the next decade there will be 3.8 million manufacturing jobs available. We don't have enough workers in America to fill all those seats, partly because of demographics, but we need immigrants. So whoever wins is going to have an immigration policy that brings people in to fill the seats. The second issue is education. In the 1970s, 8% of manufacturing jobs need a college degree. Right. Today, that number is close to 30, 40, even 50%. So we have to have a different education approach. But lastly, and importantly, we need allies. Last year was a record year for foreign direct investment in the U.S. A lot of that went to manufacturing. Almost a quarter of manufacturing jobs last year were by U.S. affiliates of foreign companies. So if we alienate our allies, if TSMC isn't coming here, we're going to have an issue. We need partnerships with companies like TSMC and ASML. Or we're not going to have this resilience that is the goal for both parties.
But the one thing I would tell you, and Carl sits next to me at the board, and he hears me say it all the time, the robots are coming.
Yes.
And we don't have the birth rate. We have the genius. We don't have the workforce that we desperately need. We've got some of the smartest people in the world. And I keep thinking back what Richard Fisher was talking earlier. There has to be a note of just pure optimism. And the pure optimism is the world that I find myself in when I talk to the Amazon people and the Apple people. And these are nation states, first of all. These are not. These are not. We see states. Rhode Island gets it. Oklahoma. Those are all important. But then there's Amazon. and there's Apple, and there's Microsoft, and there's NVIDIA, and there's Meta. And these are big institutions that want to do what's right and are really helping our country. I know that I go back and forth with Jonathan Kainer from the Antitrust. Justice Department is a very fine man. His law firm was my law firm. But I would tell you that they may be our aces in the hole. Everything that I've heard tonight they may be Trump. They may be, well, Trump, Trump. Doesn't get talked about much anymore, Trump. Whist? I don't know. But it makes me optimistic because the companies themselves are thinking about these issues that you just mentioned. They're listening, and they're trying to figure out how to make our country better. I know that the percentage of people who believe that in our country who are so cynical, most people are cynical, the people who believe are probably this big. But I got to tell you, they're working on it. Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, Andy Jassy, the CEO of Amazon, they are thinking about what we're talking about, and they want to change things. And it's not just because they want to line their pockets. I tried to get Tim Cook to charge money for a health app, particularly because they have one that really help your hearing. And he said, Jim, that's not what we do. We democratize. And I realized, I said, I apologize. I said, I guess I'm a dollar sign represented by a man.
So I'll tell you one thing that gives me hope. The Commerce Department this year partnered with high schools near Micron, or a new plant, and they're teaching technical skills to these high school kids to try to get them interested in these jobs, which are manufacturing, but they're tech manufacturing. And so I think there is a Venn diagram intersection.
There again, there's Sanjay Mehrotra from Micron. These guys have hearts. Look, it's not about friends, it's about money. But when I talk with the people who are the business people in the world who are running these big companies, when you speak to a Tim Cook, you're kind of blown away that they have really thought about this and are trying to figure out how to be able. Carmine DeCibio, I mentioned the other day that we don't have the birth rate we used to. He used to run EY. They all try to figure out how we can make our population more useful. Right. And not everybody wants. I have no problem with. I've flipped burgers. I've waited tables. I'm not denigrating those jobs, but in the end, we have to have a more educated workforce, and we have to solve the inner city. And man, are we ever not solving
Rebecca,
that.
how do you grade the Biden administration's performance on this issue, right? Because there's so much of the emphasis has been on steering federal spending toward these cutting-edge future jobs in manufacturing, like in the CHIPS Act, like in the infrastructure bill, trying to bring semiconductor manufacturing back, energy jobs back. Did it work?
So manufacturing jobs, the absolute number, bottomed out in 2019. It has been rising since, somewhat. It zigzagged during the pandemic, but it's rising. And of course, some of the initiatives, the IRA, infrastructure, CHIPS, that's starting to create jobs. The challenge is that, like CHIPS Act, you get it passed, then you have to set up the infrastructure and hire the people in D.C., and then you have to get the requests for proposals out. The process takes time, as you know better than all of us here. And so the money going out, actually creating the jobs, it takes a year, 2 years before you really see the bills passing have an effect, but you are starting to see an effect. So jobs are getting created. And again, foreign direct investment in manufacturing last year in the U.S., record high. So I think there is a positive impact. The hard part in politics is these things need time, and in politics you don't have time.
And you wonder if it's too late for Harris.
Cycles happen whether you like it or not.
Whoever wins this race will benefit from those policies in manufacturing.
No, very much so. They'll take credit for it, believe me.
Yes.
Well, that's why one of the calling cards of the Biden White House has been manufacturing construction, factory construction, is at a level we haven't seen since the space race.
Yet there is not a lot of impact. It's really kind of interesting you mention that, because when I see the cranes, I know how much of it is infrastructure, and I talked to Jim Appleby at Caterpillar. I mean, the infrastructure money is just huge. To the people, great people at Cummins, they had an unbelievable quarter just the other day. When you look at it, Eaton, amazing numbers. Dover, Parker, Hanover, these are companies that everyone thought would have been out of business by now. They've completely reinvented themselves, and now they're the greatest manufacturers on earth. That said, when you go to their plants, not a lot of people.
Yeah.
Not a lot of people.
You can do more with less now.
Tech is going to be part of it.
People are too expensive.
But to your point earlier, tech is, if we want to say it, the trump card. It is, the amount, and you guys talk about this every day, the Mag 7, the amount of money they're going to invest in R&D and CapEx just in the next year. I mean,
$300 billion in data centers just to be able to keep up, not with each other, but with the data. and be able to bring out things that we are only just beginning in all that world. And I know I sound like a ridiculous optimist, but when I first went out to NVIDIA and I saw these dogs that were talking to each other, and I realized, my God, there's like something going on here. And cars that we're seeing, they knew there was black ice, and people who were robots bringing you coffee. And I said, maybe it's going to happen. And then it happened in 4 years.
And it's stimulus, right? If you're seeing $500 billion going into the economy in 1 year from these companies, that supports growth. It does create lots of jobs, including manufacturing jobs.
Well, what do you think about Larry Fink's argument of hope, which is that we can kind of grow our way out of some of the deficit? Where are you in that?
I don't think we should just be complacent about it.
True.
I mean, at 100% of GDP right now, our debt GDP, we need to be thinking about how do we get this more fair, which is why I think taking the corporate tax rate from 21 to, say, 25, the OECD average is 25, 26. So we wouldn't be hurting U.S. companies raising it a little bit. Now, of course, it's not good for the equity market. We know that.
We can handle it.
But we can handle it.
We have to
generally
make
do.
already.
Jim, you got a quick thought on future session highs?
I don't trust the futures at all. They don't know anything. They're based on all.
Sure you don't want to think about it?
They're as stupid as they are at 3:15 when I wake up, Carl, and I shoot you, and I'm tweeting. I'm saying, what are you idiots doing selling the futures? It's going to be a great day. What are these people doing?
So pajama traders work in the morning and at night.
They are as foolish as they've been since the futures were started. But they're doing value line futures in '84.
Are people buying futures tonight, right now, as we sit here looking at the same exit polls that we're looking at and trying to tease it out? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, but they don't know anything. I mean,
no, that's incredible because we don't know anything. As we sit here.
You see, that's kind of why they're not making big money and you've never heard of them. And by the way, you never will.
Don't you think there's a lot of algo going on as we're getting exit polls, as we're getting results?
Just going into the black boxes.
I often think that they had to bought, that they had their spies. They had to know what. I know that there are institutions that did, and then I know there's hedge funds that got the information, and then they went short the market when Trump won, and it turned out to be ill-fated in 2016.
Right. Which is a good
They don't even know how to deal with it.
Cautionary tale for all of us this time.
Just go buy
even if you
Walmart
think you know what's going to happen, you don't know how the market's going to react to that.
So, and these people who are trading this, they hope there's someone even more stupid at 12 o'clock who comes on.
I think it was Zervos today on our air said markets tend not to do politics very well.
No, they don't. These guys should all just go have a beer or whatever. Maybe they're on GOP desk when they don't want beer anymore.
Rebecca, see you soon.
Great to see you.
We'll see you in a bit. We do have some breaking news. NBC News projecting that Kamala Harris has won the state of Illinois. That's 19 electoral votes. And will bring her total, I think I just saw something with an 8 handle. Yeah, 81. Amen. We continue to watch that spread narrow a bit.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big one, Illinois, right? And we saw New York also, some big numbers now ticking onto the Kamala Harris side of the ledger. But again, none of the big battleground states yet. We just have to wait for those as the night goes on and watch. Look at Pennsylvania, look at Wisconsin, look at Michigan. That's where Kamala Harris needs to put up some numbers tonight if she's going to start to really turn this thing around. And you look at those exit polls that we just gave you, and you do get some tea leaves that are feeling like it's a good night for Trump. Still so early.
So there's the blue wall consensus of Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, as you point out. The other view was that she would have multiple paths involving some states out west. Also, still too early to call that out.
Right, because we don't know. Arizona, Nevada, those are definitely in play as battleground states. Those don't close until obviously later in the evening, East Coast time. So we are a long way away from knowing the answer to what's going to happen tonight. Maybe not until tomorrow morning. Maybe a couple of days. And I think people just need to be prepared for that and be patient and understand that that is part of the process.
Still ahead tonight on CNBC's election night coverage, we will look at where the balance of power in the Senate and the House stands and how that will affect how business gets done or doesn't over the next 4 years. We'll also hear from the judge and his trader panel. And don't miss CNBC's Delivering Alpha Investor Summit in New York City on November 13, where investors and leaders will come together to provide insights, ideas, and analysis that will deliver you meaningful returns. Your money, your vote. We'll be right back. Welcome back to CNBC's election night coverage. Keeping our eye on the candidates tonight. You'll see on the left side of your screen where we do expect later to see the vice president at Howard University in D.C. On the right, where we expect to see former President Trump tonight in West Palm Beach, Florida. We'll keep our eyes peeled for that. In the meantime, let's bring in CNBC's Emily Wilkins live from D.C. Talk more about some of these races that we're getting tonight, Emily.
Hey, Carl. So at this point, we knew it was going to be close, and close it remains. We're looking at a number of battleground states, both in the House and in the Senate. And at this point, everything is just too soon to call. We just don't have enough vote totals in yet. But what we can take a look at is some of the exit poll data that we have gotten around the economy in some of these key states. I want to see if we can start here with Michigan. Obviously, that is a very close battleground state. It is one that you've seen Harris do a little bit better in the polls are. And when you look at a breakdown of how people in Michigan, how they're voting, how they're feeling, you're only seeing about 7% say excellent, 31% say good, 32% say not so good, and 30% say poor. So obviously a bulk of respondents there saying poor and not so good. And we are seeing some similar trends. I mean, if you go over to Pennsylvania, which has really been pegged as a key must-win state for both Harris and Trump for the Senate and the House, you're seeing things get even worse, really. I mean, that poor and not so good taking up an even wider portion of that total electorate, just 4% saying the economy has gone well. You know, if you look at polling, you have seen Harris make some inroads at getting individuals to say, you know, she could be good for the economy. Certainly, Democrats up and down the ballot have been trying to tout some of the strong numbers that you have seen come out of the last 4 years in the Biden administration, that low unemployment, that falling inflation. But at this point, most polls are showing, and this bears out if you look at the data, that most voters still feel like Republicans are the ones that are going to be better for the economy. And of course, that's just an absolutely huge issue that's been on voters' minds. Carl?
Emily, appreciate that. Emily Wilkins watching some of the other races we got. Some breaking news as well tonight. NBC News projecting that Donald Trump has won the state of Ohio, which has 17 electoral votes. Eamon, some thoughts on some of the Midwest fills in here.
Yeah, I mean, it's so fascinating to watch this. I'm old enough to remember, Carl, when it was Ohio and Florida that we watched on election nights, right? I mean, I remember Tim Russert back in the day, the famous Florida call with the whiteboard. Tonight, we're not really talking about Ohio, and we're not really talking about Florida. Those were, in essence, foregone conclusions for Donald Trump. Those have become red states in this era, and so we kind of put them in the tally as we expected, and we're waiting for the blue wall states to really make the difference tonight.
Meantime, Patrick, I wonder if you can give us a little granularity on North Carolina, Virginia, Georgia, what we know at this stage.
Yeah, so in North Carolina, it really is the case that Wake County, right, Wake County, Raleigh, Raleigh-Durham area, that is, you know, Harris has only gotten a 2-point at the latest vote count. Harris has gotten a 2-point swing, and Trump continues to gain in all the fully counted, you know, rural counties, right? He's running across the table, so I don't think that 2-point swing that she's getting right now in Wake County is going to be enough.
In the more urban areas.
In the more urban areas, right. Now, Charlotte, Mecklenburg County is also going to be a big test for her. That's been a place like the Atlanta suburbs that has seen a huge influx in population and has been shifting, and the suburbs there have been shifting to the left. So if she can, you know, push that further, but so far it's advantaged Trump in North Carolina.
Is Georgia instructive?
I think Georgia's a little bit tighter right now because of the Atlanta suburbs being a little bit more, it's a more urban state, let's say, than North Carolina.
You're talking about Raleigh in North Carolina, and you know, Donald Trump was there yesterday.
Yeah.
That campaign must have seen something in Raleigh that they wanted to move the needle on. Do you think it was smart to put that last-minute stop there?
It could have been decisive.
That's amazing. You're coming down to the last day, the last campaign stop, and you're changing the schedule within 24 hours to go before Election Day because you're seeing these little pockets of vote, and you say, we need to do a little bit more there.
How about Virginia?
So Virginia's been a surprise. I don't believe it's been called yet, but in Loudoun County, the Washington, D.C. suburbs that has gone, it's gone from a Republican stronghold back in the George W. Bush era to Joe Biden winning that county by 25 points. Now it looks like Kamala Harris has only won it by 16 points for a 9-point shift to the right. Now, Loudoun County was really the epicenter of the culture war around education and the pandemic, and Glenn Youngkin, you know, making a huge issue. Particularly with some problems that were going on specifically in Loudoun County, you know, with parental control of education really being his calling card. That has shifted 9 points. The Fairfax County suburbs have shifted a little bit back to Donald Trump as well, and is doing well in the rest of the state. I don't think that's maybe going to be enough for him to actually win it, but it's probably going to be within 5.
Loudoun County also a lot of government contractors, government employees out there, but a lot of military contractors in defense in that ex-urban area, sort of farther out into the suburbs where it starts to tick over into the rural county, and you think maybe that defense vote might make a difference there in Loudoun County as well.
You know, you're seeing in some places Harris is making gains in suburbs, but in some places Trump is actually staging a comeback in the suburbs, and particularly in the suburbs that maybe the growth has slowed down a bit. So we really are talking more of an apples to apples comparison to 4 years ago. So I do think that's one of the, if that holds, that's going to be one of the surprises of the night.
Patrick, stay close. Let's send it back over to Scott Wapner, joining us with a panel of all-star investors. Help us navigate what might be next for the market, Scott.
All right, Carl, thank you so much. Back with Josh and Adam and Courtney and Tom Lee. And we talked earlier, Tom, we kept it broad. We looked at the backdrop for this record-setting rally. Now let's talk about positioning, exactly where our viewers want to think about investing, no matter who wins. How can we talk about that without addressing tech? The trade of the year. You've been a big proponent of the Mag 7, obviously. What's your view now?
I think tech still works into year end, but with the election behind us, I do think investors are going to be looking for other areas on a bet that market breadth is expanding. And I think one place they'll turn to is, oh, well, where would animal spirits come back? You know, things that could benefit from mergers, or where are multiples low so I can see PE expansion? And that would take people to small caps, financials, basically the rest of the market, actually.
That is, Courtney, where you do have Wolf Research talking about tonight, financials being a big election winner, talking about the regional banks as well. Do you see that as a space if former President Trump is reelected tonight as president once again, that is a space to keep your eye on?
Yeah, regional banks specifically are one that are talked about often right now, because what you're seeing is in this administration, though they really haven't turned down a lot of M&A, it's so hard to get these through that there's pretty much no M&A activity, but that is expected to pick up in a Trump administration. So absolutely, that's something that you want to look at if Trump were to be in office. That's probably going to start to take off here.
So on the idea, Adam, of tech, I want to read you something that the Wedbush analyst Dan Ives, familiar to all of our viewers, of course, on the possibility of a Trump win and what that would mean for that space. A major change in tariffs, he says, and a harsher stance on China, we believe, would significantly impact the supply chain. NVIDIA, Beijing, retaliatory impacts on Apple and Tesla are likely and slow the pace of the AI revolution. Is he onto something or not?
Look, I think investors are positioned in 5 or 6 growth themes independent of the election. AI semis is one of them. If he's talking about some short-term supply disruption, he could be right. But I think if you're investing money, you want to own compute and anything associated with it. You want to own software around that. There's electrification industrials, there's housing building materials, there's power. There's so many themes that are in place, and I think people are positioned to own those themes. I'd also say within tech, there's a little bit of this misnomer. Because the market cap of big tech is so big, you have to own it to keep up with the S&P. But if you look at the dispersion in the group, I mean, there's tons of stocks that are up or down a lot this year. It's Palantir's up 198, Dell's up 75, FICO's up 73, GoDaddy 50. I mean, there's tons of dispersion. Intel's down 55. You could have picked stock this year pretty well. It wasn't just the Mag 7 that worked. I think it's a little bit of an excuse because it's hard to beat the S&P when they're so big. But I think stock pickers had a very good year in tech, generally given the dispersion.
You have regulatory issues to think about, do you not, Josh? Under a potential Harris administration, the Biden administration hasn't exactly been friendly and embracing of big tech. Google, Apple, Amazon, Meta, all facing some sort of actions or threats.
Yeah, and they're facing those threats not just in the United States, but all over the world. And I think that overhang remains regardless. In a typical election, you would guess that big business would be aided by the Republican candidate. And certainly, if Donald Trump comes in, we're probably saying goodbye to the head of the SEC, the head of the FTC. That seems likely. But Donald Trump's not a big fan of Google. There's complaints tonight all over social media about the way search seems to be favoring the Harris side. You're going to hear so much rhetoric about these platforms and whether or not they're against Trump. We've seen that in the past with Facebook, back when it was called Facebook. So my take is, don't overthink it. Look at what's already rallying as the needle leans toward Trump. You've got Bitcoin up 5%, HOD, actually a November high. You've got the Russell 2000 futures up 2.5%. It's a notable move given there's not that much volume there. And by the way, Courtney, I completely agree with you. You can't say regional banks are going to rally and not think the Russell's going to work. That's basically synonymous trade. And then Tesla up 7% after hours. Those are probably the things that will have longevity if the result goes toward Trump. If it goes toward Harris, we have to start talking once again about antitrust and breaking up platforms, and it's another 4 years of that.
The only thing I'd say on that, Josh, I mean, it's just, look, I'm just looking at the 4-year returns under Biden. You can't argue that Microsoft, NVIDIA, Google, Meta, and Amazon weren't awesome stocks under Biden, even with the regulatory overhang. So it's always like, you know, a timing issue.
Well, I think that's why we had the conversation we did at the outset this evening. Why people are positive on the markets no matter the outcome. There's just enough going on, Tom.
If the government runs a massive deficit, you think Amazon's not going to benefit? Like, of course they are.
If I told you that the best sector under President Biden, Tom, was energy, up 110%, and the worst sector under President Trump was energy, down 40%, would you have believed me? That sounds so counterintuitive to the way we've been thinking about different administrations and the kinds of sectors you'd want to be in.
Yeah, it does make sense just because it's a commodity sector. So under Biden, drilling was constrained, an expansion of supply, so prices of oil outperformed expectations. And if we have a Republican president and we expand drilling, it's going to be downside pressure to oil prices. So I think it actually, that sort of flip-flop would continue.
It's less ironic than it sounds on the surface. Drill, baby, drill doesn't mean $100 WTI.
Yeah.
It probably means a range of 60 to 70.
The correlation between the change in the oil price and the change in the energy, it's like 0.85. Like, so there's no question if oil prices come down, the energy is going to underperform. I think
Interestingly enough, that's actually our #1 exporter at this point in time, and I think that's something where people associate Trump with oil, but also if you see retaliatory tariffs coming from China, that actually does affect our exports of oil. So you could actually play that either way.
Adam, you've been looking at stocks related to China. If we're in a position where we're talking about tariffs once again, and perhaps even steeper than the ones that remain in place today, names that are very familiar to portfolios, whether portfolio managers or viewers who are investing in stocks: Freeport, Estee Lauder, Las Vegas Sands, MicroStrategy, Zscaler, Wynn Resorts, names that are very, very familiar to people that could be impacted.
I think so. I mean, look, if we had a couple of CEOs text us like, look, I think they're worried if they have, you know, a lot of employees or a lot of revenue in Mexico or China. They're just worried what maybe more volatile regime could mean for their relationships there and their profits and their costs. So I think it's considered a risk-on trade when, you know, Trump wins just because of regulation and maybe taxes, but there are some puts and takes when it comes to relationships with China and Mexico.
All right,
and you're seeing the Mexico currency move a lot, too.
We will leave it there for now. Back a little bit later on. Carl, I will send it back to you.
Scott, thank you very much. We are coming up to the top of the 10 p.m. hour. Of course, our continuing coverage of election night across America. It is Your Money, Your Vote. We're live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, the financial capital of the world. In just the last hour, we've gotten decisions in a number of states. So far, not too many surprises. Many of those key battleground states remain uncalled. That includes too early to call out West and Arizona. In addition, NBC has changed its characterization in 3 key states, too close to call in Pennsylvania with its 19 electoral votes. In Wisconsin, it is now too close to call. NBC also shifting its characterization in Minnesota from too early to call to too close to call. And just a short time ago, NBC projected that former President Trump will win Ohio. That is 17 electoral votes, and right now the race to 270 stands at 191 for former President Trump and Vice President Harris with 81. 3 states get set to close a few moments from now: Montana, Utah, and the critical swing state of Nevada. I'm Carl Quintanilla. Another big hour ahead. Our Steve Leisman will be along with 2 former Fed officials, Roger Ferguson and Richard Fisher. We'll talk some energy and geopolitics with RBC's Halima Croft. And then we'll sit down with Chris Lehane, former Clinton White House advisor, current executive at OpenAI, author of the political damage control must-read Masters of Disaster. That is all coming up. First, some fresh calls coming in from the decision desk at NBC. designating former President Trump has won Montana. That is 4 electoral votes. NBC projecting that former President Trump will win Utah. That is 6 electoral votes. And NBC News says that Nevada is still too early to call. Let's bring in our team to discuss some of the results we've seen so far. Megan Casella in Washington, Eamon Javers here at Post 9 at the New York Stock Exchange. Megan, you do have some new reporting on the Harris camp.
That's right, Carl. Trying to read some of the tea leaves here. There have been a few early negative signs for the Democrats, so hearing and feeling a little bit of a vibe shift among the Democrats. But the Harris campaign is trying to project some confidence. So they say now that they are seeing some continuing enthusiasm at college precincts that they think looks good for them. That's 2 college campuses in North Carolina and the University of Michigan as well. They're also tracking this suburban support, which was always expected to be all important for Kamala Harris. They say there's slightly above expected support levels among the suburban early voters in Georgia, that in some of the larger Georgia counties that are mostly called, she's running ahead of where President Biden was in 2020 when he was able to flip that state just narrowly. They also say they're not seeing a big rural surge for Trump in Georgia, which they were worried about as well. So trying to project that confidence, even as we're seeing things like that overperformance by President Trump in the D.C. suburbs of Virginia, likely not going to be any help at this point. It's looking more likely from the Sun Belt, the North Carolina and Georgia states. But I've also been checking in with the Democratic donors and getting a little bit of a mixed picture. I will say these are all folks who were feeling pretty bullish a few hours ago before we were getting any results. Now I've had a couple say it's still early, which of course it is. One person said to me it's feeling too close, that they have no idea, but they're growing concerned. And a third person said that Trump definitely doing expected in some states like Virginia, but still too early. Feels a lot like 2020, this person was saying, when Biden came in from behind. And they said it all comes down to the blue wall. So speaking of the blue wall, I also just want to make one final point about those states that we're still waiting for. This was always going to be Harris's most likely path to the presidency. We're not seeing many results so far yet, but one of the biggest demographics to watch there are these union households. These are all going to be huge in the blue wall states more than anything. Places like Pennsylvania and Michigan, about 13% of households are union members. I think we have that graphic somewhere if we can pull it up. And taking a look at the exit polls for these households, Harris took these households by about 10 percentage points in this year's poll. Last year, or 4 years ago, I should say, Biden took those same households by 16 points. So a 6 percentage point drop by Harris in these union membership households. And take a look there. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Nevada, and Wisconsin, all huge states where the union memberships will count. Eamon, I think you've been tracking this as well and been seeing some shift here in the union families too. Eamon?
Yeah, Megan, that's right. And you talk about the mood in the Harris camp, and you wonder what the mood is at Mar-a-Lago. I've been texting some folks to try to get a sense of what that event is like, because you've got former President Donald Trump holed up in Mar-a-Lago with Elon Musk, of all people. And, Carl, we have not talked about the impact of Elon Musk on this election. And this is something that's sort of unprecedented in American history, an industrialist of this scale in control of this many industries, playing this much of a role in American politics, going all out campaigning in Pennsylvania, pouring millions of dollars into this race. Elon Musk has said that he is going to be a continuing factor now in American politics. So the one thing we've already learned, I think, is that the Elon factor in American politics and in American business is certainly not going away. And I wonder if you can think of any sort of historical parallel where we've seen somebody at that level as an American industrialist playing in American politics to this degree, even at a time when he is a huge government contractor himself, right? I mean, this is a fascinating moment. And to be a fly on the wall in Mar-a-Lago is Elon Musk hanging out with former President Donald Trump tonight.
Nation state, as Kramer likes to say. Meantime, we continue to keep our eye on futures tonight. We're pretty close to session highs here with Dow futures, I think, closing in on some 600 points. You can see that's better. That would be better than a 1.5% gain on the Dow. Bitcoin, of course, long seen as a Trump positive trade, crossing almost to 74K, which has been setting higher and higher levels as we've worked our way throughout the summer. Also, I would mention dollar index is going to be approaching 105. That would be the highest, say, since the July or June, middle of the summer.
And Donald Trump flipping his view entirely on cryptocurrency, initially a skeptic, now a proponent of cryptocurrency, now a proponent of Bitcoin, to the point where we think maybe Bitcoin is trading following, Trump likelihood scenarios in the election. And Trump, during the midst of a campaign, launching his own cryptocurrency, which is something that we just have never seen, again, in American politics. Talk about all the things that are unprecedented here, Carl. The idea of a candidate in the middle of a campaign, launching his own new business that benefits from voters, but also from people around the world who could potentially buy into that business. That's something that is entirely new as well.
One last thing, 10-year. Leisman points out closing in on 4.5, as we've seen that yield rise in recent days, certainly since the Fed cut for the first time. Megan, thank you. Eamon's going to be here at Post 9. Let's add Cornell Belcher to the conversation, founder and president of Brilliant Corners Research, also an NBC News political analyst, and Stifel chief Washington policy strategist Brian Gardner. Guys, great to see you both. Cornell, are you seeing some underperformance among, say, African-American men?
No, and look, you got to be careful with the early exit polling. The exit polling will probably be reweighted several times, so I wouldn't lean too much into the exit polling. I'm actually more focused on what I'm seeing in the ground, and not surprisingly, the ballot is coming down to the battleground states, and not surprisingly, all the battleground states are too close to call. You see in some areas where he's overperforming from his from 2020, but you also see in some areas, like in some of the Georgia ring counties, where she's overperforming from Biden's 2020 performance. So it's still a race where it counts. It's too close to call.
Brian, I can't imagine you're making adjustments to your policy stance given these early returns, yeah?
No, I mean, I think for the most part, the night is going pretty much as expected, which is very close. The Senate is leaning Republican. The House is too close to call. We're not going to know that for a couple hours. So we're leaning towards, if not an official divided government, a closely split government. And so, given what we're seeing right now, I wouldn't. I mean, and I'm kind of leaning into, a little bit on the Trump trade side. I mean, you see those stocks and those sectors performing. As the market is picking up on some trends here, which are kind of on net, Cornell's right, that there are cross currents here, but on net, I think it's leaning in Trump's direction.
Cornell, what do you think you need to see overnight from Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania? What specifically would connote at least stability for the Harris campaign?
Well, all the votes counted, right? And not too long ago, you still had 2 hours long lines in Philadelphia and Milwaukee, right? So the other part about this is, quite frankly, guys, we got to do a better job of doing elections in this country. There's no reason why people should still be standing in line for 2 hours. But that note aside, look, I think is what we saw the last time in 2020 as well. In the end, the big urban areas, the big suburban counties where Democrats have been doing better and better. I mean, take a look at Georgia again. I think you see Trump's run up a lead looking at the rural. I would argue that he's not run up enough lead looking at the rural. When you look at Gwinnett and you look at those ring counties, you look at the Atlanta metro coming in, I think things will begin to change overnight as you see more and more of that vote coming in. I don't actually think we're going to see a lot of surprises. And I think we're going to see a map that looks awful a lot like the 2020 map.
Brian, we were talking about this in an earlier segment, the idea that even if you knew tomorrow's news tonight, if you could tell right now that Donald Trump was going to win this election, what would you say the stock market is going to do tomorrow? I mean, I think it's hard to predict, and history has said that the stock market doesn't always get that initial reaction right. What would you say right now? If we could say for sure Donald Trump was going to win tonight, where's the market go tomorrow?
I think it goes up. First of all, I think it goes up if either one of them wins. I just think it goes up more.
Just a relief rally.
I think a relief rally, exactly. So a relief rally would be real if there's a clear and convincing win, and then we're not going on for 3-4 days, much less a couple of weeks. So I do think a relief rally is possible tomorrow. And then, a couple of your panels have mentioned this, bank stocks, crypto, energy, even though, ironically, as the last panel talked about, energy underperformed, oil and gas underperformed with Trump, it outperformed with Biden. I think there's still going to be some room to run for those stocks just because the perception is that the operating environment is going to be more benign with Trump than it would with Harris.
Brian, I want to add to the conversation, Colorado, NBC News projecting that for the vice president, it's going to be 10 EVs and will take her to 91. You mentioned Bitcoin. We just got a record high, and we've had a long discussion tonight about what was embedded in that price. Was it a Trumpian light regulatory touch? Was there a would-be crisis instability bid in there? It seems to be more of the former.
I think it's the regulatory bid. I think it's that Trump comes in, he changes leadership at the SEC and the CFTC, that is the reaction I have gotten from most of the clients that I have talked to. That's what they're telling me, is that they're interested in crypto and Bitcoin based on a regulatory change with the Trump administration.
Brian, the other question is, if Kamala Harris were to win, let me flip the question for you. I asked you about Donald Trump. Kamala Harris, you're saying maybe a relief rally either way tomorrow, so maybe people can place their bets right now. But if Harris wins, what are the sectors that you would look to, given that, we've seen this weird issue with energy where it's outperformed under Biden, but, you think energy might rally under Trump?
Yeah, it's definitely clean energy. With either Harris or the Democrats controlling either part of Congress, you're going to get some level of protection for the IRA tax credits, and I think the market just reacts positively to that. Healthcare, I don't think there's going to be any big healthcare legislation going through Congress, but ACA remains protected. Harris won't change the ACA like Trump claims he would. And there are ways that she can use the administrative state to try and expand or make ACA more appealable to some folks and get them into the various programs. So I think healthcare does pretty well. Then we get into a couple of sectors, Eamon, that are kind of in no man's land. It's not that they're going to go up or down. They just, tech was one of them. A previous panel talking about that. They don't have a lot of friends on either side of the aisle. Defense is another sector I point out. People think that defense is going to do really well with Trump on the theory we're going to have more defense spending. There's going to be more defense spending with either candidate. The budget is going to restrain what it is, and it's going to be probably the rate of inflation, whether it's Harris or Trump. So, it may be odd for some people to say that I don't think Trump is great for defense. I don't think either one of them changes the dynamic for defense budgets.
Yeah, I think you're right when you talk about tech in particular. I don't think, just knowing what I know about the Trump campaign, that Donald Trump would come in and back off, say, the DOJ's effort to break up Google. That seems to be pretty much baked in. Google has that problem no matter who's elected tonight. But as long as we're putting you on the spot, the last question for you then is, what about the uncertainty factor? You talk about the relief rally. What about the opposite of a relief rally, where you get in a situation where, we don't know for 1 day, 2 days, 3 days? Brian, for you and also for Cornell, how long do you think the market is going to be comfortable with that uncertainty, and how long before they start to have a negative reaction?
I think in order for the market to have a negative reaction to uncertainty, it has to be at levels that we have not seen in decades. And I'm talking about early 1800s types of the House resolving the presidency. Because if you look at 2000, Bush v. Gore, market sold off, but it sold off because of the bursting of the tech bubble. You look at 2020, market actually went up despite everything that was going on, because we're in a COVID environment and the rollout of the vaccines. So very positive headlines coming out that the economy is going to normalize. I think the market's going to do what it does based on fundamentals, based on earnings, based on the Fed this week, but it's not going to move on political uncertainty unless we get to that critical mass, which is it gets punted to the House of Representatives on a 269 tie.
Speaking of Congress, some breaking news, guys. NBC News projecting that Senator Ted Cruz has been reelected in the state of Texas. This was seen as somewhat of a hope for some Democrats. Of course, the vice president did make a late visit to Houston. On that, let's get to Emily Wilkins. Emily?
Hey, Carl. Democrats were really crossing their fingers on Texas. At the end of this race, they actually poured a couple $1 million into that because Democrat Colin Allred seemed to be doing really well in the polling. He was closing that gap. But I don't think it's a huge surprise for anyone that Senator Ted Cruz did win this one, especially given how well Trump performed in the state. And what this really means for Senate Democrats is that any opportunity for them to pick up a seat, that door just firmly shut. What they're going to have to do now, if they have any hope of controlling the Senate at this point, is to hold on to the seats that they currently have. And if you look at polling right now in Ohio, Sherrod Brown and Republican Bernie Moreno are really neck and neck. And we don't have Montana's numbers out yet. But again, that's going to be a big uphill climb for Jon Tester. Similar in Michigan, similar in Wisconsin, similar in Pennsylvania. You're really seeing these very tight, very close races for the Senate. And at this point, a lot of folks kind of assumed, I think, that Republicans would eventually control that chamber. Of course,
course, nothing is over till it's over. But at this point, especially with Cruz's win this early in the night and this definitive, it kind of tells you a bit of a narrative for that things are not looking as good as Democrats perhaps hoped they would be.
Live picture here of Ted Cruz. Of course, the GOP Senate control has been one of the consensus trades as we continue, as Emily points out, to watch the remaining races in Montana will be key. Cornell, I don't know if you can speak specifically to Texas Senate, but does that do anything to hopes? I mean, we all remember Beto O'Rourke in the last cycle.
No, I mean, Texas has been sort of fool's gold. I mean, quite frankly, it's a tough state for Democrats. It's been a tough state for Democrats for a long time. And Democrats, if you look at the spending in Texas, it wasn't near the spending, the $500 million worth of spending that we did jointly in Ohio. I think Texas was a reach. But again, I don't see a lot of surprises right now. But I will say this: look, I don't think we will know tomorrow whether or not which way Pennsylvania is going, because I don't think we're going to be done with all the counting tomorrow in Pennsylvania. And team, it's all going to come down to what happens in Pennsylvania.
Right, along with Michigan and Wisconsin. And I wonder if you're seeing anything, Cornell, at a granular level in the latter two states, Michigan or Wisconsin, that you find interesting or hopeful.
No, again, I think this is going to go to form. I really do think when you look at Michigan, I think that, the Secretary of State has talked about that she's got the turnout that I think she needs in Michigan. I think Wisconsin, again, is going to be close, but I think they feel comfortable about Wisconsin. But again, it's all about sort of what happens in those ring counties around Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, right? Is not only, he's going to run up the score in those more rural areas, but what we've seen is Democrats make inroads in the suburbs, and particularly with upscale white voters, particularly with upscale college-educated white women. Tell me how they turn out. Tell me how turnout in Philadelphia looks. Tell me, and I'll tell you whether or not Pennsylvania is going to lean one way or the other. But again, I think they'll be counting those votes for the next day or so.
Right. Well, that's where the ground game comes in. We've been talking so much about it last 72 hours or so. Brian and Cornell, our thanks to both of you guys. Appreciate it very much. We turn now to Fed impact. Let's bring in our Steve Leisman, who's joined this evening by former Fed Vice Chair Roger Ferguson and Richard Fisher, both CNBC.
I got to tell you, Carl, if you're watching some of those other channels, you're missing half the drama. We have the election here, but we also have the markets moving in a dramatic way. We have a Fed meeting, and it's all coming together. Before we start to bring in our esteemed guests, I want to show you the 10-year yield, which is really, you don't often see 20 basis point moves, especially after hours. But if they put up that chart, you'll see we've moved 20 basis points. Seemed like during the evening it was a positive Harris thought out there, and now it's gone the other way up to 443, one of the highest level we've seen in months. Now, I could show you also a chart that shows, this is from Wells Fargo, that as Trump's chances to win in the betting markets have increased, so has the 10-year yield. Perhaps this is linked to expectations for higher deficit spending, maybe higher inflation, maybe also higher growth. Maybe our esteemed guests have an answer to that question. Let's bring in Roger Ferguson, former Vice Chair of the Federal Reserve, and Richard Fisher from the great state of Texas and the great bank of the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas. Roger, I'm going to start with you. The Fed is supposed to meet beginning tomorrow, give us an announcement on Thursday. They're supposed to cut interest rates again. How does what's happening in bond markets right now, and indeed over the course of the past several months, affect what the Fed might do either this week or in months to come? Roger,
what they might do this week. I think that, yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Yes, can you hear me?
Got you.
So
yeah.
I think what they're going to do this week, what they're going to do this week, I think, is baked in. I think it's 25 basis points. I think it would be a very surprising move and unnecessarily surprising to do anything other than that. Going forward, we'll wait and see. I think it's still very much a data-dependent Fed. Some of the inflation numbers have been a little hotter. The most recent labor market number I wouldn't read too much into. So I think this week is pretty much a done deal. But I think they're going to take a look. Every meeting is going to be live and active. Probably another 25 basis points before the end of the year, and then I think it's really a coin toss.
Richard, there are some people out there who say, hey, with the bond market going the way it's been going, interest rates rising, uncertainty on the horizon when it comes to fiscal policy, the Fed makes a mistake cutting here. What's your take on that, Richard?
He was one of the great vice chairmen. One of the great vice chairmen of the Federal Reserve System was Roger. So I agree with him here. But here's the point. Since the 50 basis point much celebrated cut took place, rates have risen from the 1 year all the way out the yield curve. And as you mentioned earlier, Steve, the 10 years at 440 plus right now. And again, this goes back to what I was talking about earlier this evening. We have this fiscal runaway train wreck that's taking place, where we're spending more on interest than we are on defense, and where we're spending almost 20% of revenues on interest costs as interest rates are rising, as we refinance 2% plus debt into the 4% plus space. Right. So I think that's what's being reflected here, Steve. And I'm on Roger's wavelength as far as the next meeting, but the point is, as it affects businesses, rates are rising, not declining.
Richard, we'll come back to that in just a second. Carlos, breaking news.
Just a quick update from NBC News, Steve. Now projecting that Donald Trump has won the state of Iowa. That's going to be 6 electoral votes, and this one got a lot of attention in the last couple of days.
A lot of attention over the weekend.
Because of that Seltzer poll, which showed Harris up 3.
Yep, and she's not. so we can get off the polar coaster, and everybody that was focusing on that can go back to focusing on actual vote count. I mean, that was an outlying poll. There's a lot of respect for Seltzer in the polling community, so a lot of people took it very seriously. Clearly, there was some kind of glitch in the data there, or something changed in the last 24 hours. Iowa going for Trump, as expected. No big upset for Kamala Harris there.
Steve?
Roger, you were vice chair of the Federal Reserve in the mid-'90s, which is practically, like a sleeper era compared to what's going on now. Give me a sense, Roger. I know you have almost no experience in this, but of course nobody does. How you would handle the kind of uncertainty that looks to be coming down the pike from the fiscal side, from Washington, when it comes to the making of monetary policy?
Well, first, when I was there, the fiscal picture changed quite dramatically from the possibility of surpluses to the possibility of deficits. So we've seen all of this. I think the answer is to move very slowly and methodically and be data-driven, as the Fed has been. Yeah, Chair Powell talked about how hard it is to lead Fed policy based on these unknown variables that one can't see, so-called the neutral rate or the NAIRU, the unemployment rate. That's supposed to be the natural rate. And so I think in a period of such uncertainty, the incoming data has got to give you the guidance. That's a risk that you may be late, as we've already seen. And so I think it's going to be a little bit of a balancing act. I would have to agree with my friend Richard Fisher. I would have to agree with Richard Fisher that the fiscal picture does not look very promising. So indeed, interest rates are likely to move higher based on what the market has seen, and the Fed will have to take that into consideration.
Well, that's really my question, Roger. I want to stick with you on this one more time, which is, could you find yourself in a position where you have to lean against it with higher rates if the borrowing numbers are so much higher and create the threat of inflation?
Look, I think that's always been the case. The Fed always has to take fiscal policy into consideration in its modeling, and its job is to keep inflation under control. And so the answer is, fiscal deficits that continue to ratchet up make the Fed's job much more difficult in terms of keeping inflation under control, and hence, the ability to reduce rates will be hampered. I don't think there's, great news in that. I think that's the logic of any kind of market situation.
All right, don't get too excited, but I'm now going to release some new results, but not from any election results. I'm going to release results from our Fed survey, guys, which is coming out Thursday. But I have this specially prepared for tonight.
Oh, nice.
Sneak peek. Richard, we asked our panel of 28 economists and analysts about respecting the Fed's independence. 100% think Harris will. Now we're down to 30% who believe that Trump will, down from 42%. How much concern do you have either way this goes when it comes to respect for the Fed's independence? There's the chart, guys. Fresh results you can only get on CNBC. Again, not election results. They're Fed survey results. Come on, Eamon. Come on. What's better than this? Good stuff, right? Anyway, Richard, would you give me your thoughts on the concern that you may or may not have about the Fed's independence?
I'm not worried about the Fed's independence. You'd have to get the Senate to line up with the president. And I want to remind you that this has been attempted several times. For example, people forget that Ronald Reagan tried to impeach Paul Volcker. And Volcker outmaneuvered him on the Hill. And obviously stayed as Fed chairman, became one of the great Fed chairmen and central bankers in history. Biden did not want to reappoint Jay Powell. And Jay Powell outmaneuvered him on the Hill. So there's a lot of fluff in here, a lot of, gorilla dust, as Ross Perot used to call it. But I'm not worried about the Fed's independence. I actually had a conversation once, guys, with Nancy Pelosi about that. You know what she told me? She said, we can't even tie our shoes on the budget. Can imagine if the Congress was in charge of monetary policy, or the executive was, we'd have an inflationary disaster on our hands. So I'm not worried about it. Maybe Roger has a different perspective. Again, he's wiser than I am, but it's very important we keep the central bank independent. And every country in the world in history who has allowed the executive or the ruler to overrule the independence of a central banking authority has unleashed hyperinflation and economic disaster. We don't want that in the United States.
Now, for a quick response from Roger on that, Roger, I will point out that the next president will not have another another Fed appointment until 2026, I believe.
Correct.
Right. So I agree with Richard overall. I think the market will also have a strong reaction. So I think there will be talk. There will be bluster. Remember that Richard Nixon called in Arthur Burns and really pushed him hard, and Burns actually caved a little bit. So, I think Richard's right overall, but don't think that it's not going to be a pretty noisy ride as potentially President Trump, if he's elected, has commentary that I suspect Vice President Harris, if she were elected, would not have.
Well, we expect to have both your voices on CNBC for the noisy ride, the calming voices of Richard Fisher and Roger Ferguson, who I've known for just a couple decades now. Just a couple decades.
One or two.
They've kept me straight and narrow.
Even though we're in our 20s. That's good. That's right.
It's going on 20.
Exactly right.
Steve, Richard, Roger, thanks so much, guys. Let's check some boards. You're going to definitely want to keep your eye on Russell futures. Well, actually, there's futures right there looking at a better than 1% increase for the Dow. And you can see the NASDAQ as well, up 254 points. Futures indicate there's the Russell. I think that's going to be close to a 3-year high on the Russell futures. Bitcoin's a big story again as we approach 74K, and Steve pointed out the 10-year as well, getting close to 445, I think, maybe some resistance. Some argue at 447.
Backed off a little bit.
Yeah, off just a touch. And then Qs and SPYs will be another one to watch as we have some of these markets working overnight, giving us a sense of some market sentiment. When we come back, the election in big tech. What's at stake for Silicon Valley? Seasoned political operative Chris Lehane is going to join us next, discuss the intersection between politics and messaging. You are watching a CNBC special, Your Money, Your Vote. We're back after this quick break. Get you a live look at the two campaign headquarters right now. On the left, it's Howard University, where supporters of the vice president are gathered. And on the right, it's West Palm Beach Convention Center, where supporters of former President Trump are at this hour. We'll keep our eyes peeled for any signs of the hits. Meantime, questions swirling around what the next president might mean for the tech sector, from AI to domestic chip production to antitrust concerns. Our own Deirdre Bosa is out west, live in San Francisco, with a very special guest. Evening, Dee.
Hey, Carl, I am delighted to be here with Chris Lehane, VP of Global Affairs at OpenAI. Few people really understand the intersection of Washington and technology like he does. After working as a political strategist in the Clinton White House, Chris came west, first with Airbnb, then in crypto, now at OpenAI, really at a time when the industry and government are trying to get their arms around AI policy. Chris, it's really wonderful to have you.
Thanks for having me. It's really nice to be here.
Let's get to what's happening right now. What do you make of the results so far?
Well, look, I'm someone who goes way back to the 2000 campaign. I was Al Gore's press secretary. And those of you who may remember 2000, I was sitting next to the then sitting vice president when he was declared the winner. And then 30 minutes later, they changed it. And so I think as we sit here now and see where the trends are and what we've seen from some of the numbers that have come in, I still think it's really too early to make a prediction on this. I think what we are seeing thus far is a lot of the results are actually playing to what the polls had been showing us going in. And so I do think a lot of this is going to come down to the proverbial blue wall, what happens in Pennsylvania, what happens in Wisconsin, what happens in Michigan. I'm going to be looking for specific data points from some of those states, having been through elections before, that will, I think, give us a little bit of a tell. I do think this is going to be a long, long night.
Right. Iowa, though, sticks out as something that may have shifted from what we saw in the polls. Do you think that the Harris campaign should be nervous right now?
I think that the Harris campaign has known all along that this is going to be a long night. I do think it comes down to those 3 states. We just don't know enough right now. And look, at what I'm hearing on the ground in those states is that, they feel like they're in a very competitive position, but it's going to be very, very close. And what I'm looking for, and, this is what I'd share with folks, what do the numbers look like out of Philadelphia? For a Democrat to win Pennsylvania, you have to basically have about a 450,000 vote margin out of Philly, so keep an eye on that. For Michigan, do you get over 50%? Is there more than 50% turnout in Detroit? Like, those are some of the data points that you can look at pretty quickly. I think Wisconsin's going to be a hard one to follow tonight because of the issue with the voting and counting the votes in Milwaukee, so that probably doesn't come in until very, very, very late. So I do think we're in for a long, long night.
North Carolina and Georgia, do you get those to Trump then?
I think those seem to be trending in that direction. Again, having been through this before where they could switch things, I'm always very, very, very careful. But I do think what you're seeing, as we headed into today, right, both the Sun Belt states, had a slight, if you looked at the polling, they slightly favored Trump. And if you look at that blue wall, they slightly favored Kamala. So let's see what happens.
Are you seeing anything so far that matters to the technology industry, Silicon Valley? Well,
I've always felt that, with either candidate, the tech industry was going to be, I think, in a relatively positive place. The vice president is from California, has strong relationships with tech. The former president has obviously been talking an awful lot about U.S. national economic competitiveness. And at the center of U.S. national economic competitiveness is the tech industry.
Right. So let's get to Silicon Valley's role in this election cycle as well. For many years, the discussions seemed to happen largely behind closed doors. That's really burst out into the open. At least it's felt like that here on the ground. What has changed this time around for VCs and founders? Why are they more vocal than we've heard them in a long time?
Well, I think for a long time, the tech sector was almost, its own separate individual thing. Today, tech is the economy. What company is not a tech company at some level? And as tech sort of went from, look, I've been there for, Web 1, late 90s, early 2000s, Web 2, the sharing economy, when you and I first met each other, and now really to this era of tech. And I do think we're sort of entering a new era. And that era has certainly put tech, in the middle of a lot of these national conversations. Right. Look, I think the tech industry itself, at some level, reflects larger issues in the country. Like, I fundamentally believe, and you're not going to know enough, until you're probably 25, 30, 50 years from today. But I do think we're in the middle of a pretty significant realignment, socioeconomic and electoral. And I think tech reflects that at some level.
And when you have sort of the largest figure in tech, Elon Musk, on the campaign trail, so active in this election cycle, does that matter going forward, whether Trump wins or Harris wins? What role does tech have to play?
Well, first of all, I think Elon's a unique figure, and you almost have to put him in his own sort of category. I do think tech has really learned over the last several years how to engage in politics, because they have some aspects that are different maybe than traditional sectors that you would have dealt with in the past. They have the ability, at least in some cases, to really be engaged with their users. These big platforms, at times can have millions and millions and millions of users, and they can engage those users really in the political process through their platforms. Now, that only works. Not every platform can do it. You actually have to have some aligned interests with your users so that they actually are willing to work with you and engage with you on the political process. Look, we've seen this in this election. in the digital assets crypto space. The crypto industry has about 20% of the electorate owns digital assets. I think Stand With Crypto, which is an organization out there, has organized about 1.5 million of their folks to engage in the political process. That's somewhat unique to tech. I also think tech, because they have various ways that they can communicate, can also engage in the public discourse and public conversation maybe a little bit differently. And then finally, just last point, which is I also think in tech there's a little bit of an ethos about actually wanting to engage and actually have that conversation out there. I mean, you made the point that in the past you'd sort of have to go into those back rooms where those conversations took place. That's just not how tech operates. That's not how founders think. You've been out here for a while. People like to be out there. They like to have this conversation in public.
I suppose more so these days. Crypto at record highs tonight. What do you read into that?
I think crypto knows that regardless of what happens with this election, you're going to have the next president's going to be much more crypto forward. You're going to have the most crypto forward Congress, no matter what. And so, crypto knows that as it's going forward that it's going to get a lot more certainty when it comes to the policies out there.
And just quickly, because we've talked so much about artificial intelligence, I hate to get to it last, but I know you said that the stakes are higher than ever, and we were talking about this. You relate it to basically electricity. That is really sort of the new factor, bipartisan factor in this election.
Yeah, I mean, AI really does transcend partisan politics. I mean, I've had the chance to spend a lot of time with Republicans and Democrats, and really, the unifying force in all of this is that people do understand that there is a fundamental race going on right now between the U.S. and the People's Republic of China, between democratic AI and autocratic AI. And that does transcend partisan politics. You look at Washington, D.C., what brings both parties together, it is typically when China is a catalyst for driving the parties together. And I do think that as we go forward after this election, you're going to see an enormous amount of bipartisan work in and around AI, but specifically on the issue of infrastructure, right? And infrastructure is basically helping to create enough compute so that we have the ability to continue to innovate and to continue to lead on this technology.
And you've made that a key issue and factor at OpenAI. Chris, it's so great to get your insights. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, Deirdre.
Carl,
maybe this is a regular thing that we can do every election.
Yes, and there's so much more to talk about. Carl, for now, I'll send it back to you at the New York Stock Exchange.
Dee, great stuff. I love it when you bring Chris in. Thank you. That's our Deirdre Bosa. Getting some breaking news tonight. NBC News projection for Nebraska. Donald Trump projected to win that. 3 electoral votes so far. It is a split state, of course, with 2 more EVs up for grabs. We'll keep our eye on any 2 throughout the course of the night. That brings the total, as you can see there. Up next, RBC Capital Markets. Halima Croft's going to join us. She'll break down all the big geopolitical risks she's watching and what it could mean for the energy markets. Don't go anywhere. You're watching a CNBC special, Your Money, Your Vote. We're back in 2 minutes. Well, markets came into tonight's election count with a very heavy Trump bid, and it continues to add to that. Take a look at futures, just off of session highs, but the Dow does look to open higher by almost 600 points. Dollar, of course, highest level since the summer as we watch the DXY getting close to 105, actually above it now, 105.11. And then, of course, oil. What a conundrum that's been for the markets. Hanging on to the low 70s here, down just a touch, 71.29. Speaking of which, let's bring in Halima Croft, head of global commodity strategy at RBC Capital Markets. Walked over to the exchange. It's great to have you here, Halima.
Thank you.
Big issues that you see in the event of a Trump White House regarding crude.
I would watch what happens on the geopolitical side. So if we have Trump come back into office, what does that mean for Iran? So Trump's senior advisors have talked about bringing back maximum pressure sanctions on Iran. Iranian exports have climbed to a 5-year high under President Biden. The question is, will we start to see sanctions being enforced? Could we see Iranian exports come off the market? What does it also mean for the war in the Middle East? Some of Trump's advisors have said that Israel should use this historic opportunity with Hezbollah and Hamas suffering big defeats to essentially strike a blow against the Iranian nuclear facilities, against the oil facilities. So do we see Israel potentially taking more assertive action against Iran if President Trump is returning to office? Now, remember, President Trump apparently said, get this war over before I come into office in January. So are we looking at a potentially more volatile Middle East in the run-up to that date?
Right. All the things you just mentioned sound oil positive, oil bullish, for a candidate who has promised to cut energy prices in half.
Well, that's going to be very interesting because a lot of that discussion about lowering energy prices is about unleashing U.S. production. But U.S. production has climbed to record highs under President Biden. So the question is, what more can President Trump do to bring more U.S. barrels onto the market? Now, you could say an easier permitting environment, less regulation going forward. But as we know, shale producers get a lot of pressure from shareholders to exercise capital discipline. So the question is, will we really see a lot more U.S. barrels on the market? Or again, just something in the trajectory in terms of less regulation?
What do you tell viewers who think, all right, if we're going to drill, baby, drill a little bit more and permit easier, does that oil stay home, or is this all about exporting every incremental drop of oil we produce?
I mean, the really interesting story is how much U.S. exports have really gone into global markets. And if we think about the war in Ukraine, another hot topic, if we think about a Trump victory, I mean, really, U.S. LNG exports played an enormous role in helping Europe weather that storm. And the question about gas, I think, is very important for the state of Pennsylvania. Questions about, was Harris's previous positioning on fracking hurting her in Pennsylvania? Was the LNG export permitting pause hurting her in Pennsylvania? So we have to see how this plays out.
Right. Do you think that was poorly messaged, poorly framed, that temporary pause?
Well, I think what was so interesting about that pause is the question about what were you really hoping to gain from that? Because you would talk to some Biden administration officials and saying, it's only a pause, we expect it to be reversed. So the question is, what was the political upside of that pause?
Right, because the thinking back then was there's still a lot of capacity coming online in the coming years, right?
Right, that was the argument. There was some argument I heard on the political side that perhaps that would gain traction with more progressive voters who were, much more focused on climate. But again, if you look at the state of Pennsylvania right now, you have to wonder, was that pause a self-inflicted wound?
Right. A lot of talk about next year being yet another historic supply glut, right? The spread between supply and demand. Would you think a Trump win tonight or this week changes that narrative?
Well, I think the interesting question is going to be, what does OPEC do? And how does the Trump administration handle OPEC? Because remember, President Trump, when he was previously in office, was always trying to get OPEC to put more barrels on the market until we had that crash in 2020. And then essentially he became the de facto president of OPEC, getting the biggest production cut done in order to save U.S. shale. So the question is, what does OPEC production look like next year? How does Trump manage his relationship with OPEC? Does he essentially say, look, OPEC, stick with the plan, put those barrels on the market? How does OPEC react?
Right. Still a lot of returns to get to, but assuming that the narrative continues, we'll be looking for the international reaction for sure later in the week. Halima, thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Have a great night, Halima Croft. We'll see you again later tonight at CNBC Global Headquarters. Meantime, let's bring in Walter Isaacson tonight, advisory partner at Perella Weinberg and a CNBC contributor, along with Eamon Javers here at Post 9. Walter, good evening. It's great to have you.
Hey, good to be with you, Carl.
Your thoughts as you've been watching the returns tonight?
I think this is a pretty historic shift. You've had more than 30 years now of a consensus from Washington to Davos about free trade and lower tariffs and also free movements of people and capital. And a lot of people got left behind. You see this as a global phenomenon of a bit of a populist backlash against this type of economic policy. I was just reading Michael Sandel's book, Democracy's Discontents. And there are just so many people now who can't have that security of a good job, and they blame it on the fact that we've had too much free trade, too much immigration. And whether or not they're right, you can see that in Europe, you can see it here.
Walter, you've spent about as much time with Elon Musk as anybody. Your fantastic book on him came out, though, maybe before his full pivot to being an American political figure and political icon as well. I wonder what you make of that, given the enormous amount of time that you spent with Elon Musk, talking about all of his businesses, his rise to prominence, and now his rise to prominence as a political prime mover in this country.
Well, one of the last chapters in the book is called The Rabbit Hole. And even a year or so ago, when the book came out, he was spiraling, in my mind, too far towards these conspiracy theories. He embraced the populist, anti-woke agenda. And you could see, just as, you know, it's was happening in a lot of the tech and business industry, too, people grabbing this agenda. So it's not a particular surprise. It's all sort of laid out in the book.
If Trump wins tonight, Elon Musk will be maybe the most powerful industrialist this country has ever seen, with a huge role in the incoming administration in terms of budget, finances, structure of contracting, all of those things, even at a time when he himself is a prime government contractor. How do you think he will handle that responsibility based on what you know of the man?
You know, we saw what happened when he took over Twitter. And he went in and just within weeks got rid of 85% of the people, got rid of an entire server farm in Sacramento using his own pliers and cutting the cables himself. He wants to do that throughout the federal government, meaning not trim it by 5 or 10%, but just total elimination of large parts of the federal government. I don't think, leave aside, you know, does it help SpaceX or Tesla? I think he's just on this mission. He watched how Malay did it, you know, cutting government departments down there. And I think it will be, you know, a somewhat brutal sight, just as it was at Twitter, if he's allowed to go in and try to cut the federal workforce and bureaucracy by more than 50% in some places.
Well, that's why the phrase temporary hardship, Walter, had made such an impact on some, and Musk's responses to this notion that you would see hardship in some corners, markets tumbling, sounds about right, was the response that Musk wrote on X. I wonder how you think markets will take it if it comes to pass.
Well, we'll see how much can actually be done. It's far easier when you buy Twitter outright to then fire 85% of certain departments. It's a little bit harder in the federal government, of course, as civil service protection.
A lot harder.
And you've got Congress, and Congress gets to appropriate the money. But if we see Congress being in the hands of, you know, both houses of Congress being in the hands of Republicans and all the regulatory agencies, you're going to see a pretty major shock therapy, both to regulation and to spending and to the workforce of the federal government.
Walter, I wonder what you make of, and we're going to be tracking all kinds of exit polls that try to reflect how men are thinking at this political moment. I wonder how you think that alienation played into this cycle, to what degree Musk was an influence, to what degree COVID was an influence, and is that lasting?
Yeah, I think it's big. And I think men, especially young men, you can see a whole generation that have, for a variety of reasons, been part of a bro culture, whether it's tech bro or frat bro or finance bro or just, you know, working bros. They really feel left out, disrespected. And I don't think we've ever seen in this country in the past 40 or 50 years such a gender divide between the two parties. And, you know, I think that that's one of the most significant shifts in this election. It was men, especially young men, black, white, Hispanic, all of them, seeming to shift now to being very much part of this populist backlash that's helping elect a lot of Republicans.
You know, Walter, that seems like there are two moments in Elon Musk's life that may have catapulted him into politics in the United States. One was this sort of snubbing by Joe Biden when he brought the EV companies to the White House, and he didn't bring Tesla to the White House, largely because of concerns that Tesla's not a union shop, and heaped praise on other companies. Elon Musk seemed to really have his nose out of joint about that. That might have been a precipitating event. But also there's this issue in his own family in terms of transgender transgender issues and his own child there that has been a deeply alienating experience for him as well. A lot of resentment bubbles up from Elon Musk around that issue, and transgender issues have culturally played a role in this campaign. Do you see either one of those as more important than the other in terms of Elon Musk's propulsion into the American political scene?
I think both were important. I could certainly see his face and the darkness that came over it when he thought of President Biden looking at Mary Barra of General Motors and saying, "You've led the way into electric vehicles," when Tesla had made 1 million electric vehicles. And I think that quarter, GM had made only 26, and Tesla wasn't even invited to the summit. Likewise, I think with his daughter, Vivian Jenna Musk, who a wonderful person, Musk thought it wasn't just a transgender thing, thought that she had become infected by the woke mind virus. Now, you can try to make what you want of what that means, but he felt that this sort of progressive mentality in the private schools in Los Angeles, wherever it was, did that. But also the bureaucracy, the regulation, the COVID restrictions. He's not very good at playing with guardrails, having guardrails put around him and having restrictions. And I think there were, as I describe in the book, about 5 or 6 factors that suddenly sent him pretty much down towards a populist conservative path.
Talk about prescient, Walter. We appreciate you helping us out tonight on a busy night. Thank you, Walter Isaacson.
Thank you.
We are nearing 11 p.m. on the East Coast. Idaho, Oregon, Washington, California, and the 54 electoral votes closing in a few moments. We'll get you the results and talk to Heidi Heitkamp, Mark Short about what we've seen so far as our election coverage continues. Just before 11 p.m. on the East Coast, 8 p.m. on the West. As our live Your Money, Your Vote coverage rolls on, we are less than 1 minute from polls closing out west. Here's where we stand in the battle for the White House and the race to 270. In the last hour, NBC has projected that former President Trump adds to his win column Iowa and 3 of Nebraska's 5 electoral votes. On the other side, Vice President Harris projected to win Colorado with its 10 electoral votes. That means former President Trump has 210 electoral votes to Vice President Harris's 91 at this hour. California, with its 54 electoral votes, is on deck. Polls also closing in Washington, Oregon, and Idaho. From here on in, only 2 states will be open for business, and that will be Hawaii and Alaska. Welcome back. I'm Carl Quintanilla. This hour, we'll get the breakdown of how tonight's results will impact the next 4 years in Washington. Former Senator Heidi Heitkamp will join us, along with former Vice President Pence Chief of Staff Mark Short. Also hear from noted tech investor Brad Gerstner of Altimeter Capital. He'll join the judge at the bottom of the hour. All that straight ahead, but first want to update you on some new calls coming in from the NBC News decision desk. NBC News projecting that Vice President Harris wins California. That is 54 electoral votes. That is 1 less than last cycle. State's gone Democratic, as you probably can imagine, at the presidential level since '92. NBC News also projecting Donald Trump wins Idaho. That's 4 electoral votes. NBC News says Oregon, with its 8 electoral votes, still too early to call. Oregon has gained 1 vote since the 2020 election, and Washington State also too early to call. Let's bring in our team now to discuss the results we've seen so far. Here at the Exchange with me, CNBC senior Washington correspondent Eamon Javers. Down in D.C., our Washington correspondent Megan Casella. Eamon has more on the morale in Trump land, at least.
And we were just talking about Elon Musk. It is now reportable from NBC News that Elon Musk has arrived at Mar-a-Lago, according to sources in the room. Other VIPs in attendance at Mar-a-Lago: RFK Jr., Dana White, Steve Wynn, Howard Lutnick, John Paulson, Woody Johnson, Linda McMahon, a whole bunch of names that will be familiar to CNBC viewers are in Mar-a-Lago alongside Donald Trump. And the word we are getting from people who are on site there is that there is a bubbling of optimism now in Mar-a-Lago as they watch some of these exit polls. They watch some of the states that have been called so far. That Iowa result didn't go adversely to them. So I think you would say that the feeling in Mar-a-Lago now is that sort of cautious optimism as they watch and wait with the rest of us, Carl.
Megan, how about the Harris camp?
Carl, it is a pretty opposite feeling among much of the Harris camp, among Democratic donors and sources and others that I'm talking to. Part of it is simply that expectations had really grown pretty high in the days and even the hours leading up to polls closing. There was that Iowa poll that you guys have been talking about. There was hope that the Sun Belt could help carry her through, and then we wouldn't have to wait for the blue wall. Obviously, none of that panning out. But I will say the Harris campaign is still projecting some optimism. We have a new memo that just went out from Jen O'Malley Dillon, the campaign manager, to campaign staff. She's saying that as we have known all along, this is a razor-thin race, that they've also always known that the clearest path to 270 was going to lie through the blue wall states, and they feel good about what they're seeing there. She highlights Philadelphia, Bucks County. She talks about Detroit and says some Milwaukee counties in Wisconsin are also looking good for them. So they're really emphasizing sort of stay calm, wait for the vote to be counted. We think that this could take a very long time, and they're going to keep watching and projecting this optimism, at least externally. One note on just how long this could take. We just had polls close out west in Nevada and Arizona, as you said. And at this point, we do know that at least in Reno, there are more than 10 precincts in the county with more than an hour wait. That folks out there, NBC reporters who are out there, say that final results could be delayed hours or days as they're waiting for that. And then in Arizona, right now, it's a dead tie with the vote that's been counted so far, 49-49. So a lot more vote counting still to come. Morale in the Democratic Party isn't super high right now, I would say. Perhaps that's an understatement, but they are saying we just need to wait and see.
Megan, thank you for that. I want to add Emily Wilkins into the conversation as well as we continue to keep our eye on Congress and in particular some of these Senate races, Emily.
Yeah, Carl, I mean, the big thing we're watching right now is the Ohio Senate race, a really critical one. If Democrat Sherrod Brown loses tonight, that will mean that Democrats lose control of the Senate. And right now it is Republican opponent Bernie Moreno who is up about 5 percentage points. Still too early to call, to be clear. We still only have 86% of the vote in at this point. Of course, the state of Ohio in the presidential has been called for Donald Trump, but that was what we were expecting. And of course, let's note here, Moreno was helped out greatly by a lot of crypto funding. $40 million went into that state. In total, $204 million was raised by Fairshake. That's sort of the main crypto path that really played in this election. They supported Democrats, they supported Republicans, and they're really shaping up right now. Even if Moreno doesn't wind up winning, a number of folks who will be going back to Congress are going to be having that crypto backing, and that could mean a lot for what we wind up seeing in terms of legislation being passed, in terms of bipartisan support. And the crypto, they're not resting on their laurels. They've already announced that they're donating to the midterms, making sure that they have a war chest to go in for that.
Emily, one of the scenarios the market's been trying to price in the last couple of weeks has been a red sweep. If we were to get one, what would you argue would be the top priority policy positions?
So for Republicans, if they get a red sweep, it unlocks this special legislative procedure they can use where they basically don't even need Democrats to move something along. Normally stuff gets caught in the Senate, they can override that. So you're going to be seeing a lot of stuff with taxes. Republicans have already said they want to extend the 2017 tax package, but they're also looking for other stuff they can do with this special legislative procedure, things with the border, things with border security, potentially something when it comes to inflation. I think you would need to take a look at some of the green energy tax credits that were implemented under the Biden administration. Those might wind up being cut. Certainly a concern that a couple of Republicans have raised. But really, Republicans are going to be able to have a lot to do if they wind up sweeping the House and the Senate and the White House. I will just note, though, at this point, I mean, I've been watching these House races so closely, just waiting to be able to call anything or say anything. But really, the only thing at this point, we are seeing in New Jersey 7th, I'm now seeing projected winner Tom Kaine. That's the Republican incumbent. He'll be able to keep his seat. That race was seen as close, but the Republican has won. But there are still certainly many opportunities for Democrats to pick up on the board. The night is still young, and the lawmakers who I'm talking with say really it's still very much a toss-up.
Emily, thanks. Talking a bit. Emily Wilkins watching some of the down ballot races. For some more analysis, let's bring in former North Dakota Senator Heidi Heitkamp here at Post 9. Mark Short as well, former Chief of Staff to Vice President Mike Pence. Both are CNBC contributors. Heidi, what do you think is missing on the Dem turnout side?
Well, I don't know if it's turnout as much as it is the kind of message. And, let's be honest. I mean, you have a right track, wrong track that is way underwater for Democrats. You have the economy being the #1 issue. I thought maybe the abortion issue would overcome that. I don't think that's what we're seeing here. But, this was an uphill climb. And, if you think back 100 days when Joe Biden was still in the race, I don't think any Democrat would have told you that we would even be in the position to maybe even win tonight. So we've got to go back and kind of recalibrate our thinking. I think we had maybe some extra exuberance or positivity that isn't panning out, but it doesn't mean that this race is over. And, what's interesting about the House is California is going to make a big difference. And I don't know why it is, but New York seems to not be able to count their ballots very quickly. And so there's obviously some opportunity for pickup there. And so I wouldn't call the House out. I wouldn't call Sherrod out because where the votes are in blue areas, but it's not looking good. And, John Tester is in the fight of his life. And so I think it's likely you're going to see a Republican Senate, but I'm not willing to rule out the House or the presidency just yet.
Speaking of which, some breaking news. NBC News projecting Vice President Harris wins Oregon. That would be 8 electoral votes, and will take her total, I think, above 150, 153. Mark, are you surprised that I haven't seen exit polling on January 6th and reactions to that or how much that stuck in voters' minds? How do you think it played?
I'm not so sure how much it played, Carl. I think a lot of that was baked in. I think what I'm most surprised about is how much Trump is overperforming with African American and Latino votes. I think that there's still been some attrition in suburban votes, but I don't know another Republican that would have done as well as he has in those minority communities. And I think it runs counter to what a lot of the media narrative was heading into this election. So I think that's been the biggest surprise. And I also think that I know other networks have already called Ohio. I don't think it's going to be a close Senate margin. I think he's actually going to have some comfort room, which I think bodes well for the extension of the tax relief.
Senator, I want to start looking at how Democrats react tonight. If it's not a good night for Democrats, how much finger pointing is there to Joe Biden himself for staying in this race far too long, not allowing the Democratic Party to have a primary primaries are always said that's where the best candidate emerges because there's rough and tumble and it's not just a designation of somebody, but a selection where, survival of the fittest has to take place.
I think that would be wrong. I mean, number one, what good does that do? What you should ask is not, whose fault is this? What you should ask is, why didn't we do better? We think we've got the right message. We think that we're the party of the people, but yet the people aren't supporting us. And the people, when I started in politics, guess who my base was? People over the age of 65 and working men and women. Yeah. And we have lost that base. And it's more important that we ask about the Democratic brand than it is who carries it. And I think, regardless, the Democrats were going to be held responsible for the economy.
The best performing economy in 50 years.
The economy is great, by the way.
But honestly, you guys, we don't tell that story. We don't tell that story in a way. And you have to look at Barbara Mikulski, my great friend from the great state of Maryland, once used to say, yes, the macro issues are important, but we win on the macaroni and cheese issues. And quite honestly, the macaroni and cheese issues weren't cutting our way with inflation. They weren't cutting our way as people felt more and more insecurity. I think we're gonna be in for a transitional time for workers in America, and I don't know that we've really spoken to those workers. And Mark and I were talking earlier about I would tell you the ad that probably did the most amount of damage was the ads on transgender. And so once again, that cultural aspect enters, even though it doesn't have a big effect on people, it's a message that people didn't want to hear.
We talked a little bit about that being one of the things that drew Elon Musk into this campaign was his own experience in his own family, sort of an alienating experience for Elon. Is it all cultural, though, Mark?
Oh, I don't think it's all cultural, but I do think, as we were talking about before, you see those older Reagan Democrats that have shifted over in support of Trump. I don't think it's economic reasons. I really think it is cultural. I do think that the Democrat Party has gone far too woke, and I think that has pulled a lot of people in middle America over.
Yeah, and honestly, when you're doing better financially, you have more leeway to look at other kinds of issues. And I think in some ways, when you look at the macro issue or the macaroni and cheese issues, we're doing okay. But yet, I think once people feel a comfort, it's like farmers. You know, we have the farm bill, they have that safety net. That it used to be we would win farmers because the Democratic Party always supported the farm bill. When the Republican Party came on board and said, let's spend this money too, then all of a sudden you have the leeway to move beyond your economic interests.
I'll be the skunk of this party. I'm not
Go
so,
ahead.
I'm
Go
not
ahead.
so convinced that the economy is that great, and that's why a lot of Americans feel the way. Sure, it is for the markets. When you have massive inflation, equity prices go up, commodity prices go up. For the average American who experienced 20% inflation over the 4 years, that's the most they've experienced since the Carter years.
Wages are up too, though.
Wages are now up in the last 2 years. The first 2 years of the administration, they were not. I think a lot of Americans are still feeling that lag.
Gasoline prices are down 20% since the last midterm. The median household net worth's up 50% since 2019.
You know, we could give you a lot of numbers.
Sure, over the course of the 4 years, 20% inflation, Carl. I think that for a lot of Americans, they feel that.
Yeah, and what I would say is we had to clean up the mess from COVID. Now we can say who's responsible for that. And so you clean up the COVID mess. You have a supply chain disruption that leads to a lot of this inflation.
And a lot of Americans didn't like Democrat governors shutting down their states as long as they did.
I get it.
You talk about cleaning it up, but I think COVID policy actually hurt Democrats too.
What do you think the conversation, how it goes in China and Europe overnight and tomorrow morning?
I would imagine there's probably a lot of trepidation in European markets and probably in China as well, sure. But, you know, I think that we'll wait and see how that plays out.
Yeah, and on China, I think both sides are rushing to see who can be the most hawkish on China, right? I mean, there isn't a division between Democrats or Republicans. I think that if in fact this pans out, the real concern is what happens in Ukraine. What happens in Ukraine, what happens to the NATO alliance, what happens to the transatlantic relationships. And if, in fact, we see these tariffs, and I agree with Mark that a lot of the tariffs that Trump put on did not come off. And again, you have this kind of protectionist attitude. But at what point, if it gets ratcheted up, do we see retaliation? Do we see increased inflation?
We talked about the lasting impact that Elon Musk might have in the Republican Party. In the Democratic Party, a lot of eyes are turning toward Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who, I looked it up, is 35 years old this year. That's the constitutional age to run for president of the United States. Not too early to talk about generational change in the Democratic Party as your party moves forward. How do you think the younger Democrats are looking at this issue, as Mark said, of the party going too far woke, especially figures on the left like AOC?
I mean, I really dispute what Mark's saying about the party going too woke. I think it's a label that's been put on the Democratic Party that they haven't been very effective in explaining, you know, kind of what these policies are. But we're ready for a transition. We're ready for an age transition. They've picked their next leader. If Trump gets elected, I mean, it's clear that J.D. Vance, who's also one of the youngest people ever to be elected vice president, if that happens tonight, or in the next week or so. I mean, think about it. And so we've got a bench that is so deep and so wide, and you know, in many ways, it wasn't tested in this cycle. And so it'll be interesting to see.
The bench didn't have an opportunity in this cycle.
Well, that's right.
Because of Joe Biden's decision to stay as long as he did.
Heidi, Senator, Mark, thank you.
Good to see you.
Continue to
We're
watch
lively.
We do have some breaking news on the Ohio Senate. Let's get to Emily Wilkins. Hey, Emily.
Hey, Carl. Well, now in the state of Ohio, Bernie Moreno is projected to win. That is flipping the state into Republican control. He would be beating Sherrod Brown. Sherrod Brown, I mean, he's the chair of the banking committee. He has represented Ohio for well over a decade now. He had a really powerful role in Congress that oversaw banking, oversaw some financial policy, oversaw a lot of the crypto stuff. And that's why he was really targeted by a lot of the crypto PACs. $40 million, as we mentioned mentioned earlier, spent in this race on behalf of Moreno. Moreno, he's a previous blockchain entrepreneur, so he knows about the stuff. And this is really a resounding win, I think, for crypto tonight. It's a resounding win for Republicans tonight. With this, we can now say that Republicans will control the Senate. I think the only question mark left here, maybe for their control, is how much. Also got to keep an eye on Nebraska, of course, where you have an independent challenging a Republican. But really, this is teeing up a really strong night for Republicans for their control of the chamber next year. And that, of course, gives them in control at least one chamber of Congress and kind of lays the groundwork for them to have influence. Even if you were to see Harris win the White House or Democrats win the Senate, this is really going to mean that Democrats don't get to have much of their agenda done in a divided government. And of course, it starts laying that groundwork for a Republican sweep, and that would give that party a lot of leeway to get things done, what they want to see with energy and taxes.
Emily, thank you. Senator, we were just talking about this race.
Right. And I want to make this point. There are 5 states where we have a divided Senate representation. You have Maine, Ohio, Montana, Wisconsin, and West Virginia. West Virginia's gone. Now, according to this, Ohio's gone. Montana is the fight for his life. By the time this is over, if Tammy holds on in Wisconsin, and obviously Susan Collins and Angus King, there will only be 2 states in the union where there isn't just one party representing us.
Is that just a realignment that we're watching happening in real time?
That is the nationalizing of Senate seats. And I saw it in my race from 12 to 18. All of a sudden, you couldn't overcome the party label.
I think it could be down to 1. I think Hovde's actually doing well in Wisconsin tonight, too.
What do you think accounts for that nationalization dynamic? Is it about something about media? Or?
I think because the public has looked at the Senate as a place that is not who is my senator, but what are the Democrats doing in the Senate? And I don't think that's healthy for America. I think it's good to have bipartisan representation where people have to work and get along. And, if you're in the same state and you're cutting the same ribbon, you're going to stand next to each other and at least be somewhat friendly. What happens when it just becomes more and more polarized and it gets more and more extreme? And the moderates, today, John Tester is one of the last moderates, and Joe Manchin, Kyrsten Sinema has left, and we don't know yet what's going to happen in that Senate race in Arizona. And so it's a challenge. And I think it's something we need to examine as a country, whether that's a good direction.
One other thing, I think it was Barry Diller on one of the on Squawk Box maybe it was yesterday or the day before, said no matter which way it goes, Mark, it would be good if it's decisive. If maybe even if the winning candidate, if it's Trump, can win the popular vote. I wonder if you think that is a net plus.
Sure it is, Carl, but I think the reality is if there's a significant victory in the Electoral College, it still comes across as a significant victory, particularly if you're carrying along the House and the Senate with you. I still think there's more question in the House because we talked about before, Trump is overperforming in urban areas significantly. I think that a lot of the swing districts are in suburban America. And so I think it'll be interesting to see what happens as you cut to California. Do some of the Democrats take over some of those House seats?
But aren't those races relatively competitive? Like the California House?
All are. Yeah. They absolutely all are, Carl. That's my point, is I think that the Senate is clearly going Republican. It's not just be 51-49. It's going to give him a comfort to do some of the things he wants, I think, and particularly extend the tax relief. But I think the House is more in question because the swing districts are in the suburban areas where he's overperforming is in urban America.
Yeah, and you do wonder, going back to Trump's first term as president of the United States, we had a sense going in what his legislative agenda was. And in those days, it was all about repealing and replacing Obamacare. Obviously, they weren't able to do that. If you have a situation where you have a President Trump, you've got a Republican House, Republican Senate, you've got a conservative Supreme Court. It is carte blanche for Donald Trump to have a legislative agenda, the likes of which no one has seen, to borrow a phrase.
I don't know that I agree with that.
But what is that agenda, right? And this is a campaign that was not really fought on legislative specifics, right?
I agree with you. This is much of a personality contest.
So what would he do with that power?
And there's not the same legislative. But even if he did, the reality was in 2017, we had about a 15 seat majority in the House. That's not going to be the case. There's not going to be significant victories one side or the other in the House. And so I don't think there's going to be carte blanche for anyone to have what they really want as far as to drive through a legislative agenda.
But I guess the question is, what does Donald Trump really want?
I think it's a good question.
The answer to that as we sit here tonight, do we?
I don't think either side of this campaign laid out a significant policy objective if they were elected.
I think he is going to do the things he thinks he can do and get by with without dealing with Congress.
Just executive order after executive order.
And he's going to think about the things he can do in reconciliation, which they, if they have the Senate and have the House, they can do in reconciliation.
That's a 51-vote margin.
Yeah, right. And so when you think about it, what's he going to do? He's going to do the things like tariffs. I mean, we all forget tariffs are something he can do unilaterally. And so I think we're going to see some of that. I think the real challenge here is what's going to happen on immigration and migration policy. And if he does start, he has promised to deport millions of people out of this country. And if he starts that process, what does that look like? And he says, you know, and somebody will say, well, he's only going to deport the criminals. Well,
I'm not sure he has the unilateral power to exert tariffs. I think Congress has yielded a lot to the executive branch, but I still think that's going to be one that's going to be litigated. But for him, I don't think he minds
not by a Republican Congress.
We didn't do very well.
I think there'll be plenty of litigation. The last thing the senators want is to exceed power. That's the last thing House members want either. So
they've not demonstrated a lot of reluctance to cede power.
You're saying that a sweep is not very sweepy, right?
I think it is on the tax reform. I do not think it is across the board.
Well, let me tell you. When you look at tariffs, right, Trump declared that Canada was a national security threat when he put tariffs on steel.
All it's going to take is one major company in one major state that a senator is going to stand up for and say, you don't have the authority to do this. So I think this is going to get litigated, but I don't think he minds that because the litigation gives him leverage to negotiate.
Do you think he would bristle if CPI did a double top because of inflation and tariffs? Would he mind that, or is he so transactional that any sign the consumer is ouching?
Right. Yeah, I think he's going to say they're paid by China or they're paid by the foreign. I mean, you know, and he's going to have to deal with the inflationary consequences, but it will be delayed. And so, you know, I think he's going to get a honeymoon. I do. I think this time he's going to get a honeymoon, but I think there is going to be tremendous pushback on appointees that may be too radical. And so the first thing you got to look at, I think, if he's elected president, is who is his team and how does he get him in place? And to me, Trump is not somebody who wants to negotiate with the Congress.
No.
He's somebody who's going to want to negotiate just internally. And I expect that he's going to do as much as what he can unilaterally and say, maybe with some authority, I have a mandate to do it. I told you what I was going to do, and I'm going to do it.
There's been talk about acting officials and bypassing the Senate confirmation process,
exactly
right? Even if you have a Republican Senate.
Yes, I think that's exactly right. I think that he would look to, he doesn't want to go through the confirmation process. There'll be a few senators he'll probably bring into his cabinet. They'll go through the normal confirmation process, but I think with others, they'll put them in acting roles and just wait out the 18 months.
Right, like we saw the first time.
We saw it toward the end of the first time. Once
he tried to get people confirmed initially, and at the end it was all acting officials, acting chief of staff.
And so I think that would be the direction that they would take.
And that sort of goes around the spirit of the Constitution, but there is a loophole there which says that you can do this with a time frame.
Constitution, but in all due deference to the Senate, I think that we now have thousands of people that are politically confirmed by the Senate. They don't have the time. They don't go actually through it. There should be a reform here where there actually is a more serious process to confirm people at cabinet level. But the thousands of appointees that require Senate confirmation, the Senate doesn't even take the time to get to know them.
And remember, there's going to be another change in leadership, and that's going to be in the Senate majority. You know, it's either going to be John Thune or John Cornyn.
Right, Mitch McConnell's
and so we'll
gone.
see. Yeah, Mitch McConnell's done. And so can they hold I mean, if you look at what Nancy Pelosi built in terms of her majority, they're straight of the line. I think you can expect the Democrats to hold, you know, even with a 1-2 vote member, he can hold the line. I think that hasn't been true for the Republican majority in the House. And so we'll see what happens there with the Republican majorities.
Right. Again, I go back. I think it's going to be too tight to have like a mandate, honestly, to get significant legislation accomplished. But I think you can extend existing things like tax reform.
And you layer on top of that what's happened with Chevron, deference being repealed, and regulation. I mean, there's a whole dialogue that needs to be had. And So we'll see what's happening. But I will tell you, my read on Donald Trump is he doesn't want to deal with the Congress.
Senator Mark, that was a good discussion. Helps us understand a lot of what we're seeing tonight. Mark Short and Senator Heidi Heitkamp. Polls now closed in 48 states. We're going to track all the latest results, so stick with CNBC all night long. Coming up next, Altimeter Capital's Brad Gerstner will join the judge, talk about big tech's take on the election and what might happen under a new administration. You're watching a CNBC special, Your Money, Your Vote, and we will be right back. Welcome back. Some breaking news late tonight. NBC News projecting Vice President Harris wins Washington State. That is 12 electoral votes. And NBC also projecting she wins Connecticut, an additional 7 electoral votes. That makes the current margin in electoral votes 214 for former President Trump, 172 for Vice President Harris. We continue to monitor the markets, especially futures, which have been on a tear overnight, although coming off session highs, which were plus 600 or so. SPYs and Qs, of course, of keen interest overnight. We've been watching the 10-year approach 4.5. Russell futures did get close to a 3-year high, and then Bitcoin getting near 74K, just a continuation of that Trump trade that began to get embedded in crypto's price aiming over the last couple of weeks.
As Jim Cramer told us earlier this evening, the futures don't matter. I'm doing my Jim Cramer impersonation, but I learned a lot from him in that segment.
Meantime, switching gears, what does the next presidential administration mean for your portfolio, especially if you're a tech investor like our next guest? Let's bring in the judge, Scott Wapner, with a very special guest. Hey, Scott.
All right, Carl, appreciate you. Thank you. Brad Gerstner, very much appreciate you being with us on this important night. Thanks for being here.
It's great to be here. You guys are killing it.
Carl just told you futures are surging, yields are up, the dollar's up, Bitcoin surging, Tesla's surging. What's your view of the markets as you sit out on the West Coast tonight?
You know, I thought the markets were incredibly stable coming into the election. You know, there definitely was a move. If you looked at, for example, Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley both have Trump and Kamala baskets, and they definitely moved in the direction of Trump over the last 30 days. I think most people who were market observers thought that the market was pricing in a 70 to 80% chance of a Trump victory. So I don't actually see huge moves after hours. I mean, the futures are up 1%, 1.5%. You know, you see some big moves in individual stocks like Tesla. I think, you know, at one point this evening, it was up about $75 billion in terms of enterprise value. Bitcoin, obviously, the trades that Carl just talked about. But my sense is that that's a follow-through. People are generally optimistic. And, you know, if Harris wins this thing, if the blue wall holds and she were able to pull out a victory, which doesn't seem likely at the moment, I don't think there'll be a market collapse. I think the market was most nervous about a really close election, you know, that was contested, that somehow there was a lot of controversy. But I think that a lot of people, including the market, they just want predictability. Markets abhor uncertainty, and tonight brings certainty to the situation.
Are you in the camp that says no matter what happens tonight, the bigger determining factor is the fact that the backdrop is good for the markets? The economy's good, the Fed's cutting interest rates, maybe you'll have some more M&A in the months, if not years ahead, and all of that just supersedes all of the drama, if you will, of an election.
Exactly. I mean, think about the backdrop. GDP is growing incredibly strong. We have the fastest growing economy in the world. We have the most innovative economy in the world. Our national advantage has probably never been greater. You know, rates, we see the 10-year backing up to 4.45. Why is it doing that, Scott? Because the market is saying we think the economy is going to grow even faster than we thought before. And if Trump gets elected, we think those tax cuts will provide further stimulus, so we're not going to need as many rate cuts. So I think the backdrop looks incredibly constructive, you know, no matter who, you know, is the president, you know, come tomorrow. But I certainly think that the market is favoring a Trump victory. And tonight it's looking like not only will Trump win, but it looks like that both the House and the Senate may end up in Republican hands.
Carl set this segment up just perfectly, obviously noting that you're a well-known tech investor. NVIDIA, Meta, Tesla, Uber, Amazon, Microsoft, Google are all the stocks you hold. What do you think the future holds, the near-term future for that space, which has obviously been the trade of the last 18 months to 24 months?
Well, I mean, Scott, we're entering a new super cycle around artificial intelligence. It's obviously a huge tailwind to these companies. But most importantly, the U.S. economic engine is turning. And, you know, it's viewed that a Trump victory would, you know, whatever you think about Elon, he's demonstrated his ability to execute, right? And so a lot of people think that he really will execute when it comes to government efficiency and reducing regulatory burdens. And so, you know, markets like that, business likes it. Now, where the rubber meets the road is, can they actually get it done? Right. And I think there are a lot of smart people. I mean, what's so interesting about the coalition that Trump's put together with Tulsi Gabbard, Elon, Bobby Kennedy, all three Democrats, you know, that are going to help him execute this if, in fact, he wins tonight, is that, you know, in some respects, a lot of people said they wanted a unity government. I've heard from Democrats already tonight on various podcast live streams who are raising their hand and saying that they're ready to work with the Trump administration if he were to win, including Congressman Ro Khanna earlier tonight. So I'm quite optimistic that we can do even better. But the fact of the matter is we got to remember, the strength of the United States is the strength of its people, the innovation, the ambition, you know, the kindness, the generosity of the people of the United States. And those are both Republicans and Democrats. And I think that we're going to come together after this election and we're going to move forward. But we have a lot of tailwinds in the current economy. And we're entering this new super cycle where the United States is leading. All of the top artificial intelligence companies in the United States are in the United States. And it's a great source of continuing advantage.
I mean, how do you view something like the CHIPS Act, which, you know, obviously passed by the Biden administration? The Speaker of the House is mused about repealing that. You obviously have a decent-sized position in NVIDIA, and you're thinking about, I'm sure, that issue as it relates as well to exports and things of the like. So what is your view there?
Well, I mean, Scott, I think you and I have talked about this before. There are parts of the CHIPS Act that I really like. Listen, the U.S. needs to lessen its dependency on a single source of chips in the country of Taiwan. So it's great that we encourage TSMC to build fabs in Arizona. It's great that we're encouraging TSMC to build fabs you know, in other places. We don't want a single source of dependency on where our most advanced chips come from. At the same time, I've been critical. I don't think subsidizing Intel here is the way to go. I don't think that, you know, the U.S. ought to be in the business of picking winners and losers. What I think we should do is focus on the real national strategic concern, which is too much dependency on Taiwan.
Brad, I have some breaking news that I'm going to get back to Carl on. Beg your pardon for a moment. We'll come back in a sec, Carl.
Scott, just a quick update. NBC News projecting former President Trump wins North Carolina, and it's 16 electoral votes, and we'll see what that does to the total, 230 to 172. I think Megan Casella might be watching this race pretty closely. Megan?
Absolutely, Carl. That's right. This is, of course, a huge prize for Donald Trump because it is the first big battleground state that is called. On one hand, not a huge surprise, you could say, since he has won that state the past 2 elections. This is now the 3rd time, 3 cycles in a row, North Carolina has elected Donald Trump. But notice the split ticket voting here. That governor's race, Josh Stein with Mark Robinson, was called very early in the night for the Democrat. That's one thing that had made Democrats really hopeful this time around, that Republican gubernatorial candidate could sort of help the Democrats across the ticket. But with that split ticket voting, that was always going to make the path harder for Harris, not only in North Carolina, but in other states as well, if that's happening. Trump had also been nervous about this state. Eamon's been talking about this tonight. He was down there 4 times in the last weekend of the campaign. That was another thing giving Democrats hope. And just one last point on North Carolina. We were down there a couple of weeks ago to do a story looking at all of the public and private investment from both the IRA and the CHIPS Act down there. And North Carolina has been booming because of of it. No state had gotten more private investment in clean energy since the IRA was passed than North Carolina, including a $15 billion plant from Toyota in the central part of the state. That's the kind of thing that Democrats had been hoping, even if it didn't directly translate to votes, it was going to help the economy enough to kind of push them forward. But this is a big win for Donald Trump down here, Carl.
Yep, and the first battleground called by NBC. You can see the others either too close or too early to call. Patrick Ruffini's here with us on set tonight. Saw a lot of these themes develop early in the night tonight.
No, they have, and I want to take a zoom out here, because if you look at all the counties that have been counted and compare them to 2020, there are very few places where Kamala Harris has made gains, very few, which is indicative of not only a Trump victory tonight, but a Trump victory in the popular vote, and perhaps a Trump victory in the popular vote by, not a negligible amount.
It's looking more and more decisive with each projection. We'll keep our eye on it. Scott, get back to you at the desk.
I appreciate that, Carl. Thank you. Back with Brad Gerstner of Altimeter. Let's talk regulation, Brad, because the Biden administration hasn't been so kind to big tech, Google, Apple, Amazon, Meta, either facing regulatory action or threat thereof. So how should we view that from here forward?
Yeah, I mean, I think in a Trump White House, there are a few things you should think about. Number one is, a lot of Republicans have been very critical of big tech using their bundling powers to crowd out startups, right? So in Silicon Valley, we oftentimes talk about little tech, which is startups, and big tech, sometimes which are the big hyperscalers that can use the power of their platform to stifle some innovation and stifle startups. So I think that will continue to be scrutinized. But what I think we'll see a loosening up on the ability to do M&A. Part of the beauty of creative destruction is that somebody can start a business and they don't all have to go public. They can sell their business to Google or to Amazon. And this is part of the creative process, right? It attracts risk capital, it attracts entrepreneurialism and risk-taking. And the fact that we were blocking companies like Amazon from buying, a robotic vacuum cleaner company. And I have to tell you, I was just talking with the CEO of one of those hyperscalers yesterday about a very small acquisition, a company that has $50 million in revenue. And he said it would never happen under the current administration. We don't even think about it. So here's the problem. All large companies in Silicon Valley, all large tech companies have taken their entire M&A team and they put them on the shelf. Instead, what they're doing is buying back stock, issuing dividends, and buying more GPUs. I think we're going to be better served when we get back to a proper functioning, mergers and acquisition in Silicon Valley that's always been part of the heartbeat of this place. And I think under a Republican administration, you're going to get that.
Lastly, where does your optimism sit tonight about your Invest America plan, essentially providing a 401k-like private account to every child born in this country, seeded with $1,000 by the U.S. government? You've been speaking with members of Congress on both sides of the aisle. Yeah. Where does that stand tonight?
Well, Scott, I honestly have never been more optimistic about it. There's certainly members in the leadership of both parties that are really excited about this. We did some polling recently. About 80% of people in both parties, both Republicans and Democrats, are supportive of this. Listen, it's essential. If we're going to build a firewall in defense of free enterprise and capitalism, we have to align everybody with the upside of capitalism. We can't leave 70% of the people out of the game. That's part of the angst and populism that we see in America. So there's a very simple solution to this. Harness the power of compounding. Give everybody $1,000 at birth in an individual investment account that they own, and let it compound like a 401k over time. So now we're going to be announcing many new members of the CEO Council. I've already announced Mark Benioff, folks like Michael Dell, Dara Khosrowshahi. They've said their companies will consider matching into the accounts of those kids. Parents can put in bar mitzvah money and birthday money, and all of these kids now in school will learn the power of compounding. It's a tragedy that Americans missed the first 25 years of their lives, a third of their life, when it comes to compounding. If we want to bring everybody into the game, get everybody on Team America, I think this is the best idea to do it. And the good news is there's already talk in the Senate of a unity announcement around this over the course of the next few weeks. So I'm quite optimistic that, this is something that both, that the Trump team would take seriously as a way to include more people into the system and as a way to really harness the power of private markets rather than the government. There is no government program associated with this. This is simply creating 3.7 million new stock market investors every year. So I'm quite positive on it, and stay tuned. I'll come on your show in a couple weeks when we make a bigger announcement on it.
All right. It's a date. And I appreciate you joining us so very much tonight. Brad Gerstner, thank you.
Kudos to all you guys. Take care.
Thanks, Carl.
Scott, great stuff. Scott Wapner. Getting some breaking news tonight. NBC News projecting Vice President Harris takes Virginia. That is 13 electoral votes. And then this is interesting. NBC's changing the characterization of Minnesota, now saying it is too close to call, as really it's going to increasingly for the Harris campaign be about the blue wall standing. Yes, Patrick?
I think so. And even though, I think they've come closer to holding that than a lot of other places, but it's very hard to hold back a tide like this that we're seeing.
You think what happens in the Southeast and the Sun Belt migrates into the Midwest?
Like I said, we're seeing this everywhere. We're seeing these shifts everywhere. And, in the blue wall states, it looks like she's coming a little short. But in places like Wisconsin, right, in southwestern Wisconsin that are historically Democratic, you're seeing shifts to Donald Trump of about 10 points. These are rural areas that have long voted for Democrats or have voted for, you still have a lot of ancestral Democratic holdouts in those places. And he has realigned to make those areas look more like Pennsylvania. So he definitely, I think, has the advantage at this point.
And Minnesota is fascinating. I mean, too close to call. I mean, that is a deep blue state. The Harris campaign should be winning there going away. Too close to call. It's a state I spend a lot of time in myself. There is that sort of urban-rural divide in Minnesota, as there is in so many states, where you get out of the Twin Cities area and you start to see a lot of Trump signage everywhere.
Also, as a governor that the Harris campaign knows pretty well.
Yeah, and so, right, exactly. Right. I mean, that's stunning. And if she were to lose there, you think about the implications for Wisconsin, and you think about the implications for the blue wall generally crumbling across the board.
Yeah, I think the upper Midwest is, once again, we took a pause from this realignment in 2020, but it has come back. The 2016 patterns have come back. And if you look at the shifts that have happened tonight, a lot of them look like 2020 in terms of the more college-educated areas, maybe holding out a little bit, holding up a little bit better for Harris. And the rural areas going even more strongly for Trump. There's a big question, right? Had he hit a wall in that? Had he maxed this out? And the answer is no, he hadn't. But the key difference between now and 2020 is it's shifted right. It's shifted towards Trump gains when a lot of these places were Biden gains in 2020. And that's because of the economy, frankly.
Patrick, thanks. We'll check in with you in a few minutes. Coming up next, our trader panel is going to get back together, look at some of the potential market impacts of this election. CNBC is going to be up all night, live election coverage until 5 a.m. when an extra early Squawk Box takes over. So stay with us. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of election night. Our own Scott Wapner standing by with a panel of experts here to help you best position your portfolio on this historic night in America. Scott.
Thanks once again, Carl. Here with CNBC contributors Josh Brown, Adam Parker, Courtney Garcia, and Tom Lee. Let's just recap, Courtney, where we stand. The futures obviously are surging. The Russell and the small caps are up a lot. The yield's up, dollar up, Bitcoin all-time high. Tesla is up big. DJT shares are up big. What are your thoughts? The market obviously trying to suss out a Trump victory tonight.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what you're seeing right now is Trump has a lead, and that's really what markets are showing. And I think a few of those barometers are DJT stock, and you're also seeing Bitcoin. I think those things have been specifically Bitcoin has been very pro-Trump, and you're seeing that get priced in. So what does that mean for the markets? If a Trump victory does happen, you're likely going to see less regulation, which can be good for things like regional banks we talked earlier. That can also be good for the healthcare space. And then you also have things that are in the current administration, like EV tax credits may come off, which could boost like your traditional auto space. But specifically, you have Ford, which is probably better positioned here, as they have less manufacturing in Mexico. So you have a lot of these positions that actually are going to start to take off if you continue to see him gaining the lead tonight.
Better to be early, Tom, than never in terms of your historic small cap call of a few months back where you suggested the Russell could go up 50% this year. Not even close to that as we have this conversation tonight, but futures obviously telling a positive story. Now what?
You got 6 weeks on that.
Yeah.
So.
Well, you know, last year the Russell 2000 did move almost 40% in 27 trading days. So something like that could happen this year, but it would, I think, be for the right reasons, because if animal spirits come back for companies, and if businesses have cost of money fall, and if there is a general wave of mergers and regional banks work, and actually biotech start to work, you have so many reasons for the Russell 2000 to go from trading at 10 times median PE towards 15. That'd be a 50% move.
Is that the biggest trade in terms of equities to lean into from here if the results end up being that Donald Trump is reelected as president?
Yeah, I think financials, not just small cap regional bank, but just financials across the board. And I'm going to tell you, if you look at the leaderboard this year away from tech, it's insurance stocks, starting with Berkshire Hathaway, work your way down, property, casualty, auto, anything insurance has worked, will continue to work in this environment. I also think the asset management space, this has been a stealth rally. Nobody's excited about these companies. They've done incredibly well, specifically alternatives, private equity, anything that even looks like a partnership is going higher. Bitcoin is a huge deal to me. I'm looking at this thing at 75,000. This is an all-time record high, priced in dollars. There's no reason in my mind why we couldn't see 100,000. It's something I predicted over the summer. In a Trump win, this just goes through the roof, and that's exactly what's happening as we speak. And then I want to point out the 10-year. You're at a 4.45% yield on the 10-year. That's a high back to June 1st. Pay attention, because what that's telling you is that the expansion, whether you want to chalk it up to Biden or stimulus from 4 years ago or whatever, that expansion should be able to roll higher if you go by what the market is telling you.
AP?
I think what's getting priced in is more than a Trump victory. It's a Republican sweep. I think across the Senate and the House. And so 100%. I think people are just saying, all right, now I don't just have Trump with maybe some more checks and balances. I have some real chance to get meaningful change to laws, regulation, and other stuff. I think the sector that I think would have been hurt by a Harris victory, at least perception-wise, is healthcare services. There was a lot of movement when you saw her sort of win that September 11th debate where they really underperformed. I could see that space, which has low expectations and pretty good pricing power, have a really big run from here over the next 18 months. And it's something that people aren't really talking about day to day. So there's a lot of things in drug distribution, in hospitals, et cetera, I think could have huge moves.
Court, you're looking at that. Big pharma, biotechs, Medicare Advantage stocks, United Health, things like that?
Absolutely. Those are really well positioned here if you do continue to see a Trump victory. And I think something that's going to be interesting to see is what this does for both business and consumer confidence, because you've just seen people kind of just holding their breath, waiting for this election. There's still so much cash that's on the sidelines. And the question is, are businesses and consumers going to start to make some decisions here, put some capital to work? Because that's absolutely going to boost the market.
Still a lot to be decided. And when we wake up tomorrow morning, we could have a entirely different feel of what we have at this moment. That's what makes this so interesting.
I was just saying, I don't think it's just regional banks. I mean, I think it could be Morgan Stanley. I mean, it could be guys doing deals. You could have a monster move in some of the big capital markets.
It was Todd Bowley out in Beverly Hills a few weeks back who told me that animal spirits were coming back, and that's exactly what you're talking about. An M&A pipeline that had a cork in it, and now that cork potentially gets taken out, and you have the ability to do deals. Thanks, everybody. Tom Lee, Courtney Garcia, Adam Parker, and Josh Brown. Carl?
Thanks for being
Scott, great stuff. Scott Wapner over there. Meantime, final comment from Avon Javers. I've always said you can watch all the polls and betting markets, but there's nothing like a country telling you how they're feeling.
You got actual vote count tonight, but it ain't over till it's over. There's a lot of Trump vibes out there right now, but you got to look at that blue wall. We still don't have any of those states called yet. One state called of our battlegrounds, that's North Carolina for Trump, as we get ready to go off the air here at midnight Eastern. That is more or less as expected, and yet, there's this feeling that Trump might be having a night tonight, and we're going to have to wait and see in the coming hours. That's why it's so good that we're on the air all night tonight through the evening hours.
Amen. Our thanks to you, and we're going to see you bright and early tomorrow as well.
I'm back on the air at 5 a.m.
Meantime, coming up at the top of the hour, continuing coverage of election night in America, Brian Sullivan and contestant Brewer picking up the action with interviews with Landry's chairman and CEO and Houston Rockets owner Tillman Fertitta, Allianz chief economic advisor Mohamed El-Arian, Heyman Capital's Kyle Bass, and famed pollster Frank Luntz. And that is just the tip of the iceberg. As we head out, one more check on where we stand in this race as our coverage of Your Money, Your Vote continues.